Hello. Is anyone out there? Oh shit, Skits. How are you doing? Alright, I gotta pick what I'm gonna eat tonight. I think I'm gonna be, like, lazy. As usual. But I'm gonna be even lazier than usual. I think I'm gonna just order a Subway sandwich. That's like mega. That's mega lazy. God, I actually saw something horrible today while scrolling through Reddit. I saw a fucking Nikado Avocado, what's his name, thumbnail where he's got 50 million Subway sandwiches in front of him. Cool story, bro. Yeah, I know. Thank you. I have many more where that came from. Do I enjoy talking to myself? Well, why? Actually, I do. I'm getting used to becoming two-viewer Andy. Hey, Kino, how are you doing? ¿Cómo está? Muy bien. No habla español, but I know that much. Alright, we're going with fucking Subway. Nothing's working on the purple screen. Get up. It's broken. Lipton green iced tea. Lime, mint. Yes. Please. How many sandwiches gain? One. What the fuck? Not even 15? No, not 15. Have you seen how big I am? How much do you think I need to eat? Like, real talk. How many calories do you think I need per day? Not that many. Less than you're thinking right now, actually. Fuck, I need to add 10 cents to the order. I hate... Look, as much as... When you're ordering food through those dumb fucking apps... There's nothing worse than putting the prices at the classic, like, 11.9 euro. Except 12 euro is the threshold for them to not pay the delivery fee. So you're saving 10 cents so you can pay 1 euro to the fucking delivery app people. Jesus Christ. Like, change the prices for the app, please. Not that they're gonna do it. Obviously this like forces me to order more, and that's good for the company, right? Alright, I'll just go with extra bacon. Fuck it. There we go. I have bitten the bullet. I have eaten the ACP. Swallowed the full metal jacket. It's getting weirdly sexual in here. Do you get that feeling too? The bullet metaphors? Guns exploding in your mouth? Gunpowder dribbling down your chin. I'm sorry, I'm gonna stop. I'm done. No more gun metaphors. I promise. Why not add a little bit of coom? Well, you know what? Maybe we should. Maybe that is our special secret ingredient. Okay. So what we're gonna have to do now is I have to grab this, plug it in. Sorry, I need to... Hi, Paula. Oh, by the way, I have good news, everyone. I actually have good news. I'm gonna have to hook up the camera. Should I? Should I start my Chatterbait channel? Real talk. Seems like a pretty good thing to do. I'm sorry. Nah, for reals. For realsies. Let's start up a camera. Okay, we're Gucci and it does skip pre-rolls. Wait, you guys found a way to get around pre-rolls? That's like on Twitch? Not that I have pre-rolls on my channel anyway, so that's kind of a moot point. Streamlink works. What is Streamlink? Oh yeah, I'm gonna do it like this. Perfect, actually. I'm gonna use this camera for now. For just a little bit. Start. Excellent. Whoa. Whoa. That... Okay. I was thinking that... Okay, sorry. I'm trying something scuffed here. Cool. It works. Awesome. We're operational, sort of. This camera really is worse quality. It's okay. I'll switch to the other one once my food gets here. Hello! How are you doing? People happy, people wave. Emotes. Emotions. Expressing them with emotes instead of actual human responses. Puggies. How are you doing? I'm doing good. Thank you for asking. We're at 20 out of 30 on the raid sponsorship, by the way. I'm probably not gonna hit 30, but hey, who knows? Maybe out of the 7 viewers who are watching, there's actually 10 of them. Well, one of them is me, so there's actually 6 of them that are 10 people that haven't yet done the raid tutorial. I'm giving up on because we have like what, today and tomorrow to reach 30, so I don't think it's feasible, which is fine. Hitting 20 is already amazing. If I get those $400, that's pretty damn good. I ain't complaining about that, for sure. But what I am complaining about is a disturbing lack of faith in me. I can make a few MAC addresses. Hey, thanks for the like, Kyle. How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a jiffy. How's it going? What was the surprise? I had to go for a second. Oh, the surprise. I actually forgot to show the surprise. So remember a couple days ago when I was asking streams.gg about advice for t-shirt colors? The t-shirts arrived here. So I got this one, the Dream Barbecue t-shirt. I fucking love this art. And I just love Ina anyways. I showed it on stream, the Temptation Stairway video or something. So anyway, I got this one. I also got this one. There you go. And what is this? Yo mama. And I got a new passport. I had to renew my passport. I got it in the mail today. I'm not gonna show the pages before anyone asks. I'm not that dumb. But it's pretty poggers. Finally, Omega Lol. I know, right? Oh. Never mind. Pretty docs, please. Wait, actually, I know that the like passport number is something I shouldn't share, but like let me double check something. Alright. Those shirts are fresh as baby's breath. Is baby's breath really fresh? I've never smelled a baby's breath. That seems like something that I need to wonder about. As if we don't know his docs already, we can probably fill out every page of Neyman's passport. Did you know AngelThumb.com's secure safe algorithm blurs out any sensitive information that it detects being streamed? Part of your total complete safety package exclusively provided to you by Overpowered. Yes. That is why when I say my password out loud to like my master password to my key vault, it just beeps it out. Here, look at it. Beep. See, I just said it, but blurred it out. That's why you can type your passport your password in chat, and it just gets replaced by little stars. It's perfectly safe. Hunter 2. Stop. Don't repeat it. It's the cringe crew. Alright, what was I going to Google? How does baby breath smell? I'm getting put on a list for this Google search. 100%. Who the fuck Googles baby breath? Children and babies seldom have bad breath. But you still should practice proper oral hygiene with them. You should begin practicing oral hygiene with your newborn just a few days after birth, and of course continue until they are old enough to do it properly by themselves. Although it is a rare occurrence, even with proper oral care, your baby may still develop bad breath. Read on to find out why. Just rent a baby and find out yourself. Do you know how much those cost? I'm not renting a baby. Do you think this streaming thing like gives me money? I'm getting the raid money in 60 days. And even that, like, I'm not gonna be able to rent a baby for 400 bucks. I'm not splurging it all on just some baby experiment. Just borrow one from a stranger. I don't know any people who have babies to spare. Okay, Mr. Shadow Legends. Hey, look, if you want me to rent a baby, anyone who's listening right now who hasn't yet completed the Raid Shadow Legends tutorial, you can help me rent a baby right now. When does the sponsor thing end? On Saturday. We have today and tomorrow to finish the raid sponsorship. Reminder that at 30 tutorial completions, just in 10 tutorial completions, I will do an IRL workout stream. That's why they are called a stranger. True. Hey stranger, can I smell your baby's breath? Yeah, I should just walk around in the street and ask people, can I smell their babies? Just take one from one of those baby holding facilities. They're free. Oh yeah, and the hospitals? Yeah, I've seen those. They have plenty of babies. I didn't realize those were self-serve. I need to try that. I bet you can't even wait to declare this for tax purposes, along with your hundreds of thousands as a non-affiliate. Yeah. Absolutely. I can't wait to declare this money as a law-abiding citizen who declares every single last penny. Or when you have unfinished business from beyond the grave. Last chance before I... Oh. This is good. I like it. It's a little bit busy in the lower part here, but I knew it has to be so you can see the ribs, right? I think I like it. I like it a lot. What number were you on the Twitch leaks? I'm not on the Twitch leaks. I'm not affiliated. I'm not partnered. I've never been paid out by Twitch. I'm not on the Twitch leaks. I didn't even look for myself there, but I can pretty much guarantee I'm not in there. Alright. Oh shit, Niels Bohr is in chat. Off the grid. Yeah, off the grid, wicked. Bad breath in babies. Babies are cute and cuddly. Wrong already. Babies are horrible monsters. But if your baby has bad breath, you may not want to cuddle so closely. There are several reasons your baby may develop bad breath. Milk. A hungry baby may end up drinking too much milk. If this happens, their stomach will regurgitate it back up into their esophagus, resulting in bad breath. Sugar. Sugar encourages the growth of putrefying bacteria in the mouth. This bacteria feasts on the sugars left over on your baby's gums and tongue and produces foul-smelling gases that we call bad breath. This can be prevented with a low-sugar diet. Dry mouth. Just like adults, when babies have a cold or allergies with a stuffy nose, they breathe through their mouths. Mouth breathing can result in a bad breath because their oral tissues become dry. And a dry mouth is a breeding ground for putrefying bacteria. BTFO, mouth breathers! A literal scientific proof of your inferior breathing technique. Babies are parasites, something they have in common with Neyman and then. Big true. Oh wait, that speaking of parasites, I need to go bother Melon. Oh no, I can't do it on stream. Never mind. Forget about it. Forget about it. Maybe a couple of white or black lines on the hair to make it look like hair more. At first it looks like a big helmet. Think so? Let me look at the emote again. Oh yeah. Yeah, you want to actually kind of... do you actually want to shade it in? You don't have to. Nah, you really don't need to. What were you gonna bother Melon about? It's secret. Nah, I was just gonna send her a dumb Photoshop of like a slice of watermelon. It's just a stupid meme. Oh, it's something about the finger too. Oh, I see what you guys mean about the finger, but it's fine like this. I disagree with needing to change the finger for this emote. Toys. Yes, toys. When babies mouth their toys, they transfer their saliva, which contains putrefying bacteria, causing the toys to develop a bad smell. Once the toys develop a smell, that odor is transferred back to the baby's mouth when they suck on it again. Suck on it, nerd! Babies are nerds, by the way. Alright. The plan was to finish the Facebook hearing. We're gonna do it in, like, speedrun mode. Why are we learning about baby's breath? Because Kyle Braxton commented on my new t-shirt saying those shirts are fresh as baby's breath. And I had to make sure, Nabbles. We here are an educated stream. We are an educated audience. We need to make sure that we understand the facts about the things we discuss. So if we're talking about fresh as a baby's breath, we need to know whether baby's breath is fresh or not. We need to understand the intricacies and subtleties and nuances of baby breath. I think that's the bare minimum to be a responsible streamer, not to talk about baby's breath when I have no idea what a baby's breath smells like. That you wouldn't want to watch me if I was giving my opinion on baby's breath without knowing what is baby's breath, right? Right?
You have asked us,
right,
to act as a committee. And Facebook has scores of lobbyists in the city right now coming in right after this hearing to tell us we can't
because Neyman wants to sniff it.
And they've been successful for a decade in blocking this committee.
It smells good.
Acting. So let me ask you a question. The Kids Internet Design and Safety Act, or the Kids Act, here's what the legislation
fucking kids.
It includes outright bans.
Okay, I'm gonna skip all the kids bullshit in this hearing.
Promotes two.
I'm so tired about hearing about kids.
That amplifies toxic posts.
Like we get it. Instagram encourages what was it? Let's sum it up real quick. Instagram encourages anorexia, poor self-image. Facebook encourages poor self-image as well, with FOMO and etc. Like vehiculating false image of what people's lives are like. Talks about babies' breaths, fucking kids. What is going on?
Facebook from using its algorithms to promote toxic.
Us towards human-scale social media and not computer-driven social media. Those amplification harms are caused by computers choosing what's important to us, not our friends and family. And I encourage any system that children are exposed to not use amplification systems.
So you agree that Congress has to enact these special protections for children and teens that stop social media companies from manipulating young users and threatening their well-being, to stop using its algorithm to harm kids. You agree with that?
I do believe Congress must act to protect children.
And children and teens also needed privacy online Bill of Rights.
Think about the children. Are you thinking about children right now, chat? If you aren't, you're actually part of the problem. Please, everyone, imagine children right now. Visualize them in your brain, in your mind's eye.
Because it was already their business model. But we need to update that law for the 21st century. To delete the data they've collected about them. 2, give young teens under the age of 16 and their parents control of their information. And 3, ban targeted ads.
Holy shit, American GDPR.
I support all those actions.
Thank you. And finally,
I don't think about kids. I don't give a shit about them, okay?
Platform transparency.
I don't like kids. Can this be summed up as company makes money and in the process there's bad shit that happens as a result indirectly? I.e., if it's not Facebook, it could literally be any other company. I couldn't even be bothered to waste 10 minutes on it. It's a bit more complex than that. The real spicy part of the hearing is that she has blown the whistle on actual fucking proof that that the Zuck and his like chair people and the Facebook leadership, they had direct reports on how and why the algorithms and the practices operated within Facebook and Instagram were harmful to people, whether it was children, whether it was adults, whether it was political discourse. They have direct reports concerning the anorexia stuff, concerning the self-image stuff, concerning increasing racial tensions in Ethiopia, and how they contributed to genocide and racial violence. All that stuff, Facebook leadership was aware of as it was starting to be a problem, and they made the conscious choice to put profits above the risks and dangers they were putting people through. So it's not, so like, sure, Facebook's choice to maximize profits by betting on full-on engagement, encouraging algorithms, only does harm indirectly, but they have no excuse as in terms of, oh, we didn't know that it was doing harm. I'm sure some of this stuff is valid, but can't you argue that it's the users or societal issues? Well, that's why we talk of systemic issues. Like, you're literally facing a system. The selection algorithms, the algorithms that choose what's going to be promoted on Facebook, they are a system. They aren't a person choosing what's going to be promoted. They are. It's not like you're going to have users change their behavior to change the algorithm. Especially not now that the algorithm has an inertia behind it. I think that's not a valid criticism. And there's plenty of precedent to this. If you look at the regulation of something like gambling, you look at the behavior that, sure, you could argue, oh, just stop gambling, forehead. But no, we collectively as a society understand that people are susceptible to certain specific practices in that have to do with randomness, that have to do with rewards, and that we need to put certain protections in place to make sure that the people who are most vulnerable to those practices are protected. Did you see Zuck's reply? No, I haven't. I haven't finished the hearing yet, so I didn't look into what his reply was. I'm curious about that, actually. I didn't know he already made a reply. I'll have to look it up. I'll make a mental note for that. So, like, looking at this, basically, if I understand your point correctly, when you're saying you could argue it's the users or societal issues, how do you resolve that? how do you resolve the fact that that the thing that will engage people the most will be the stuff that pisses them off? That's not something that you can fix through education or through... I don't know how you want to fix that, when the simplest solution is obviously what she's proposing. What she's proposing is simply to scale down the engagement-based algorithms and go back to the original algorithms that encourage content that is simply promoted by your network of friends and acquaintances. It used to be that your Facebook feed... Oh, my food's here. So it used to be that your Facebook feed, it would exclusively be your like your friends and acquaintances, their posts, and obviously the posts with more likes would be further up in the feed and stuff like that. It wasn't a chronological feed either, and that's fine because the curation was your social circle. Right now, the curation is not that. The one example I've seen historically was diet pills or whatever being shown to those who are discussing bulimia. Naturally, that's not okay, and very clearly not the user making a bad choice. Yeah, and what about the lack of moderation in other languages, leading to the fact that the algorithms, by simply promoting anything that had the highest engagement, end up promoting stuff that encourages racial tensions in Ethiopia between the Rohingya and I forgot the name of the other tribe. Like, that also is terrible. They're like promoting racist propaganda because, hey, racist propaganda gets great engagement. If you just look at the engagement as a metric, 4chan gets great, like /poll gets great engagement on 4chan. That's not a reason to want to have Facebook become /poll. And obviously they've made efforts to help it not become that. And Rohingya is Myanmar? Fuck. God, I got fucking confused. I'm so sorry. Okay. Neyman is spreading fake propaganda. Hey, I'm learning from the best. If Facebook does it, then I have to do it too, right? Look at that sweet engagement. I already got two messages in chat from you, Skits. Off of that fake news. It's working already. Okay, I can switch to the good camera now, too. Now that I'm got my food. Let me do it like this. Stop. Nice freeze frame. Nice. Nice. Much better. Alright, I'm hungry. Feet stream? My feet aren't very sexy, okay? Look, Burrito Cat, if you do the raid Shadow Legends tutorial, I'll show you my feet.
Would, one, open the hood on Facebook and big text algorithms.
Only one way to find out, true.
Is using our data to decide what content we see. And two, ban discriminatory algorithms that harm vulnerable populations online, like showing employment and housing ads to white people, but not to black people in our country. Should Congress pass that bill?
Algorithmic bias issues are a major issue for our democracy.
That sounds
during
illegal.
my time of interest, I became very aware of the challenges of,
Maybe
like
don't
I mentioned
pick
before,
me
it's
up on
difficult
that
for us to
offer.
understand how these algorithms actually act and perform. Facebook is
It was
aware
in Minecraft,
of complaints
okay?
today by people like African Americans.
In the video
saying that
game.
Reels doesn't give African Americans the same distribution.
I've
as
never
white
show
people.
feet IRL.
And until we have transparency and our ability to confirm ourselves that Facebook's marketing messages are true, we will not have a system that is compatible with democracy.
So, I thank Senator Lee. I agree with you.
By the way, I watched a bit of Pokemon's new house tour. when it was released. She actually had her feet blurred in a shot. Imagine needing to blur your feet in a house tour.
Line of questions, I wrote Facebook asking them to explain that discrepancy because Facebook, I think, is lying about targeting 13 to 15-year-olds. So here's my message for Mark Zuckerberg. Your time
Wait, really?
invading
Yeah.
our privacy, promoting toxic content, and preying on children and teens is over. Congress will be taking action. You can work with us or not work with us, but we will not allow your company to harm our children and our families and our democracy any longer. Thank you, Ms. Hogan. We will act.
Thanks, Senator Markey. We're going to turn to Senator Blackburn and then.
I guess to backpedal slightly because I'm lacking the effort for nuance today for whatever reason. I guess the bit I'm Pepe Maz about is anything to do with use of Facebook or Instagram that's deemed as negative, that you could apply similar arguments to the technology makes us unhappy and as such, should we have technology? But as far as specific examples of failures, sounds like they're worth a discussion. I disagree. I disagree because there's a difference between social media revealing within us that we thrive and that we thrive on negative content and the social media encouraging that negative content. There's a huge divide between those two things. You can say that social media should not encourage our natural tendency to, our natural proclivity towards negative content and should not feed off of that, while still accepting that we, in a vacuum, we will go towards the negative content. I don't think those positions are contradictory.
And we will take a break. I know that
Already? How
some
fucking lazy.
Another round of questions. Maybe, maybe we'll turn to Senator.
Wow,
Lujan
imagine
for his question.
how much those people are paid. And they're taking
And
breaks.
we have others, so we'll come back after the.
Mr. Chairman, I have to go to sit in the chair.
Where's my free
starting at
content?
noon today.
Panties.
we turn-
Oh, there he goes. There he goes. He's working.
Yeah, I do. I have one question. This
Neyman, I
relates
have a plot
to
twist
what,
to the Havana
Mr.
syndrome
Murphy
story.
was
Oh, shit.
asking. Does Facebook ever employ child psychologists or mental health professionals to deal with these children online issues that we're discussing?
Facebook has many researchers with PhDs. I assume some of them are, I know that some have psychology degrees. I'm not sure if they're child specialists. Facebook also works with external agencies that are specialists at children's rights online.
Senator Lujan, and then at the conclusion of
Apparently
Senator
it was
Lujan's
crickets.
questions, we'll take a break. We'll come back.
Oh, no.
At noon.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I appreciate the indulgence of the committee.
That's
Ms. Hogan, last
appropriately
week,
dumb.
The committee heard
It's
directly
true.
from Ms. Davis, the global head of safety for Facebook. During the hearing, the company contested their own internal research as if it does not exist. Yes or no, does Facebook have internal research indicating that Instagram harms teens, particularly harming perceptions of body image, which disproportionately affects young women?
Yes, Facebook has extensive research on the impacts of its products on teenagers, including young women.
Thank you for confirming these reports. Last week, I requested Facebook make the basis of this research the dataset minus any personally identifiable information available to this committee. Do you believe it is important for transparency and safety that Facebook release the basis of this internal research, the core dataset, to allow for independent analysis?
I believe it is vitally important for our democracy that we establish mechanisms where Facebook's internal research must be disclosed to the public on a regular basis, and that we need to have privacy
Yo, Magistrate,
sensitive
do you have a
datasets
link?
that allow independent researchers to confirm whether or not Facebook's marketing messages are actually true.
Beyond this particular research, should Facebook make its internal primary research, not just secondary slide decks of cherry-picked data, but the underlying data public by default? Can this be done in a way that respects user privacy?
I believe in collaboration with academics and other researchers that we can develop privacy-conscious ways of exposing radically more.
Glenn Greenwald did a video. Oh, no, not him. Oh, no. The fucking Greenwald. No shit. We're gonna have to be super skeptical of it. I'm sorry. He's not. It's not that he's necessarily wrong. It's just that he's not a paragon of good journalism. Who's Glenn Greenwald? Fuck, I already forgot. We went down that rabbit hole a couple of weeks ago. He's a journalist who's like made some really based shit, but then also went down some really insane stuff as well. He Oh, right. He worked with, his claim to fame is he worked with Edward Snowden on the reports about the global surveillance. But nowadays he's like halfway a Fox News show. He's like very weird politically. Here's a taste of his most recent banger. Oh yeah, I saw you posting that earlier. Or was it So who posted? First Nicki Minaj, then NBA dissidents, now Dave Chappelle. There has been a recent string of high-profile black public figures thoughtfully and forcefully questioning or rejecting elite liberal pieties, and it's fascinating to watch liberal elite discourse managers navigate this. Anyways, Magic Drill 12. Peter Panda Dance. I guess they're just very broad stroke comments, would need to get into the weeds of that, like the self-worth thing. Where is the line of what is deemed non-negative? Is celebrity pushing or displays of wealth harmful to those without because it encourages a lack of self-worth? For example, that's probably all that I need to chip in. It sounds like it'd take way more time for both of us to get into it. No, I get your point there, that it's more, there is a nuance there where it's more of a sliding scale and not just there's this one thing and there's this other thing that's completely different, and you're absolutely and your remark is astute in that sense. I'll agree with it. That being said, once again, to me at least, there's a huge difference between social media systematically encouraging, like she describes it, engagement based. I don't remember the exact term she used, but doing stuff based off of engagement. There's a huge difference between that and that stuff being out there and people like choosing to go after it, because a curated feed by an algorithm is not a choice. You going out to buy a magazine is more of a choice than that. It's more. I would guess the comparison I would make to it is if suddenly when you imagine print media was still relevant, and suddenly when you go to buy your newspaper, instead of having like actual newspapers with actual news, it's like specialty magazines and your like trash celebrity or fashion whatever stuff, you only have the celebrity gossip bullshit stuff. Only that. You don't have anything else. Like, they've completely overtaken the entire world of print media. That's kind of what we're talking about here. Except that it's only one business that has the power to choose that for everyone, which is also part of the problem. I think a separating example would be toxic subreddits / forums. People going on those forums is one thing, but another is toxic stuff being fed to you, especially on a site where people go for like messaging to their social circle or something. Yeah, exactly. There's one where you go into the thing, and the other one is where you are fed the thing. I think that's definitely a very clear divide for sure. Like with Twitter, for example, if you have your timeline, that's just your timeline, then it's up to you whether you decide to engage with trending. Exactly. Hey, Darkest My Soul, how are you doing? What the fuck is this? This is about Facebook me now? No, this is about the whistleblowing about Facebook. What did she whistleblow? She blew the whistle on unethical practices within Facebook. Basically, she reveals that Zuckerberg and other leaders in Facebook knew about, had direct reports about how Facebook algorithms were encouraging anorexia, encouraging things damaging to people's self-esteem, encouraging hate speech, encouraging how they were poorly moderating like 90% of the world's languages, etc. It's like a bunch of really, really incriminating stuff concerning unethical practices within Facebook. Pretty scary, but pretty common knowledge stuff. Yeah, but look, we live in a world where when you do common sense arguments, you always have a bunch of reactionary shills to shit on you. Every single time. Whatever argument you're making, if it's based on common sense, we live in a society. Yep, we live in a fucking society, and there will be someone who think they're really fucking smart for shitting on your common sense argument, because, yeah, common sense is not the best way to argue something. Facts and papers, like the stuff she's presenting, is better. And because of that, there is always some kind of reasonable doubt you can inject in any common sense argument, even though common sense is the second best thing. I keep saying that. Common sense is not the best thing, but it's the second best. Yeah, exactly what Skid said. Common sense isn't real. Magic turtles aren't real. I don't know, man. I've been rereading Thomas Paine's Common Sense. It's pretty great. I don't know what that book is, but it sounds like dank memes. Shields are for physical attacks, Mr. Turtle, not magic shields. I'm not anything else. I don't think he really presents any evidence that Havana syndrome is conclusively not real, just that all the evidence given is either super weak or has been disproven. You have to read Thomas Paine. The only pain I know is that of my physical existence. It's a big philosophy book that was written back when the boomers were zoomers. Nice. It's basically required literature for any liberal. Uh-oh. Am I really a liberal, though? Am I really?
Data that is available today. It is important for our ability to understand how algorithms work, how Facebook shapes the information we get to.
Common sense is not big at all. Okay, let me get the cliff notes on it real quick. That was a 47-page pamphlet. All right, I can read that. Advocating independence from Great Britain to people in the 13 colonies. Paine marshaled moral and political arguments to encourage common people in the colonies to fight for an egalitarian government. Cool. Poggers, American history. Okay, I'm gonna go watch amino acids. Choose ayaya. Bye, PPD. See ya. Thanks for dropping by. Big isn't important. Americans thinking their independence philosophy stuff is important for the rest of the world. Laughable. I'm joking, I love you. Hey, Sotop. How are you doing? Thomas Paine is one of the few founding fathers who was pro-democracy. Nice. Imagine being an American and not knowing Thomas Paine. Shaking my head. I'm a fake American. You know that. We all know that. You're on some hard copium. Hey, I'm not the one sitting here in OECD countries not teaching. America did Brexit before Brexit did Brexit. True, actually. I'm not the one sitting in OECD countries not teaching the history about the rest of the world, thinking we're like we've always been the center of the world. Like, Europe thinks it's always was the center of the world. The US thinks it's always the center of the world. Fucking China thinks it's always the center of the world. Somehow the truth is somewhere in the middle. I'm going there. I'm doing the both sides argument. I saw your passport. You've got the American eagle on there. I actually do. I got the fucking eagle. The Liberty Eagle. The Freedom Bird. Yeah, but American Brexit was actually advisable. The middle is the North Pole. I don't know. I'm pretty sure the middle would be skewed somewhere around the equator. Like, the actual... You're a history centrist? Yes. Like, the actual fucking... Okay, what would be the actual middle of the center of gravity of every single country in the world? Center of gravity of every country in the world. I'm sure someone's graphed that, right? Fuck, the fucking economists appropriated. Dude, fucking economists thinking they own words. They've appropriated the term center of gravity. Jesus Christ, now my Google search has nothing to do with what I was actually looking for. Really, really lame. Thank you, economists. I was mostly thinking of the ones you listed. Oh, yeah. Fair enough. Alright, we're done with that. Economists are actually cancer. True. We read a really good article. Skits, we read a really good article last week or 2 weeks ago. It was really, really good in The Guardian. It was an editorial piece that made some great arguments that the field of economy should move away from trying to be a hard science and accept that it's a soft science, accept that it's a social science. Instead of trying to do studies with really complex mathematical models, and maybe keep those models, but instead of trying to just do that, also do studies where you're sitting in a boardroom and doing a sociological and psychological analysis of the interactions between the business people in a boardroom. And I think that's a very, 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 very astute analysis of where the field of economy should be going, where it has a huge hole to fill that it's been avoiding. Isn't that just behavioral economics? I'm not sure. Behavioral economics might just be like more fucking mathematical models, because economists fucking love those. Behavioral economics is the study of psychology as it relates to the economic decision-making processes of individuals and institutions. Let's check the Wikipedia article, rather. Like, my understanding is that this probably is still... maybe this is what I'm talking about, but this is still a minority field in... if this is what I'm thinking of, this is still a minority field in the world of economics. Anyways, I need to eat.
To see that we have these data sets be publicly available for scrutiny.
Listen to this shit.
Is Facebook capable of making the right decision here on its own, or is regulation needed to create real transparency at Facebook?
Until incentives change at Facebook, we should not expect Facebook to change. We need action from Congress.
Last week, I asked Ms. Davis about shadow profiles for children on the site, and she answered that no data is ever collected on children under 13 because they are not allowed to make accounts. This tactfully ignores the issue. Facebook knows children use their platform. However, instead of seeing this as a problem to be solved, Facebook views this as a business opportunity. Yes or no, does Facebook conduct research on children under 13, examining the business opportunities of connecting these young children to Facebook's products?
I want to emphasize how vital it is that Facebook should have to publish the mechanisms by which it tries to detect these children, because they are on the platform in far greater numbers than anyone is aware. I do believe that, or I am aware that Facebook is doing research on children under the age of 13, and those studies are included in my disclosure.
Everyone here better fucking think of the children again.
Facebook has continuously prioritized revenue over potential user harm and safety. And I have a few questions on Facebook's decision-making. Last week, I asked Ms. Davis, quote, has Facebook ever found a change to its platform would potentially inflict harm on users? But Facebook moved forward because the change would also grow users or increase revenue. Ms. Davis said in response, quote, it's not been my experience at all at Facebook. That's just not how we would approach it.
The Senate
yes
Commerce
or no, has
Committee
Facebook
hearing
ever found a feature on its platform
of
that harmed its users, but the feature moved forward because it would also grow users or increase revenue?
I'm sorry.
Facebook likes to paint that these issues are really complicated. There are lots of simple issues, for example, requiring someone to click through on a link before you reshare it.
The Senate Commerce Committee hearing of the Facebook whistleblower
because in some countries,
about the
reshare make up
unethical
35% of all the content.
and
Facebook
sometimes illegal
prioritized
practices
that content
happening
on
within
reshare over the
Facebook.
impacts to misinformation, hate speech, or violence incitement.
Did these decisions ever come from Mark Zuckerberg directly or from other senior management at Facebook?
We have a few choice documents that contain notes from briefings with Mark Zuckerberg, where he chose metrics defined by Facebook, like meaningful social interactions, over changes that would have significantly decreased misinformation, hate speech, and other inciting content.
And this is the reference you shared earlier to Ms. Cantwell, April of 2020.
Yeah, the soft interventions.
Facebook appeared to be able to count on the silence of its workforce for a long time, even as it knowingly continued practices and policies that continue to cause and amplify harm. Facebook content moderators have called out, quote, a culture of fear and secrecy within the company that prevented them from speaking out. Is there a culture of fear at Facebook around whistleblowing and external accountability?
Facebook has a culture that emphasizes that insularity is the path forward, that if information is shared with the public, it will just be misunderstood. And I believe that relationship has to change. The only way that we will solve these problems is by solving them together, and we'll have much better, more democratic solutions if we do it collaboratively than in isolation.
How
And my
convenient.
final question, is there a senior level executive at Facebook, like an inspector general, who's responsible for ensuring complaints from Facebook employees are taken seriously and that employees' legal,
How
ethical, and
convenient
moral
that
concerns receive consideration with the real possibility of
Sharing
instigating
information
change
with the
in public policy?
outside would just be
I'm not aware of that
misunderstood.
role.
So,
The
we're
companies
not
are
going
they
to
exist.
share it.
I appreciate that. It's my understanding
What a shame.
that
No
there's
oversight.
a gentleman by the name of Roy Austin, who is the vice president
Wait,
of civil rights, who's
what's going
described
on,
himself
FBI
as an
agent?
inspector general, but he does
Wasn't
not
there
have the
also a
authority
thing
to
with
make these
Senate,
internal conflicts
Facebook,
public.
and
The
Google?
oversight board was created by Facebook to review
maybe.
moderation policies related to public content specifically. It was not created to allow employees to raise concerns. So again, another area of interest I believe that we have to act on. I thank you for coming forward today.
My pleasure. Happy to serve.
The committee is in recess.
Recess, buggies. Guys, we're in recess. Want to trade Pokemon cards? I got a sick Pikachu, dude. Let's go into the recess courtyard and trade Pokemon cards, okay? I have a new deck too. I want to play you, okay? Recess people happy. School is Pog today. Look at them. They're so poggers right now behind their masks. They're like, oh shit, I'm going on recess.
So the Senate Commerce, Science, and Transportation Subcommittee on and how
The Commerce Committee will come to order. I'm very pleased to
Yeah, I don't know what you're talking about,
yeah,
agent. I'm sorry.
Ranking Member Senator
Are you
Blackburn
trying to
for
tell
your
USA is not just
cooperation
chaotic
collaboration.
anarchism
We
and
work
people
very
shooting
closely.
each other?
And the ranking member who is here, Senator Wicker, as well as our chairwoman, Maria Cantwell. Senator Cantwell, I'm sure, will be here shortly. Most important, I'd like to thank our witness, Frances Haugen, for being here, and the two counsel who are representing her today. And I want to give you my heartfelt gratitude for your courage and strength in coming forward as you have done, standing up to one of the most powerful, implacable corporate giants in the history of the world, without any exaggeration. You have a compelling, credible voice, which we've heard already. But you are not here alone. You're armed with documents and evidence. And you speak volumes, as they do, about how Facebook has put profits ahead of people. Among other revelations, the information that you have provided to Congress is powerful proof that Facebook knew its products were harming teenagers. Facebook exploited teens using powerful algorithms that amplified their insecurities and abuses. Through
Among
what
Us?
it
No.
found
Among
was
others.
an addict's narrative.
I would
There is
have
no
told
question,
you if there's an Among Us
which I
happening
hope you will
here.
discuss as creating secret accounts that are often
I'm not gonna
hidden
lie.
from their parents
She's pretty
as
sus.
unique value proposition. In their words, a
She might
unique
be an
value.
imposter.
And that it knows our Stonewall and ass for this committee. Their prop Antigone Davis.
God, he's venting.
And she, the very
Look how
definition
long he's talking. He's actually
in
venting.
that legal action learned of those files that showed
I can find this.
not only that
I
Big
cannot
Tobacco
find the
knew that
specific
its
clip I
product
saw
caused
from the
cancer,
Senate, but maybe from
but
the same
that
session.
they had
Maybe.
done
Yeah.
research faces that Big Tobacco products can be. They valued their profit more than the pain. Worth inflicted by Facebook today, will and self-hatred are the ones who are in insecurity.
He's talking about the
Showing
children
No opportunity to explain the
for
parents
20
of
fucking
America
minutes.
false more dollars in order to content and controlling. In extreme, in that Facebook's exact maximizes profit.
Yo, do you think senators, once they're done with those like 1 hour, 30-minute long speeches, in the evening they go back home, and when they want to have sex with their wives, they're like, wait, baby, let me do the usual, and they turn on C-SPAN, and they play back the speech, and that's like the only way they can get hard.
It's, again and again, we're looking to. It's repeatedly.
Not only for Congress.
There's just farming clips, yeah. They literally are.
What they were doing. They knew where the violations with users' data and how they are abusing.
Change to save the lives of young women rather than putting them at risk.
LSF tier frogs, yeah. Thinking only people with penises can be
Facebook
senators.
today,
Actually, yeah, that was lame of me. You're right. The women are narcissists too. equal opportunity hatred. Good. You're right.
has a profit, makes approximately $40 billion a year in profit. A lot of the changes that I'm talking about are not going to make Facebook an unprofitable company. It just won't be a ludicrously profitable company like it is today. Engagement-based ranking, which causes those amplification problems that leads young women from innocuous topics like healthy recipes to anorexia content. If it were removed, people would consume less content on Facebook, but Facebook would still be profitable. And so I encourage oversight and public scrutiny into how these algorithms work and the consequences of them.
Right. Well, and I appreciate that. I'm a former small business owner. I owned started a brew pub back in 1988, and really we worked very hard to look. Again, we weren't doing investigations, but we were very sensitive to whether someone had too much to drink, whether we had a frequent customer who was frequently putting himself at risk and others. obviously, I think the Facebook business model puts, poses risk to youth and to teens. You compared it to cigarette companies, which I thought was rightfully so. I guess the question is this level of risk appropriate? Or is there a level of risk that would be appropriate?
I think there is an opportunity to reframe some of these oversight actions. So when we think of them as these trade-offs of like it's either profitability or safety, I think that's a false choice. And then reality, the thing I'm asking for is a move from short-termism, which is what Facebook is run under today, right? Is being led by metrics and not led by people. And that with appropriate oversight and some of these constraints, it's possible that Facebook could actually be a much more profitable company 5 or 10 years down the road because it wasn't as toxic, not as many people quit it. But that's one of those counterfactuals that we can't actually test. So regulation might actually make Facebook more profitable over the long term.
Right, and that's often the case. I think the same
Yeah.
could be said for automobiles and go down the list
Exactly.
of all those things. I think that there's so
What
much pushback
possible
from the
new
beginning.
things can we
I
learn
also
from
thought
this?
that the question of how do we assess the impact to their bottom line? We had a representative Facebook.
Honestly, at this point, I don't know.
Talked about that 8 out of 10.
'Cause we already worked
Facebook
through
users
most
feel
of
their
the,
life is better,
through the
and
main
their job is to get
points.
to 10 out of 10. Maybe this is the 20% that they're missing. I don't know how large the demographic is of people that are caught back up into this circuitous sense of really taking them down into the wrong direction. How many people that is? Do you have any idea?
That quote last week was really shocking to me because I don't know if you're aware of this, but in the case of cigarettes, only about 10% of people who smoke ever get lung cancer, right? So the idea that 20% of your users could be facing serious mental health issues and that's not a problem is shocking. I also want to emphasize for people that eating disorders are serious, right? There are going to be women walking around this planet in 60 years with brittle bones because of choices that Facebook made around emphasizing profit today. Or there are going to be women when they're in 20 years who want to have babies who can't because they're infertile as a result of eating disorders today. They're serious. And I think there's an opportunity here for having public oversight and public involvement, especially in matters that impact children.
Great. Well, thank you for being so direct on
Good
this and
point.
stepping forward.
That's a really good point, by the way. The like 20% to the smoking 10%.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Haugen, welcome. Thank you for your testimony.
She was on point
What
there.
concerns Facebook,
She
there
had
are a
the
number of
argument
concerns that this committee and Congress
right
has been
there.
focused on. Two of the
Pow!
biggest have
She
been
drew. She
Facebook's
did a
intentional targeting
quick
of
scope.
kids.
Oh no! Fucking Ted Cruz! Oh shit! It's that piece of shit. Are the majority of senators educated in law, or are they politicians in general, which anyone can be? They're politicians. They're fucking politicians. They can be anyone. Just what? Neyman just watching this because he said he would. Mostly. And I gotta watch something while I eat. God, fucking Ted Cruz. All right, let's see what he's talking about.
This committee and Congress has been focused on. Two of the biggest have been Facebook's intentional targeting of kids with content that is harmful to the children. And then secondly, and a discrete issue, is the pattern of Facebook and social media engaging in political censorship. I want to start with the first issue, targeting kids. As you're aware, and as indeed the documents that you provided indicated, Facebook's, according to the public reporting on it, Facebook's internal reports found that Instagram makes, quote, body image issues worse for 1 in 3 teen girls. And additionally, it showed that, quote, 13% of British users.
What am I eating? I'm eating a Subway sandwich. Italian BMT on Italian bread with extra bacon. Salad, tomato, bell peppers, cornichon, pickles, red onion, jalapeno peppers, olives, and the Southwest sauce. And this fuck, and like, you all knew it was gonna get there. He said, oh yeah, the children. The two most important things in this that we've been discussing is the children. You gotta think about the children. And what did he say after? He said, political censorship. Ted motherfucking Cruz. #1 Trump buttcrack bootlicker. On point to defend misinformation running rampant on Facebook. But think about the children. Dude, if I was listening to all those fucking politicians, I would be thinking about children all the fucking time. And I don't need to explain why that would be a problem. I'm not gonna think about the children, okay? I'm done.
And 6% of American users trace their desire to kill themselves to Instagram.
Is that a fair and accurate characterization of what Facebook's research concluded?
I only know what I read in the documents that were included in my disclosure. That is an accurate description of the ones that I've read. Because Facebook has not come forward with the total corpus of their known research, I don't know what their other things say, but yes, there is documents that say those things.
So we had testimony last week in the Senate with a witness from Facebook who claimed that information was not accurate and needed to be in context. Now, of course, she wasn't willing to provide the context, the alleged mysterious context. Do you know of any context that would make those data anything other than horrifying and deeply disturbing?
Engagement-based ranking and these processes of amplification, they impact all users of Facebook. The algorithms are very smart in the sense that they latch on to things that people want to continue to engage with. And unfortunately, in the case of teen girls and things like self-harm, they develop these feedback cycles where children are using Instagram as to self-soothe, but then are exposed to more and more content that makes them hate themselves. This is a thing where we can't say 80% of kids are okay. We need to say, how do we save all the kids?
The Wall Street Journal reported that Mark Zuckerberg was personally aware of this research. Do you have any information one way or the other as to
Yeah, I can talk
Zuckerberg's
over
awareness of
this.
the
This is the
research?
same shit we've
We
heard a
have,
million times.
One of the documents included in the disclosures, it details
Yo,
Project
Kino,
Basic, which is an initiative
this
to
looks
remove likes off of
absolutely
Instagram. Internal
amazingly
research showed
delicious.
that removing likes off Instagram is not effective as long as you leave comments on those posts. And yet the research directly presented to Mark
I'm
Zuckerberg
loving
said,
it.
we should
Especially the
still
little
pursue this
dribble
as a
of
feature to
cum
launch,
in
even
the
though it's
middle.
not effective, because the government, journalists, and academics want us to do this. Like it would get us positive points with the public. That kind of duplicity is why we need to have more transparency, and why, if we want to have a system that is coherent with democracy, we must have public oversight from Congress.
Do you know if Facebook, any of the research
Some
it conducted,
provolone.
attempted to
Nice.
quantify how many teenage girls may have taken their lives because of Facebook's products?
I'm not aware of that research.
Do you know if Facebook made any changes when they got back that 13% of British users and 6% of American users traced their desire to kill themselves to Instagram? Do you know if they made any changes in response to that research to try to correct or mitigate that?
I found it very surprising that when Antonia Davis was confronted with this research last week, she couldn't enumerate a 5-point plan, a 10-point plan of the actions that they took. I also find it shocking that once Facebook had this research, it didn't disclose it to the public, because
Oh god, I need to find out what to authorize. JW player, probably.
And there have been far too many of these at far too many schools. And so we are grateful for the courage and the heroism of the first responders. And we are hopeful that all of the students or individuals who may have been injured will come through and survive. We're here today because of the Biden border crisis that continues to rage on the southern border.
All right,
This
so
is
we
a
dropped in
crisis.
there to hear a little bit of Texas Senator Ted Cruz.
What the fuck? Why is Congress even questioning Facebook? Okay, first off, this is Senate. This is a Senate hearing. And secondly, it's because there is a whistleblower. Ted Cruz is such a piece of shit. He actually is.
this is the kind of thing that should have oversight from Congress.
So when you were at Facebook, were there discussions?
He's
about how to
actually a
respond to
terrible
this
person.
research?
I did not work directly on issues concerning children. These are just documents that were freely available in the company, so I'm not aware of that.
Okay. Do you have
I genuinely
thoughts as to what
believe,
kind
as much as I disagree with them, I genuinely believe that a lot of conservatives are actually really good people. They're like people, if they see you're in trouble, they'll help you. If they, like, a lot of people have fucked up political opinions that don't make them behave badly. Even when they're really fucked up opinions, when it comes to day-to-day actual interacting with human beings, they're actually good people. Ted Cruz, I doubt it. I genuinely have no confidence in him being a decent human being. Did the whistleblower face any repercussions from Facebook, like a lawsuit? Not yet. The Senate has promised to defend her legally. They did that. They said that at the start of the hearing when we watched it when we started watching it 2 days ago. They guaranteed that they will protect her for coming out with this info. But maybe they'll sue her. Yeah, I don't know. Congress, Senate, Executive, Judicial, all the same in the end. Anarchy is what we need.
of changes Facebook could make to reduce or eliminate these harms?
You mentioned earlier concerns around free speech. A lot of the things that I advocate for are around changing the mechanisms of amplification, not around picking winners and losers in the marketplace of ideas. The
So
problems
explain
there-
what that means.
Oh, sure. So like I mentioned before, you know, like how on Twitter, if you have to click through on a link before you reshare it, small actions like that friction don't require picking good ideas and bad ideas.
Wait, sorry.
They just make the platform. around.
These harms. Do you have thoughts as to what kind of changes Facebook could make to reduce or eliminate these harms?
You mentioned earlier concerns around free speech. A lot of the things that I advocate for are around changing the mechanisms of amplification, not around picking winners and losers in the marketplace of ideas.
So explain what that means.
Oh, sure. So like I mentioned before, you know, like how on Twitter, if you have to click through on a link before you reshare it, small actions like that friction don't require picking good ideas and bad ideas. They just make the platform less twitchy, less reactive. And Facebook's internal research says that each one of those small actions dramatically reduces misinformation, hate speech, and violence.
You know what's going on through his mind right now? Right now he's thinking like, oh shit. I thought I was going to be able to nail her, like rope her into some like free speech bullshit. And now she actually responded with something, and he's like thinking, oh fuck. If they actually do what she's saying, that's gonna fuck me up, because my political capital is based off of a twitchy, reactionary, boomer Facebook voter base. He's like, fuck. Let's see how he responds to this. Because he's smart. He's smart enough. He's fucking smart enough to understand that what she's describing right now fucks him up. Now, Ted was thinking about sexual posts.
Inciting content on the platform.
So, and we're running out of time, but on the second major topic of concern of Facebook, which is censorship, based on what you've seen, are you concerned about political censorship at Facebook and in big tech?
I believe you cannot have a system that has as big an impact on society as Facebook does today, with as little transparency as it does. I'm a strong proponent of chronological ranking, ordering by time with a little bit of spam demotion, because I think we don't want computers deciding what we focus on. We should have software that is human scaled, where humans have conversations together, not computers facilitating who we get to hear from.
So how could we get more transparency? What would produce that?
I strongly encourage the development of some kind of regulatory body that could work with academics, work with researchers, work with other government agencies to synthesize requests for data that are privacy conscious. This is an area that I'm really passionate about. And because right now, no one can force Facebook to disclose data. And Facebook has been stonewalling us, or even worse, they gave inaccurate data to researchers as the scandal.
This doesn't fuck him as much because boomers don't use social media? No. Dude, come on. Boomers use TV, but holy shit, boomers use Facebook. Facebook is actually so fucking boomer in the US. A 100%. She nails every question. Chinchilla, she's so fucking good. Name, you're so old you use Facebook. Ooh, not good one. Everyone above 40 uses the internet here, but rarely anyone uses social media. Please hold the bottle correctly. No. Get fucked. Where is here? Good question, actually. We all know Neyman is a boomer, but he's our boomer.
Recently showed.
What data should they turn over? My time's
sure.
expired. So,
For example, even data as simple as what integrity systems exist today and how well do they perform? Like, there are lots and lots of people who Facebook is conveying around the world that Facebook safety systems apply to their language, and those people aren't aware that they're using a raw, original, dangerous version of Facebook. Just basic actions like transparency would make a huge difference.
thank you.
Thanks, Senator Cruz. Senator Loomis.
Hey, look how I hold the bottle when the neck is not
If you're in
thin.
my seat today instead of your seat, what documents or unanswered questions would you seek from Facebook, especially as it relates to children, but even generally speaking?
I think any research regarding what
MySpace.
Facebook does problematic use, i.e. the addictiveness of the product, is of vital importance.
Dude, she like, Chinchilla, she fucking bodied Ted Cruz there. Honestly. That was very sexual. What was sexual? She bodied Ted Cruz. You hold that bottle like I hold my meat at 2 a.m. That's nice. I like that. Like, Ted Cruz tried to weasel her back into some political statement, and she was like, nah. Nah, we're talking about algorithms, motherfucker. We're talking about algorithms and engagement-based ratings. That's what we're talking about. Not your bullshit free speech shit. Is there an anime of this whistleblower? She's very cute. Soon. I'm pretty sure Netflix will come out with the anime adaptation within 2 weeks. I promise you. It'll be her turning into a mecha to fight. Well, actually, no. She's gonna be a magical girl. Engagement based on what? These nuts. She will turn into a magical girl and fight the evil Zuckerberg minions. Also, I ordered dessert with my sandwich. Got a sugar donut. It's fucking disgusting. It's literally all just calories, fat, and sugar, and I love it. I actually fucking love it. I'm normally not very into sugar, but holy shit, I love this. Subway has donuts there? Yeah. Honestly, Subway is one of the only places you can get donuts here. Like the real fucking nasty ass, trashy, like greasy, sugary donuts. The real American experience, dude. And she'll be in the next JoJo. Yeah. What will her stand be? I just had Subway. Nice. You never showed what Pepe Hepe actually is. Oh shit, Rose are getting called out. How are you gonna defend that?
And anything around what Facebook knows about parents' lack of knowledge about the platform. I only know about the documents that I have seen, right? I did not work on teens or child safety myself, but in the documents that I read, Facebook articulates the idea that parents today are not aware of how dangerous
I'm getting
Instagram
hungry.
is.
I'm so
and
sorry.
Because they themselves did not live through these experiences, they can't coach their kids on basic safety things. And so, at a minimum, Facebook should have to disclose what it knows in that context.
Yeah, go with Valorant.
Okay, so
No,
we're
I'm
trying
going to
to
watch this a bit more.
protect
Sorry, Patrick.
Individuals' data that they're gathering, have data privacy, but have transparency in the manner in which the data is used. Can we bridge that gap?
Imagine, I think reasonable people can have a conversation on how many people need to see a piece of content before it's not really private. Like if 100,000 people see something, is it private? If 25,000 people see it, is it private? Just disclosing the most popular content on the platform, including statistics
Feeling
around
like a Tinder
what
date
factors
with
went
you?
into the
I'm
promotion of
sorry.
that content, would cause radically more transparency than we have today on how Facebook chooses what we get to focus on, how they shape our reality.
Okay, if our focus is protecting the First Amendment and our rights to free speech while very carefully regulating data privacy, I've heard there are a number of things that are being discussed in Congress. Everything from antitrust laws to calling Facebook a utility to the idea that you just raised of a regulatory board of some sort that has authority to, through understanding of the algorithms and how they're used and other mechanisms that create what we see, the face of Facebook. So
She's heard, isn't she a congressperson?
tell me a little more about how you envision that board working. What is in your mind, based on your understanding of the company and the
Based on what?
consequences, what is the best approach to bridging the gap between keeping speech free and protecting individual privacy with regard to data?
So I think those issues are, they're independent issues. So we can talk about free speech first, which is having more transparency. Like Facebook has solutions today that are not content-based. And I am a strong advocate for non-content-based solutions because those solutions will also then protect the most vulnerable people in the world. In a place like Ethiopia where they speak 6 languages, if you have something that focuses on good ideas and bad ideas, those systems don't work in diverse places. So investing in non-content-based ways to slow the platform down not only protects our freedom of speech, it protects people's lives. The second question is around privacy. And this question of how can we have oversight and have privacy? There is lots and lots of research on how to abstract data sets. So you're not showing people's names. You might not even be showing the content of their post. You might be showing data.
Reminder, the Cambridge Analytica affair, where Facebook supposedly was supposed to only be giving anonymized data sets to analysis companies like Cambridge Analytica, but they didn't. They leaked non-anonymized data sets to Cambridge Analytica that Cambridge Analytica could then use to make targeted ads targeted to the direct individuals. And Facebook was willing to work with them on that.
That is about the content of their post, but not the post itself.
There's going to be a Saihat no Paladin anime. Nice.
And the fact that Facebook has walled off the ability to see even basic things about how the platform performs, or in the case of their past academic research, releasing inaccurate data, or not being clear about how they pulled that data is just part of a pattern of behavior of Facebook hiding behind walls and operating in the shadows. And they have far too much power in our society to be allowed to continue to operate that way.
Well, I had heard you make the analogy earlier to the tobacco industry, and I think that that's an appropriate analogy. I really believe we're searching for the best way to address the problem. And I'm not sure that it is the heavy hands, like breaking up companies or calling them a utility, which is why your approach of integrating people who understand the math and the uses of the math with protecting privacy is intriguing to me. So the more information that you can provide to us about how that might work to actually address the problem, I think would be helpful. So in my case, this is an invitation to you to provide to my office or the committee information about how we can get at the root of the problem that you've identified and can document and save people's privacy. So I extend that invitation to you, and I thank you for your testimony. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thanks,
I think,
everyone.
okay, this lady actually brought up a really, really important point, in my opinion. It's that we don't actually know. What if within 5 years, Facebook is no longer the dominant social media in the US? It's My Book. My Book, new website, gets created next year, goes viral over a couple years, and suddenly everyone's using My Book. It's amazing. It's better than Facebook. It's better than MySpace, Friendster. Sure. And what do we do now? You have a fucking regulatory committee only for Facebook. I think she's gonna fucking hate it because she was a Republican senator. But you actually need to have some kind of legal framework within where your committee or oversight, whatever your oversight you're going to create, has the means to affect all social media, regardless of whether they're Facebook or MySpace or Friendster or Reddit or whatever. Also, the same problems that you have with Facebook, honestly, of algorithms, you can extend them to search engines. So what I would like to see, what I would very, very much like to see her answer there, and it's understandable that she doesn't have the answer to that. She's not here as a lawmaker, and she was hit there with like lawmaker questions. She is not the one supposed to think about those implications. Those people are the ones who are supposed to think about those implications. The logical thing, in my opinion, is like she was saying, utility-based status. Declare social media utilities, declare search engines as utilities. That gives the legal grounds to establish oversight of them and responsible uses of their technologies. Because you need something generic, you need something that that will transfer from one company to another without issues.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I want to thank our witness here. It's been a good hearing. A lot of information has been learned, particularly on the issue of how this is impacting our kids. I think.
Oh yeah, the children. Anyone thought about the children yet?
And all of us are going to be like, what in the hell were we thinking when we recognize the damage that it's done to a generation?
In the past about how much benefit Instagram is providing to kids' mental health, like kids are connecting who were once alone. What I'm so surprised about that is if Instagram is such a positive force, have we seen a golden age?
Basically, Facebook algorithms are too addictive?
No, we've seen escalating rates of suicide and depression.
It's not a problem with addictiveness, API agent. It's a problem with the fact that people will naturally prefer the more reactionary content. There's content that pisses them off, the content that affects them negatively. Wait, what agent? I have someone called just another FBI agent in my Twitch chat, Nabbles, who I'm responding to right now. But why would I need to think of ways to implement things when I could just ask her to do it for me, though? Because she's a senator. She's literally, her job is to listen to Frances Haugen and then think about how to how to make the law, structure the law the way it needs to be. And instead she's like, actually, lady, you're already like blowing the whistle. Can you also do my job for me? Fucking pisses me off, actually. But it's not just the addictiveness. It's really that It's rather that negative feedback is addictive in and of itself, and that creates a negative feedback loop where it's amplified. And that negative feedback can take the form of stuff that encourages poor self-image, poor body image. Every time they're talking about the kids, they're talking about anorexia and self-image and suicide rates from kids who go onto Instagram too much. Yeah, she's in the government. Of course, she's not going to do her job. Hey, got him. SGG has negative feedback. Ban SGG. Okay.
Amongst teenagers.
Do you think those rates are at least in part driven by the social media phenomenon?
There is a broad swath of research that supports
Phenomenon?
the idea that
He
usage
said my
of
name.
social media
Nom nom.
amplifies the risk for these mental health harms.
So right now, and this hearing is helping illuminate it,
SGGO.
we are seeing...
And Facebook's own research shows that.
Right?
Yeah.
Say that again,
I
that's
said,
important.
and Facebook's own research shows that. Right? The kids are saying, I am unhappy when I use Instagram and I can't stop. That if I leave, I'm afraid I'll be ostracized.
Right.
And that's so sad.
So they know that.
I wonder what other social media is connected to negative loops. Anything that what she described as engagement-based, engagement-based. I forget the last word of her, the term she kept using. Engagement-based. Promotion. Let's use that word. Engagement-based promotion. So when Facebook promotes a post because it creates more engagement, they are not promoting the post because it's as it used to be, that the post was something posted by your friends on Facebook. They're just promoting something because it has a lot of engagement. That means that the things that create the most engagement will be the most promoted. And negative stuff creates the most engagement. Now, does other social media do that? Absolutely. My Reddit feed is full of stuff that pisses me off. Like I went on purpose and like started unsubscribing of things because it was automatically subscribing me to a bunch of shit. It was automatically subscribing me to stuff like r/conservative or other stuff, and I rationalized it to myself as in I want to know how those people think. I want to understand them, which I generally do. But at some point I had to realize Facebook was encouraging me to go there simply because since that stuff was pissing me off, I was clicking on it. I was getting engaged, but it was negative for me. And it's a negative feedback loop because since the Reddit algorithm recognized I was clicking on those posts, it put more of them in my feed. So there's the feedback. And since there are more of them in my feed, I was clicking them. Sub to our atheism. Fuck. Yeah, they did this a few years ago, I think, where they switched the chronological feed, and I was pissed back then. Yeah. Like, so many, all the social media apps do that now. Because it's better for business. It's better for engagement. But it's worse for the user. That's the problem.
That's what their research shows.
I stopped using Facebook when I was in middle school because no one ever liked my high Facebook posts. Feels bad, manin. Oh.
So what do you think drives them to... I had this discussion with the witness last week, and I said, well, you know, I think they called it their timeout or stop. I said, but isn't that incompatible with your business model? Because your business model is more time online, more eyeballs online. Isn't that the fundamental elements of their business model?
Facebook has had both an interesting opportunity and a hard challenge from being a closed system. So they've had the opportunity to hide their problems. And like often people do when they can hide their problems, they get it in over their heads. And I think Facebook needs an opportunity to have Congress step in and say, guess what? You don't have to struggle by yourself anymore. You don't have to hide these things from us. You don't have to pretend they're not problems. You can declare moral bankruptcy, and we can figure out how to fix these things together. Because we solve problems together, we don't solve them.
And by moral bankruptcy, one of the things, and I appreciate the phrase that the chairman and you've been using.
That's what I was waiting for.
One of those elements, which is they know this is a problem. They know it's actually impacting negatively the mental health of the most precious assets we have in America, our youth, our kids. I have 3 daughters. They know that that is happening, and yet the moral bankruptcy, from your perspective, is the continued the continuation of this simply because that's how they make money?
I phrase it slightly differently. We have financial bankruptcy because we value people's lives more than we value money, right? The people get in over their heads and they need a process where they admit they did something wrong, but we have a mechanism where we give them pathways to move forward. Facebook is stuck in a feedback loop that they cannot get out of. They have been hiding this information because they feel trapped, right? Like they would have come forward if they had solutions to these things. They need to admit they did something wrong.
I gotta find ways to make this entertaining, okay?
Let me ask, I'm going to switch gears here, and this is, what's your current position right now in terms of its disinformation and counterespionage?
My last role at Facebook was in
I'm
counterespionage.
sorry, your last role, okay. So one of the things, this is a very different topic, and I only got a minute or so left, but right now, is Facebook, I know Facebook is not allowed in countries like China, but do they provide platforms for authoritarian or terrorist-based leaders like the Ayatollahs in Iran, that's the largest state-sponsored terrorism in the world, or the Taliban, or Xi Jinping, in my view, our biggest rival for this century, a communist party dictator who's trying to export his authoritarian model around the world. Do they provide a platform for
Xi Jinping is not trying to export his model around the world. He's trying to export Chinese influence around the world, but not his fucking model. He doesn't give a shit that other governments follow his model. He gives a shit whether they follow China, not the fucking political model. No one except the US gives a shit, and Europe give a shit like what form of government other countries have. I'm sorry, I'm getting triggered. Yeah, they did this a few, sorry, I'm rereading that.
those kind of leaders who, in my view, clearly don't hold America's
China
interests
bad.
in mind?
Yeah.
Does Facebook provide that?
During my time working with the Threat Intelligence Org, so I was a product manager supporting the counterespionage team. My team directly worked on tracking Chinese participation on the platform, surveilling, say, Uyghur populations in places around the world, that you could actually find the Chinese based on them doing these kinds of things.
So Facebook,
yeah.
oh, I'm sorry.
We also saw active participation of, say, the Iran government doing espionage on other state actors. So this is definitely something
China
that's
bad,
happening,
yes,
and I
but
believe Facebook's
unironically,
consistent
yeah, but
understaffing of the
not for the like. I'm not defending China. I just don't like people saying dumb shit about China. Just because China bad doesn't mean every time someone says something bad about China, it's actually true. You know what I mean?
espionage, information operations, and counterterrorism teams is a national security issue, and I'm speaking to other parts of Congress about that.
So you were saying, in essence, that the platform, whether Facebook knows it or not, is being utilized by some of our adversaries in a way that helps push and promote their interests. At the expense of
like
America's.
when people say when Roser is saying China bad there with the nodders, he's referring to the Orange Man bad meme, right? Yikes! Hope Z sees this. I'm referring to the Orange Man bad meme of like, oh, now everything everyone says bad about this person or thing that we hate will be accepted as absolute truth now, which is dumb. I don't like that.
Facebook's very aware that this is happening on the platform, and I believe the fact that Congress doesn't get a report of exactly how many people are working on these things internally is unacceptable, because you have a right to keep the American people safe.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks, Senator Sullivan. You may have just opened an area for another hearing.
Sorry, yeah. Yeah, I have strong national security concerns about how Facebook operates today.
Well, Mr. Chairman, maybe we should, right? I mean, it's a
I'm not being at all facetious. Thank you for your questions on this topic, and I know you have a busy schedule, but we may want to discuss this issue with you, members of our committee. At least
Nice, national security.
if you'd be willing to come.
I want to hear that. That's a new subject. That's not the fucking children.
I haven't consulted the ranking member, but or the chairwoman, but thank you for your honesty and your candor on that topic. Senator Scott.
Thank you, Chairman. First off, thanks for coming forward, and thanks for coming forward in a manner that you want to have positive change. So that's not
Naaman, I don't see what you're saying in chat.
Earlier this year, I sent a letter to Facebook and other social media platforms asking them
Wait,
to
what?
detail the harmful impacts, good effects on mental health their platforms have on children and teens.
Uh-oh.
So your reports reveal that Facebook has been fully aware of this for a while, and the harmful impacts, especially on young women. So I think we all agree that's completely unacceptable, and we've got to figure out how we protect the people that are vulnerable in this country from the harmful impacts of Facebook and other social media platforms. So first off, do you think there should be greater consideration for age when it comes to using any social media?
I strongly encourage raising age limits to 16 or 18 years old based on looking at the data around problematic use or addiction on the platform and children's self-regulation issues.
So I think you addressed this a little bit, but why do you think Facebook didn't address this publicly when they figured out internally that they were having an adverse impact on young people, especially young women? Why didn't they come forward and say, we've got a problem, we've got to figure this out?
I have a huge amount of empathy for Facebook. These are really, really hard questions. And part of why I'm saying I think they feel a little trapped and isolated is the problems that are driving negative social comparison on Instagram. Facebook's own research says Instagram is actually distinctly worse than, say, TikTok or Snapchat or Reddit because TikTok is about doing fun things with your friends. Snapchat is about faces and augmented reality. Reddit is vaguely about ideas, but Instagram is about bodies and about comparing lifestyles. And so I think there are real questions where like Instagram would have to come in and think hard about their product or about like what is their product about. And I don't think those answers are immediately obvious. But that's why I believe we need to solve problems together and not alone, because collaborating with the public will give us better solutions.
So do you think Facebook was trying to mitigate the problem?
I think within the set of incentives that they were working within, they did the best they could. Unfortunately, those incentives are not sustainable and they are not acceptable in our society.
Do you think Facebook and other social media platforms ought to be required to report any harmful effects they have on young people?
One of the things that I found very interesting after the report in the Wall Street Journal on teen mental health was that a former executive at the company said Facebook needs to be able to have private research. And the part that I was offended by this was Facebook has had some of this research on the negative effects of Instagram on teenagers for years. I strongly support the idea that Facebook should have a year, maybe 18 months to have private research, but given that they are the only people in the world who can do this kind of research, that the public never gets to do it, they shouldn't be allowed to keep secrets when people's lives are on the line.
So,
because to be clear, if they make $40 billion.
It goes back to what I was saying earlier. Like, social media needs to be deemed of public utility. That's it. Like, this is a discussion we're having for the past several years. Is social media a public utility? I say yes, it is. It's private companies, but private companies that offer something that is of a public utility. Internet is not a public utility still. Actually, in the US, let me double check so I don't say something wrong. USA Internet public utility. It's some sort of thing, right? It's not a public utility in the sense of but there is this thing. There is this fucked up thing in the US. You know how everyone knows how the internet, the ISPs, the internet service providers in the US have near monopolies. I think you're just remembering the rule for what constitutes broadband. No, I'm thinking of the rule that that makes it so internet companies can have near monopolies in different states in the US. It has something to do with utilities, like being seen as a phone company or something. I don't remember the specifics. I'm so sorry. It's like very, very vague in my mind. That sounds like communism to me. A lot of the infrastructure was funded by the government. Yeah, it happens a lot here in Brazil, where you have to take a line to pay bills if you don't have any internet. So poor old people get fucked by not having access to stuff like that. Makes me sad. Yeah, like actually, going back to the China thing, and that's one interesting thing with how China modernized their infrastructure in regards to the internet. They pretty much have really, really good coverage of like 4G coverage and access to smartphones. So it's okay for them to have a lot of admin stuff go through online features. The whole WeChat or Alipay stuff being being on phones and with QR codes, etc. All that works really, really well with the infrastructure they set up, and they made it so it would be really, really cheap for people to have basic internet access. Pix is basically that here. Interesting. Name and not remembering specifics. Name a more iconic duo. Come on. I remember plenty of specifics, just not all of them. But you still need internet access. Yeah. Well, that's why I'm talking about the infrastructure. Like in China, they managed to make it so the internet access would be really, really cheap. God, I'm sounding like such a China shill today. I'm not. I swear. I'm okay with internet being deemed a public utility as well, and it obviously makes sense for it to be a public utility if online social media is a public utility. Then obviously the internet, the way you access it, is a public utility as well, right?
A year, they have the resources to solve these problems. They're choosing not to solve them.
Yeah. Didn't that surprise you? They wouldn't put more effort into this?
No,
because you know it's going to catch up with them eventually, right?
Yeah,
like
I mentioned earlier to Senator Hickenlooper, right? Coming in and having oversight might actually make Facebook a more profitable company 5 or 10 years from now, because toxicity, Facebook's own research shows they have something called an integrity holdout. These are people who don't get protections from integrity systems to see what happens to them. Right. And those people who deal with a more toxic, painful version of Facebook use Facebook less. And so one could reason a kinder, friendlier, more collaborative Facebook might actually have more users 5 years from now. So it's in everyone's interest.
Damn! Imagine being in the shadow version of Facebook. Imagine if Facebook does their A/B testing and they just dump you into the toxic book. What an experience that must be! Holy shit! Yeah, I just mean it needs to be that before social media, right? Would be fucked up if you had a public utility that a lot of people don't have access to. No, you could do the opposite. You could declare social media a public utility, and then, like, if you think about the lawmakers, to pass things you need political capital. Right now, there's political capital for regulating Facebook and social media. So you want to do that while you have the media attention on it, right? You need to do that fast. And then once you have it, then you make an argument, oh, by the way, since social media is a public utility now, let's talk about the internet. It's fucked up in the logic sense, but it makes perfect sense as a political praxis to do it in this order. You ride the wave of media attention on this that we're watching right now, and then you go deal with the internet stuff. Yo, you coming? Do not come. I mean, naming things, but that China has done good doesn't make you a China shill. Deep throating the CCP does. Yeah, but some people are really dumb about it, Skits. Some people, if you say one thing that China did good, oh no, you're a communist now. Neyman bad. True, actually. Neyman is bad. Dude, people are going tanties over a vaccine mandate, posting a "so this is how liberty dies" quote, comparing it to the Holocaust. This is crazy. Dude, the Holocaust comparisons with the vaccine mandate, holy shit. There's so many of them. It's so cringe. It's actually so deeply cringe. I can't deal with that.
I've got a bill, and there's a lot of bills that I think we've all talked about, but mine's called the Data Act. It's going to require express consent from users for large platforms to use algorithms on somebody.
Nuance is dead. I'm a totalitarian, communist, anarchist, Nazi now. Good.
Everything about us and go sell it. Like Hallie send things.
Oh, by the way, while I have your guys' attention, a reminder that this week, our stream is sponsored by a very, very special game called Raid Shadow Legends. As you see in the bottom left corner of the stream, we have had 20 tutorial completions. That means I will be getting $400 from Plarium, Raid Shadow Legends developer, for those 20 tutorial completions. If we get 10 more tutorial completions, I will get another $200. We'll get the $600. Every tutorial, if you haven't done it yet, every tutorial completion using my affiliate code in Twitch chat, !raid, will help me get to the 30 tutorial completion goal. If you haven't done it yet, please do it. And it'll take you 10 minutes of your time maximum, and it'll support the stream. It'll be immense support. And as a special goal, if we reach 30 tutorial completions, I'm going to do a workout on stream. Great link. I know, right? It's a beautiful link. It's the best link. Incredible. I love it. Just copy paste it. I know it's fucked. Great link, incredible. Yeah, it's beautiful. It's the best link ever. Even Donald Trump would admit that this link is better than his links. That's how good it is. That's how good Raid Shadow Legends is. Elysium, have you ever wanted to try out Raid Shadow Legends? This is your chance. By doing the tutorial, you help me out. Okay, I'm done. The shill moment over.
To us?
But if you want to see me do an IRL workout session, you know what to do. Or if you want to just support me. Elysium, when is stream? Never. Elysium is dead. Wait. Oh, by the way, while I have Elysium's attention here, Best Boy's attention. What? Hey, thank you. I see someone's gained their raid on. Where's Valheim? There it is. Update queued. Elysium. Debate time. When? You, me, in the arena, debating usage of mercenaries in Afghanistan. Name, are you coming? Wait, what? Oh fuck, we have Lib Praxis today? Fuck, I'm an idiot. I thought you were still on vacation, Chinchilla. Oops. I'm so sorry. Okay. I guess I'm coming. What's the subject? Oh no. Hello.
Of Russia actually using it as leverage, or even referring to past examples. There's no like history, then logic, then this is what's going to happen. It's just, ooh, I'm scared. Some analysts.
Yeah, kind of felt like fear mongering ish. Like honestly, I do understand that there are some merits to say like they need to become more independent and stuff like that. But this also the stat that they used was like putting like Russia and Norway together for like gas imports, and therefore making it so that it looks like 90% of all our gas is like from Russia. Well, it was like it's like they weasel that in. Do you understand? Like I thought that was kind of sus, kind of weird because obviously like,
That's sus.
it's not like Norway is gonna like blackmail the EU. That would be ridiculous.
Can you really trust Norway?
I
No,
never trust a Nord.
That's the reason why they aren't like fully within the EU, because we don't trust them. That's the reason. Nothing else. Nothing else. No other.
I can stream name out.
So
Alright,
Gambit
see you,
messaged
Roser.
me. He's saying
I'm a professional streamer.
Is in a sec. That being said, name, how have you been?
I've been good, and you? I've been.
Yeah. I saw like you are doing like a lot of React content. Is that because I was 1 week away and now you gotta you literally you did a React content to somebody that's already reacting to something.
Absolutely, that's the best content.
Yeah.
The laziest content.
Yeah, but you are planning on doing more YouTube, or?
I don't know. It's just honestly, it's just what works as well. Like the way I feel is it's not necessarily about the actually reacting as much as it's having some background noise and just chatting with people. And having like something to fall back on to talk with if like conversation dies out.
Like it would be like super cool if like suddenly you get picked up by the algorithm or Chow or something like that on YouTube, and then suddenly you become big, and then you say like, well, I cannot come on the podcast because you're a bunch of nobodies. So
nah, I think I can't. I don't know for you guys, but if I would love to share the fame. What the fuck?
Fucking cloud chaser.
Cloud chaser.
Cloud.
I'm just here to see Best Boy. That's
I'm
what
not quite
we're
sure
all
if
here for.
Gambit understands what he needs to, or.
Well, I mean, I hear Neyman can tell us about the Holocaust, right? Wait.
Yeah, what was that?
Oh God. What? Wait, why are we? What did I say about the Holocaust? What are we talking about?
Whoa! Wait!
I don't know.
Yeah, you gotta tell us.
I know.
What were you saying?
What
were you saying, Neyman?
Are you scared? You sound like a bit hesitant to share what you were talking
No,
about
okay.
before. What's going on? We were just asking questions.
You're just asking questions, yeah. No, what just
we're
happened
just
now?
asking how you're doing.
Just asking questions. Let's talk about this.
No, someone was. It's the classic like anti-vax thing where people the stupid like vaccine mandates are the same thing as the Holocaust memes that like anti-vaxxers have been sharing, and I was just being outraged at that.
Okay.
Because it's fucking cringe when people do that.
Then it's not that sus as we thought it was. Because like earlier on, you said like all politicians love kids, and I thought that was like Like,
It's because this fucking Facebook hearing, every single senator needs to virtue signal so fucking hard. They spent like out of 3 hours, they somehow spend like 2 hours and 45 minutes talking about fucking kids. Every senator needs to like, oh, so. Yeah, little girls go on Instagram and have poor body image, and they like talk about it for 20 minutes, and the next senator is, oh yeah, did you know that little girls go on Instagram and have poor body image? Like, yes, we've heard
Public
it.
hearings are literally virtue signaling.
Yeah, they are. It's so it's so bad.
Okay.
Let's be fair. I think that Ted Cruz is just projecting. It's like,
the cruise part was funny. He's such a piece of shit. I enjoyed that one.
What I loved about like Ted Cruz is that the once he actually at like 4 a.m. in the morning or 2 a.m. in the morning, he shared like you know how you have on Pornhub, you have like a share button.
Yeah.
But that's the scariest shit in the whole world, because if you click that, everybody can see the fucking porn you're into. So basically, Ted Cruz like shared like a porn link of like stepsister banging, blah blah blah.
I think it was some stepmom thing, but I don't remember exactly.
Yeah. Anyways, so he did that in 1 a.m. in the morning. So he didn't notice until he woke up, right? And then it was like, no, my intern did that, and blah blah blah. And I thought it was so funny.
Yeah. My account got hacked.
So yeah, I don't know where Gambit is right now. Like I messaged him, and he said literally said, "I will be joining." 5 minutes ago. So
ban him.
I don't know. Anyways, like yeah, it would be kind of weird to start it off like if we don't have like like Gambit here, because then you will have like an introduction, and then can I have an introduction again? That being said, is like any like recent news that piqued your guys' interest?
Yeah, yesterday I was talking about, no, not yesterday, 2 days ago I was talking about Facebook, it being shut down as well as the whistleblower, and what was happening in Taiwan and in China with the planes and stuff.
Okay.
You guys covered that?
What were your takes?
What's been happening with the planes?
There's been a lot of them, right? That's about it.
Yeah, record breaking is like the big highlight, and what pretty much started it, this particular incursion. US sells weapons to Taiwan. China doesn't like that. China then flies over a lot of planes over Taiwan airspace, and Taiwan doesn't like that, and then everybody's pointing fingers at each other, blaming each other. That's pretty much the gist. And the take is the United States has been like selling weapons to Taiwan for a very, very long time, and China has been doing the planes flying over Taiwanese airspace for a very, very long time. To me, this is more so just like a continuation of what has been the trend. And is there, in a way, escalation? Yes, because there's been an increase of sales, there's been an increase of the planes being flown over, there's been an increase of fear and anxiety within that region, but it hasn't gone over to the tipping point in which it's escalated to like, oh, it's a big fucking deal, there's going to be a war, things like that. I saw another article recently that the Taiwanese defense minister, something like that, predicted or said something along the lines of, if something isn't done, China is going to be prepared to invade Taiwan by like 2025. So I guess like there's that time scale, but then I didn't read the article. I have no idea what it's based off, if it's just like angst, because that's just how it is. But for the most part, I still continue my position of, I don't think China is going to invade Taiwan, because invading Taiwan nets like a negative gain rather than anything positive. I still hold that position.
But you gotta finish the revolution.
Just give me 1 second. Be right back.
You and your revolution.
I mean, hey, if we can loop back to a conversation from like 3 weeks ago and keep running in circles, why can't China loop back to an invasion in 5 years? All right.
How do you guys feel about the Twitch leaks?
I don't know. I was really surprised to see you're grossing like 6 figures per month, Elysium. Holy shit.
Oh, no one was supposed to notice that. Okay.
Yeah,
Good
at least
job.
Naaman comes out and is like, "Yo, I'll share my fame." What are you doing, Elysium?
Yeah.
I'm just playing MMOs. Okay. It's very
Oh,
important.
are you playing New World?
Yeah.
Oh shit. Is it good?
It's pretty good. I mean, it's not like amazing, but the PvP is fun, and that's all I care about.
Okay. It looks pretty scuffed, honestly.
There's some scuffed elements, but it's fun.
Okay. Well, as long as you're having fun.
Yeah.
Of course, if we're gonna bring up the Twitch leaks, Hassan's net gain.
Oh, he's making mad.
He's making that dough.
Yeah.
Hypocrite, or is it okay? Is a $3 million house okay? Is socialism with no house?
I think you can be a successful businessman and a socialist because we live in a society.
Well, okay, I agree with that sentiment entirely. You can be a successful person and a socialist. The idea that you cannot be like hypocritical doesn't follow that, because I think Hassan's very much hypocritical, not because he's making a lot of money, but because of what he does with that, or more accurately, the lack of what he does with that.
What really surprised me is that how much like Central Committee is making, and like how he's still like portraying himself as like a man of the people or like a poor dude. Like I think that's like at some point it's like really hard for like I think for left-leaning content creators to pretty much like if they earn money, right? It's like it's a struggle for them, right? But it's like what are you going to do as like a content creator that is on the left that makes a lot of money? How would you address that like without being hypocrite then?
I know. I would like to see like if they first off I think people often overestimate like how important money is. Like I have mad respect for when Destiny went to do the like canvassing stuff, like actual on the ground IRL political praxis stuff. That's like giving your time. So few people are going to be willing to give their time to use their clout to actually enact political action. And like if you do that, I don't give a shit that you like aren't donating $10,000 to your local party. You're contributing so much more by doing stuff like that. But then also like obviously if you make like a couple donations, then you're also helping out, right? Advance your ideas.
Yeah, Gambit, are you there by the way? Nope.
Happening.
Nope.
Or closer.
Closer. He's
I'm
in
sorry.
trouble.
No, I had to run downstairs real quick. I'm back now.
Okay, welcome. Yeah, I think one of these things, like being like a political activist while you are a Twitch streamer, I think Destiny actually like he could have been more in the background. I think with the Gurjo campaign, and that would probably be more beneficial.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's and then if you are more in the background, nobody sees you are doing stuff. So then people will assume you're not doing anything. So then everybody still calls you a hypocrite, and then it's like you got to show where you donate money or stuff, and then
Yeah,
like, it's like weird as fuck. So yeah,
it's hard, but I think it's doable.
Yeah. So welcome. So let's start off with the actual topic of today. But before we do that, Gambit, thank you for joining us. I much appreciate it. Maybe you want to do a little introduction about yourself, and then we start off with the topic.
Yeah, so I am GSU Gambit. I am a software architect by trade, I've been in software engineering for almost a decade now. Not quite a decade, but really, really close. So yeah, primarily I do software engineering. I'm gonna start doing software engineering content on my channel, but right now all I do is stream about either politics or play some games. So yeah, that's pretty much me. That's enough.
Okay, yeah. So welcome. So basically, what we do is like we have like a liberal podcast. That's why it's called Lib Praxis. Um, it's kind of in the name. You yourself said you were liberal, or you someone along those lines. Like, where do you stand, like in the political spectrum?
hmm
Yeah.
Yes. So yeah, I am a well, sock dem liberal somewhere in the mix between there. I advocate for forms of free education. I advocate for UBI. I'm like one of the biggest Andrew Yang supporters you're gonna find. And I advocate for public option or at least some sort of change to our healthcare system to help more people. So yeah, I'm a pretty much a liberal sock dem somewhere in there.
Not to derail, but how do you feel about Yang's libertarian meme?
I am not familiar. What do you mean? Oh, people are calling him libertarian?
Now he said he's leaving the Democrat Party, becoming a
Oh,
libertarian.
I have this must have happened like what probably in like the last 3 months or so.
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
yeah, I mean there are some things about the Democratic Party that we like and we don't like. I'm not sure of what his essential reasons for leaving are. I assume that maybe some of the dude, I can't think of the name right now. Uh, super delegates and delegates. I'm not sure. I'd have to look at his reasons on why he's
Okay.
switching, but I
Yeah, no
assume
problem.
that there are less obstacles for him if he was to have a population that likes him. But yeah, I have to look into the merits of it. I understand that there are disruptive things about the Democratic Party. So I'm not necessarily beheld to the Democratic Party, even though I push for left-leaning policy that probably only the Democratic Party would try and ratify. So, yeah.
No problem. Cool.
Like, honestly, this sounds. I didn't know about this. Like, this sounds sad because this basically means the end of Yang. Because
True.
like he just committed Sudoku, on a political level it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, but yeah, let's get into the topic. So what we generally do here is we pick a topic from the four of us, and we're going to talk about that. This week, however, we changed it up a little bit because I thought I would be interested to have a Gambit on. I provided a topic that Chow thought was shit. So Chow brought up another topic. So I will give the floor to Chow to introduce the topic, and then from there we can look into what we want to talk about, and we can do opening statements about that. Is that fine? Yeah. Okay. Chow, go ahead. Chow is muted.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
I'm not muted. I'm push
Oh.
block. I totally forgot. Fuck my life. Poor
Okay.
streamer. So, color blindness is the topic for today, and start with the definition of it. It's rooted in the belief that racial group membership and race-based differences should not be taken into account when decisions are made, impressions are formed, and behaviors are enacted. So it's pretty much when you see somebody who is of color, you try to judge them or behave as if you didn't even know of their color or you didn't even get that impression. So, and then like this idea is if we can't see color, then we can't use color as a basis for discrimination or racism or prejudice and things like that. Now, and like this could kind of be my opening position, my opening statement is that I don't like color blindness because I think while it is noble in its intentions and what it tries to do, the fact of the matter is that especially in today's society as well as just in a way like natural to humans, it is impossible for us to not see color, and it is ingrained in our society to kind of to like, I guess, in a way, have implicit biases and things like that. Um, and then for the most part, colorblindness policies especially does not address the legacies of, say, slavery or racist policies that were formed before that have legacy effects to this day, et cetera, et cetera. An alternative to colorblindness is multiculturalism, which is an approach to diversity in which group differences are openly discussed, considered, and even highlighted. But even that has its own downfalls because it could make, say, white people feel pretty bad in a way they may think in a zero sum game, in that other people's successes are happening to the detriment of their own identity and things like that. Is that pretty good?
Yeah. So
Sick.
in that case, let's do just general statements around this topic. Let's go to Elysium and then.
Sure. Okay. I have a pretty strong opening statement, which I usually don't.
Wow.
Yeah. So I don't know. When I initially before this, I kind of like, okay. There's a lot of idealism built into this topic. I feel like that I come from, but like so like initially I would think colorblind policies are like the goal that society should be striving towards. But my strong statement, going over some of the stuff is I think the like really only acceptable answer around this thing is to have both. And it seems to go with just one or the other seems to just be worse. Was kind of the outcome that I came to.
Okay. I got some left by somebody chat. Okay. Okay, let's go to Nate then.
All right, I have it's something I've been thinking a lot about in the past few years, because as much as in the US you talk openly and you discuss openly all sorts of racial and identity issues. Those are very central to American political discourse, and the approaches taken to policymaking with statistics from crime to socioeconomics, all taking into account racial diversity. Here in France, where I live, the very usage of the word race is within official contexts is illegal. There is no such thing as racial identity in French lawmaking or French administration. Those concepts have been barred from existence for basically the consequences of the Second World War. It was so shocking that basically French society decided to go full on into colorblindness and enshrine it into law. So I just think it's interesting to discuss it, because we have real world examples of a society that is very much the opposite of colorblindness and a society that has chosen to embrace it completely. Now, personally, I think there can be a lot of nuance in the topic. As far as the extreme positions go, colorblindness as an extreme position, in many ways, I agree with how Senpai Chao described it. I would simply put it with a French expression, which is called doing the ostrich. Well, in English, you'd say sticking your head in the sand. You pretend that if you don't see the problems, they don't exist. Well, they actually still exist. On the other hand, when you make everything about identity all the time, well, the reality is everyone has a multitude of identities, and it can become divisive instead of uniting us into solving our society's problems. I think to sadly go with kind of a both sides opening, I kind of see both sides on at least when criticizing the extreme forms of those positions.
Okay, thank you, centrist name. So let's go to Gambit.
Yeah, so I take a different stance than some on this. So I've listened to individuals like Coleman Hughes and quite a few other people on their aspirations around color blindness. I kind of think it's a fool's game. I think that obviously there are people that represent phenotypically in our population differently. And as I think Chow was saying, we're going to notice those differences, right? Our eyes have been evolved to notice differences of the electromagnetic spectrum, right? So we're going to see these things, and the goal is that we want people to judge people based off the content of their character. I don't think there's a way we can legislate these things, though. I think that we have to attempt to push people to have less and less implicit biases when it comes to things like race. But I think understanding the categories also allows us to do research. If we're not able to in a legal sense or in a political sense express race, there's no way to understand when racial discrimination or systemic oppression, things like that are happening. So I think we would disable our ability to defeat racist ideology if we were to adopt somewhat of a system that's completely colorblind. So I think that it's an admirable goal. I think we should all want to achieve that in the end, where we look at each other and we have no preconceived notions and we all treat each other as equal people based off character. But I think that there are historic reasons, especially in the American context, on why we shouldn't do those things. We can see throughout history, there's been things done to Black people specifically because they're Black. There's been policies created that exclude Black people specifically because they're Black. So to me, the idea of not specifically helping Black people after all of the historic tragedies, to me is a bit dismissive of reality. But we'll talk in open, I'm sure.
Okay, who cares to respond to anything anybody said?
Yeah, I'll start.
go.
So, Gambit, you said that we can't legislate, like specifically what making society more diverse or less racist and things like that. But then also went on to say that, uh, that in history, because we did have policies that targeted certain groups of people, that it would be dismissive if we didn't address those. How
Mhm.
does those two things go together?
Yeah, I'm happy you asked that. I should have definitely elucidated that more. By saying we can't legislate away racism, I'm talking about the implicit biases or overtly racist biases that people hold in their heart, right? We can't change the hearts and minds necessarily of individuals, and individuals through in-group biases and blah 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 will always can always, I shouldn't say will, can always create structures that discriminate against the outgroup in ways that are legal. So I'm not saying that we shouldn't have as many colorblind policies as possible. I'm saying that we still have to understand this concept to look for in-group biases and see if there's a group of people that are being disproportionately treated differently because they don't belong to the in-group. So yeah, I wasn't necessarily saying we can't take strides against like things like redlining and changing how banks have to operate. And I 100% agree that there are aspects of racism that we can legislate against. I was talking more specifically about
Mhm.
the emotional or interpersonal feeling.
Elysian?
Um, this isn't like super relevant, but um, the idea that like because we can identify people based off of race means that race always has to be important to how we view each other. Like that is inherently true. I don't know if I agree. Like the idea that it's impossible to not see past color eventually in society. Um,
Well,
yeah,
I don't
there you go.
I didn't necessarily say it's
No, yeah,
impossible.
yeah,
Well, it is impossible to not see color.
but for
It's
that not to matter.
possible. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's possible to get around the implicit like uh, small example, when I see older white ladies and we're going to an elevator, they think they're gonna be robbed, right? Those type of implicit
Yeah.
biases, people can rid themselves of. But,
Mhm.
I'm saying that they're all like, we can see each other, that we represent different phenotypically, but that shouldn't decide any, like, stereotypes or preconceived notions. So, yeah, it's true that I'm saying that we'll always see color, but I don't think that we have to have the baggage that comes with what happens today.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Gambit, those white ladies in the elevator, that's pretty explicit.
What do you
Yeah.
mean?
As in,
Right.
like, their racism is pretty explicit at that point. It's no longer implicit anymore.
Yeah, for
Uh,
sure.
but then I kind of want to talk about what Elysium was saying in that how we see race is socially constructed because we categorize people by the color of their skin, but we don't categorize people by, say, the color of our eyes. Some people have done that actually in history, but for the most part, okay, it's done by race. So then we've chosen this category and we've chosen how we want to categorize. There's like a lot of different ways in which we could identify, say, a black person, but it's like based on like how dark and how light skinned they are. In some countries, they do that. In history, they
Hmm.
definitely done that. Especially like what like the Mexican people back then, it was like either Creole. If you were darker, you were worse off. If you were lighter, you were like seen as higher in status and things like that. So
Hmm.
that's how constructed it is, and I do see how it's not inherently true that we see each other in color and by our races, but it's like one of the first things that we do see when we do look at people is the color of their skin. And that is something that I don't think will ever go away. That is really strong in our impressions. And if you wanted to look at
Why?
like the psychology of how people view other people, yeah, that seems to be true.
Okay, so you just acknowledge as a social construct. Why do you think it's never going to go away?
I don't think it's going to go away because I think it's pretty ingrained, not only in our society, but just in our human psychology.
Yeah, one of the tricky things about the word social construct is there's this seems to be bias on the left that because things are socially constructed, they're easy to modify. I think
Hmm.
there are social constructions that point to underlying realities, and it's not as easy as to say, well, we'll just redefine this. And I think a lot of my friends on the left, and I'm not saying you for sure, but a lot of my friends think that the the math of just redefining is enough to change hearts and minds. We see this with gender specifically right now, right? Gender has changed quite a bit in the past few decades, and we can say that that's a good thing, but we can also see that just simply redefining this doesn't carry along half of our country, right? So it's true that these things
Well,
are socially constructed, but it's not true that if we redefine them, the world will just march with us and step, right?
Elysium.
um, I understand what you're saying there, but I'd probably like generally disagree because I think the gender example is really good. Gender has changed a bunch, and though maybe like the current movement of like self ID and stuff, and different broadenings of gender are still contentious, but like the idea that women are allowed in the workforce, of gender equality and stuff like these things have become very ingrained and very established. The like social construction of gender relations has absolutely been normalized in a completely different way. And not that it's not hard to do, but like doesn't that point that like big changes in
So
um yeah, like are entirely possible.
no, I think we missed each other a little bit. What I was specifically referencing was like the transgender movement, not necessarily male female. I think
Okay.
uh those that conception of gender has been intact, and yes, we've granted more access to our system to women. I think the concept of woman and man or male and female have existed for quite a long time. So that was
Mhm.
like a uh, uh, access situation, right? Women didn't have access to things, and as a society, we decided, hey, it's really good to give women access, so we gave women access, right? I think that's a bit different from the divorcing of sex and gender, and now having it where you can self ID gender. I think that's a bit more of a radical change to
Yeah, totally.
redefining, and that's what I was saying, part of our
Yeah,
population
that's a
is
huge radical change, but I don't think we don't need to redefine race or anything like that. We don't need to not see people's race. It just comes down to how we treat, like, people,
yeah,
essentially, right?
but yeah, but how would
And
you
that's a
how
lot
would you
easier to
say
manage.
how would you say we would achieve that? Like, so you pointed out that race was a social construct to Chow. I'm trying to understand when you say race is a social construct, what about that? What exactly would you change in order to
Yeah, yeah.
achieve
And
your
I
goal?
just, so not that race being a social construct is what mattered in that, but acknowledging that how we treat different races is like a very social thing. It's socially constructed. So I don't
Okay,
think we
that
need to change anything about like how we define race or how we like see race at all. It's just like the stereotypes, the treatment, and the categorization of people as non-individuals, as members of their race instead, is something that society can definitely shift on without much changes in how society interacts with the world.
okay. Let's go to name.
Yeah, I just wanted to add to the discussion. I see one concrete way where that could happen in a somewhat like near attainable future is if other identities supersede racial identities. I think it's really interesting when we see like contemporary conservative circles have like a really prominent like people of color or like when Milo Yiannopoulos was like still gay. Those are the kinds of things that wouldn't have happened in more traditional conservative circles. I feel like what we see there is only partially. Obviously, there's still a lot of really racist and really homophobic, etc. People who are part of those circles. But what we see there is the identity of, say, being like really patriotic, really nationalistic, buying into the like more libertarian views, etc. Like those things that are really important in American conservatism. Those supersede the other identities. So if one identity, say like national pride, becomes more important than other identities, then the color doesn't really matter as long as you show the tenets of this more important identity. I think that's one way where like a shifting society could lead to the different perceptions not mattering that much anymore.
I kind of think that that's what the Republican Party espouses, but when you look at instances of legislation that they advocate for, they are more nefarious, right? Like,
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
like one example, the North Carolina voting law that got struck down by the Supreme Court, right? They requested demographic data on the voters, and then I think they surgically created policy based off the data that they saw to exclude forms of civic engagement of Black people, right? So,
Yeah.
like, yes, they can say, yeah, if you're nationalistic, if you believe in personal responsibility, then yeah, we're all for you. But we can look at like instances of legislation that have been pushed for or passed, and we can see that there is a deeper, more nefarious element to some of the Republican Party. So, and I would
Absolutely.
say having colorful, I don't know what the opposite of colorblind is, a colorful view allows us to understand that and contest that in things like court.
Yeah,
Perhaps multicultural is what
Yeah,
you're looking for.
I thought it was like I think colorful.
Yeah.
That sounds like pretty good. Like honestly, like if you say like colorful, everybody is going to be on board with you. If you say like multiculturalism, it doesn't sound that catchy, right? But fair enough. But let's go to name and then go to.
Yeah, I just wanted to respond. I absolutely didn't want to, just to make things clear, I didn't want to characterize the like Republican Party as not pushing racist policies and stuff like that. I was just talking about the image that they project. And I like your point. It was actually something I wanted to maybe throw in earlier when we were still talking about legislation. I 100% agree that one of the things that actually looking at law through a identity perspective is it's really important, because sometimes laws look really good on paper. I think one of the best examples is in the US, whenever Republicans push for ID voting. On paper, it's great, right? If obviously you want people to identify themselves when they vote, that makes perfect sense intellectually. But in practice, once you understand the consequences of it on different demographics in voter bases, it doesn't work. Because, well, the U.S. is a country where you don't need to have a piece of ID, and it costs a lot of money. But that's the reality of lawmaking in the U.S. and in every other country. Like countries that will go too far in the colorblindness will absolutely be blind to those kinds of practices. Where something is phrased generically, but it actually affects a specific minority much more than the rest of the population. I 100% agree.
Okay, let's go to Chow.
Yeah, and then it just so happens that whenever we want to qualify the national IDs policy with it has to be free, it has to be automatic, like automatically mailed to people once they turn 18, then all of a sudden we can't do that. We can't compromise because I guess like Republicans just become mask off at that point. But anyways, did want to mention a little bit of what Naaman was talking about before, in that other identities could supersede racial identity, and I really think the United States is at least in like this experiment of multiculturalism and it being the melting pot of the world and really espousing civic nationalism besides any other nationalism. It's a nationalism for government and those values, which in America, it's liberty, freedom, no, excuse me, liberty, democracy, and equality. But especially in recent history, race identity as well as racial tensions has been like really compounded, not just because of current events, but I think also because it's politically viable. So then we have the Republican Party, which will continuously, and conservatives will continuously talk about immigrants coming over, they're taking away your jobs. Oh, the reason why you're in economic disparity is because those jobs were shipped overseas for people of like of other colors, minorities, and things like that. So and then there's so much of that anxiety and people eat that up because it's an us versus them situation. They're on a team. And so I'm just not sure how like even in the United States, a lot of people are questioning whether or not the experiment is working, whether or not being a melting pot is actually viable.
Who's questioning that? What does that even mean?
I'm just talking about people in general.
Okay, cool. Never mind. Okay.
You want to react? Go ahead, Gambit.
Yeah, no, I wanted. Did you wanted to add to that, Isian?
No, it's fine.
Oh, yeah. So man, this is one of those things that like can keep you up at night. Like historically, we didn't have access somewhat to live like we do today. Urbanization, bunch of other factors. We kind of live like in secluded little tribes, and we had our tribalism, but most of your tribe was at least phenotypically the same as you, right? And I think what Chow is correctly pointing out is that America is like the attempt to say we don't have to live that way. At least uh, more contemporary America, but we don't have to live this way. We can all live together, and despite our differences, we can, collect around symbolic things like a flag, and we can have peace and live amongst each other. It's a admirable goal for sure. I'm all for it. I think it we should be to a point where access to information and things like that are so easy that some of our um some of our biases can be eliminated, but with access to information as we have today, and then you also have anti-vaxxers, right? So just because you have access to more information doesn't always mean you're going to have access to correct information. So I think it's a good call out on whether our evolutionary tendencies can be avoided and we can all live together in kumbaya. uh, yeah, so I think it's a fair question to ask. It's like it's at the core of like some of our beliefs, so it seems scary that it's actually like a thing to be debated or disputed or to be confronted. But I think it's a fair question. And
Do you
of course,
guys have like like you guys are both asking this question. Do you guys have a position that you take on it? Do you think we can overcome our
I
evolutionary tendencies here?
I do, but I'm honestly becoming less optimistic. So in my personal life, I advocate for as much cultural integration as possible. But when I look at the obstacles that we face, in our larger society, it's not clear to me that we're not just tricking ourselves into thinking that this is more possible than it actually is.
Sure. Can you give some examples of what you mean by that?
Systemic biases and like the I like looking at our so let's take an example. Okay, Vietnam War. Black and white people go to war, people come back, black people are systemically denied access to the GI Bill and things like that, right? So that's a
Uh-huh.
concrete example of there being a inequality of economics between two groups, and one of those groups that has more economic power abusing another group, like solely based because there's an inequality of power. And we know that we'll never have equal distribution of the I don't even think we should try to advocate for that, but we'll never have an equal distribution. So there will be certain groups that are more powerful than other groups. And our virtuous goal is that despite those differences, we would treat people that don't belong to our group the same. And I don't
Mhm.
think I don't think there's a lot of precedent to say that we should be optimistic in that regard. Yeah.
Okay, Elysium.
Um, I understand what you're saying that it's not perfect, but when you say there's no precedent that we should be optimistic for it, don't we see a massive trend in that direction? I mean,
Yeah, I
okay.
I I agree that it's potentially true that most common folk have the shared interests as we do of multiculturalism, but that doesn't mean that those that wield like power in our society have those same goals. And that's how we can see like, oh, I'm not going to support all schools. I'm gonna base education off property taxes. So my affluent neighborhood has the best schools and
Do
fuck everybody else, right? So like,
do you think that was done with that intention?
that's a great question. I would I would say that there are obvious economic reasons why you could say it could be done, right? Like every wanting I have my community, we have our set of rules. The pool of money that we raise will be for the schools immediately in our vicinity. So I can
Mhm.
be sympathetic to the position of that's potentially why these things could have been constructed, right? But when you layer that on top of redlining and the like
Yeah.
os- ostracization of a different group of people away from your neighborhood, that's when it becomes a bit of a
So I'm not
different
saying that
picture.
it's not a problem. Yeah, and, like, we can have systemic
What
problems and things, but, like,
well, your question specifically to me was, do I think there were any racial motivating factors?
yeah,
And I don't think is clear to say that there isn't or there wasn't, right? And
okay.
we notice these problems today, and there doesn't seem to be large political appeal to modifying that.
Wait, is it one of, like, the biggest or one of a large political issue to find a better way to fund our
Do
things?
you
To
do,
group it by states maybe instead of by, um,
do you think that appeal is
property
a part
tax?
of do you think that appeal is a proper conversation on our political spectrum or in our online circles? I would say that it's far more like we're far more sympathetic to that position in a conversation like this. But
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
this
there's
is
do you think there's anything we could point to in our wider culture that would lend us to believe that this is something that's at least we're making big strides on? Is there because maybe I'm ignorant of examples that are happening. I'm not saying that I'm the like whole knowledge seeker of this topic.
uh-huh.
So yeah, are
Um,
there
I think there I'd have to look at to see what examples, but I think that's definitely something that's moving. Think of, like, unrelated examples, but, um I don't know.
Universities,
and
for one, have been making really great pushes in multiculturalism and diversity, really talking about that in the classrooms and making it like a campus-wide policy. At least I know in my university, it just so happens that universities are like full of liberal-minded thinkers. So then that becomes, I guess, like in a way, a really good environment to push like society in that direction, because then the people who then graduate from university, they then be a part of society, they get the jobs and they move up, things like that.
Yeah.
So
No, go ahead.
yeah, so Chow, we are 1 hour in, and you managed to say something
That was
about
a new
education.
record.
So
Come
this is a new
on.
record. It's a new record. So good job, man. So
We're
what? Yeah, Elise,
no,
you
man,
would
say,
say
say, I think.
no. So what I wanted to ask you guys, like, would you give us like one example, like or two or multiple, basically on like policy that you would implement uh, based on multiculturalism, which you think would be better for the US? Like honestly, like I'm from the Netherlands, so I'm not gonna talk for the US on this one. So do you guys have like an example on what kind of policy there should be implemented when it comes to multiculturalism?
Should we be
Yeah, okay, I'll
of
take this.
intolerant?
Or I'll start. And this is getting
no.
we're like dancing around one of the
Short
things I want to
answer, no.
talk about pretty early on too is there's like I think we have two interesting ideals at play. Because I think when we get to legally, the idea of like legal color blindness before the law, I think is very integral, and like very good. And so like we have like on our justice side, I think we want it to be very colorblind. But then like on our social side, I think we need both very heavily. So an example of this I think comes up pretty evidently is affirmative action that gets talked about a lot. And I think it's a great example of where we could see we would want both a blanket colorblind policy around poverty, so that people of different income brackets can have access to education, and have government programs that allow these people to have access to education because they don't financially they can't support themselves to do it. So like grants instead of loans to poverty brackets, and then on top of that, like because you do want to give education to the entire populace, but you also want to address systemic inequalities that we have, you do want some affirmative action that's based off of other factors, primarily race in this topic. But race and gender seem to be the two biggest ones in America, and we can go more in that because it'll come up again probably later. But you also want a race-based affirmative action to give education to people who have been systemically oppressed.
Okay, Chow, I saw you making an ugly face earlier.
That's not
so-
what affirmative action does. Affirmative action is when you have two candidates and one so happens to be a person of color, the other person is, say, white, they have the same scores, and under the university admissions policies, when they have to like give one spot to either one of them and it's like the last spot, then the preference is that it goes to the person of color.
Yeah.
So
Wait, how's that not exactly what I'm saying?
Because like, so here's the thing is that like it's increasing education, which it doesn't. It just gives the person of color an advantage to getting to the school that they prefer, whereas going into like a safety school or community college. So one could argue that in a way it's one higher quality education, because who would want to enroll in their preferred school that is not of higher quality? Okay, I could probably give you that. But then is this necessarily going to be like increasing the amount of people of that color, of that race, to be going to school, or actually like going through primary education, middle school, high school, in quality, with quality, or like them actually like having aspirations to get educated? So then that's kind of my contention on your
Even
affirmative
even if we
action point.
granted that, what would be the problem? Like I would disagree with that, but even if that was true, how wouldn't the difference in quality of education, social groups, access, influence? How would all these things be important too?
So those, how about this? I'm going to answer the problem. There's not necessarily a problem in of itself of the affirmative action point, but more so that I think it doesn't address the entirety of the issue, or like it's like a half measure. It's
Yeah.
not even a half measure. It's less than that.
Okay, what would you want that addresses the entirety of the issue? Because I never claimed, and I would never claim that affirmative
True.
action addresses the entirety of any systemic racist issue. But I would
Yeah,
say it's a
I
good
won't.
policy to have.
Yeah, I won't hold you against that. So then, to answer a question, then would be to uh, implement policies that addresses the quality of, I say, like primary education. I think that is where things are going down in the United States. Our secondary education is like top class in the world. Everybody around the world wants to go to a university in the United States or some other university that's comparable in like the Western world or like China or Japan, things like that. Okay, that's where like a lot of our education is focused on, or at least like where we take our pride in.
Sure,
But then when
that's
it
totally fine.
comes
Yeah.
to
So,
primary
what would you do
education,
for primary?
so when it comes to primary education, that's not really like something that I would say the United States has put a lot of focus on. So then, like, a lot of schools are really dependent on their funding from local taxes, property taxes. And
Yeah.
so then depending on where the school actually is and what families are living around that school area,
Yeah.
then you're going to see like a
Hi,
huge
Melon.
disparity in funding between the
Hello,
two.
cutie.
And then this is going to affect whether or not classrooms are going to be supplied. This is going to affect class sizes, the quality of teachers, et cetera, et cetera. So
Uh-huh.
then like having policies that addresses the inequality in school funding would be something that, for example, I would want to address. And then there are other things such as the Department of Education not being well funded, the issue of like education actually like being really, really expensive all across the board. Like these are like a lot of the barriers that do not allow people of color in particular,
You're not allowed
because
to
people
lie,
of
Melon.
color tend to
You
be
are a cutie.
less well off than white people. Those are barriers to education. And if those barriers aren't addressed, then we're not going to be seeing like an increase of people, or at least like not a big increase of people going into higher education.
Yeah, for sure.
Gambit?
100%. No, yeah, 100%. And that's what I was bringing up earlier. And then I think, yeah, y'all did start talking about college, but that was one of the things I wanted to point out. Everything that Child just said is like, just I would regurgitate that. Like, yeah, like having affirmative action at the college level, that is a act of trying to ensure multiculturalism, which I think is good. Um, but that doesn't do anything for the problem of primary schools and property taxes and
Yeah.
preparation for secondary school.
Agreed.
So, how about in France, Nate? Like you mentioned that they are colorblind.
Yep.
So, how does that work when it comes to like schools and that kind of stuff? Is that a
It's
problem or?
Well, that's the weird thing, is that since we don't have statistics, it goes back to what Gambit was saying earlier. If you don't have the statistics, the tools that the sociologists, that lawmakers use to understand what are the issues happening, you don't know if there are issues happening. You can't have a statistic on how many people of color make it into the better schools in France. You have like an ersatz of that where you do have statistics, for example, about foreigners who make it into schools. That's perfectly legal. That's a legal identity to make statistics on. But whether those foreigners are black, white, North African, Middle Eastern, Asian, or any more specific identity, you have no fucking clue. So because of that, it's just hard to tell. In general, the impression I have, and a lot of people that I guess are more left-leaning in France have, is that there are profound systemic issues. There are... Oh, shit, we lost Chinchilla. Oh, he's back. There are... last year, there was a kind of a French... I wouldn't dare say George Floyd because thankfully the guy didn't get killed, but there was a very similar case of hardcore police brutality happening. The police involved lied in their depositions, except it was caught on tape. And then, well, everyone was like, "Oh my fucking god, you guys are like absolute pieces of shit. What's happening?" But once again, like. We have that one instance of it happening, but we don't have like the U.S. has statistics on police violence against people of color or against white people, etc., etc. So it comes down to kind of how people feel about it, really, what their impression will be on where French society is at with that. All I could say is that French society, as far as education goes, has a very elitist, stratified way of thinking, where once you get into high school, you're already classified in different paths. So the most prestigious one is in the generalist high school diplomas, the scientific one. Then the second best one in the generalist high school diplomas is the economic one, and the last one is the literary one. And then there are specialized high school diplomas that are more targeted towards not really pursuing higher education, but more like getting a job once you graduate at 18 or doing like a trade school, stuff like that. You can like start a trade school at 16, basically. And then if you do the scientific route, you're much more likely to get into much better prep schools that will prep you to pass the really, really strenuous exams to get into even higher, the top tier schools in France. Except that the reality there is that if you don't have a family that has that is affluent enough to support you, those schools have huge workloads. It's like you come back home, you aren't going to help your parents do anything. You aren't going to cook for yourself. You literally have to be able to come home and work for like 4 to 6 hours and then go to sleep to be rested for the next day of school. And that's all your life in that's your entire life in the prep schools in France. So, probably most families that are, say, from North Africa, like Algerian, Moroccan descent, that are poorer, most of them are probably not gonna, the children there are probably not gonna cut it in those prep schools. And if they don't cut it in the prep schools, they're not gonna cut it to the higher education. And maybe they won't even make it into the prep schools because they didn't get the private tutors when they were in high school to get through that like golden path that French society idolizes, etc. But once again, all I have to give you on the subject is stories. We don't have statistics on it.
Whoa. Did the Discord just flip
Yeah,
out?
Discord's flashing.
It did for me. I thought I was the only one.
That's me.
Okay.
I was freaking out.
So, about that, like, name, like, maybe this is also like a question for like Americans here, but what about like later in life? Is it like still possible to crawl your way back up, like even if that is like somewhat of a bandage, because then that you didn't have the good education in the first place, but it's like even more damaging if you cannot even.
It's very, very stratified. I think Gambit. It's going to be interesting to hear Gambit's opinion on that. I'm a software developer as well, and I'm self-taught. I don't have a diploma. And it's very interesting to see the differences in corporate culture as far as that's concerned between France and the U.S. Where in the U.S. you're self-taught. They don't give a shit. They want to see your project, right? You worked on this. You accomplished this for the previous company you worked at. You deal with this and this problem. They're like, okay, great. Like this is what we need. We're dealing with this problem too. You're going to be a great, is your personality going to be a great fit, but whatever, like your salary is going to be the same as the salary of the other software engineers at your position that you're going to be hired for, etc., etc. Here it's like stratified pay grades where you can have the exact same responsibilities as the diploma engineer guy, but the diploma engineer guy is going to be making like 33% more than you in like a blue chip French company. because that's just how they have like their pay grade tables, and you gotta like, it's very bureaucratic. You gotta like fill out the check boxes, and in general, France is a very bureaucratic country, so they approach those things will be very stratified like that, and very, very often. And maybe in small startups less so, but yeah.
I would say here in the US, if it's a government job or a government contract, absolutely all of that bureaucracy is in place. The degree that you have determines somewhat the bracket of salaries that are available to offer you, for sure, 100%. In private companies, I will say this. I will say that it's definitely, I know an architect, he's been an architect for like what, probably about 6 years now. He was completely self-taught, never went to school. I don't even think he finished high school. And he had very high status in the company. I'm sure at one point he was the highest paid software architect that we had. So there are examples of that, but I'll also note that my first ever team lead was in the same boat. He wasn't necessarily always given the same opportunities, even though he was like hands down one of the best developers I've come into contact with, bar none. So I will say that how you described it. It may be easier for a self-taught engineer here in America because those rules aren't as baked in, but they do happen, especially when people are first starting out. So, like, if you have somebody that has a bachelor's degree, and you have somebody that's self-taught, the person that has the bachelor's degree, and I even have these biases when I'm doing interviews, but they usually have a stronger foundation, so they're able to argue for a higher salary than the other person. And then, as you know, once you're locked into a salary, you only get certain percentage raises every year, so that can keep the person that is self-taught away from the salary ranges of the others. But changing companies is a great way to solve that. So what I tell people is, if you are self-taught, once you become established, change companies and get the salary that the average person in your field will have. And that's how you some kind of way have to combat that. Because sometimes as a self-taught person, you have to sell yourself a little less than the person that went through college. So that's ways that I've seen people get around that, and it seems to be, from my experiences, a good way for people to get around that.
Yeah.
So
That makes sense.
yeah, so back on the topic, like Gambit, maybe you know about this. Like, how is it like later in life? Is it like I was talking about like a bandage that people are like capable like to get that better education. Like I know in the
Oh, got you.
in the Netherlands, we all the universities are pretty much on the same level when it comes to. It doesn't matter if you come from like the Harvard of the Netherlands or like a really bad university. Like that doesn't matter anything within the Netherlands. I would say if you if if you had like university at like uh, a shit university, right? It's kind of weird if you go back to university to Harvard or something like that just to do it over to get that better degree or something along those lines. But like basically, like how is this in the US? Like this.
Yeah. If I could, I'm trying to make sure I'm conceptualizing the question the right way. I think you're asking for people that don't have the best primary school experience when it comes to secondary education, are they able to thrive as a person that did have access? Or
Is it possible to fix that later in life to
yeah, yeah, I got you. Yeah. I would say that it's possible for sure, but I would say all economic data available seems to say that it's not the norm, or it's not the common path for sure. I think that you can look at geographic data, you can look at demographic data based off race. People who come from areas that are laced with some of the problems that we talked about earlier typically do worse overall, for sure. I bar none. Yeah.
I think
Regardless of yeah.
go.
No, no, I was
I think access to like community college is still available for people like later on in life, but like universities and like specialized fields is, I don't know, it feels pretty much if you miss the window in your early education to grow up, you're probably not going to make up for that ever.
Yeah, because there's kids, then there becomes competing competing things for time, right? Like,
Yeah.
as you grow older, the likelihood that you have other external factors other than education, a job, kids, family, blah blah blah, all of that, right? All of those competing things are what keep people in places that they are once they're later in life,
So
generally speaking.
we got Chow here, our education man. Do you have like a policy that could fix this, like for people in earlier in their life, like an example? Or
Wait, I thought we're talking about later in life, not earlier.
Yeah, it could. Well, you could tackle both. Like you can present like a good policy later in life, but maybe also
All
like
right.
one
If you're
earlier.
early in life, okay, listen to your parents and go to school. Pay attention. Don't cut class. All right.
Don't watch Twitch.
That's your policy.
Okay. All right.
America's government.
All right.
Listen
you
to
see,
your
the
parents.
first row. You know how like in the classroom
Is this
there's
bootstraps, Chow?
in the classroom there's like a 4x5 of desks and seats. Okay, the first row. Okay.
Oh,
And
true.
the further away
Big
from the
true.
first row, the worst. Okay.
What?
Right. Fuck everybody behind you. But anyways, but I'm really interested
Jeez.
in talking about later on in life. And I don't want to say that like it's too late at some point, because it's never too late to go back to school, pursue your passions and get educated to expand your knowledge. Even if it's not even for like any material gain, you're going to be getting some sort of gain as like an intellectual, which is something that I actually value in other people as well as in myself. But the reality is that if you start your career path later on, you are not going to be in this exact position or the same position as a person who started earlier on. Because like even if you say we're like 25 and you started your career path, well, and like you could have started when you were say like 21 or 22 when you did graduate from college, expectedly, you're missing a couple of years of promotions. You're missing a couple of years of salaries. And maybe those couple of years is like, yeah, it's 3 years. But then later down the line, that compounds into more and more salary. And so it becomes like really bad whenever like somebody gets their degree really late, they're not going to be getting like the benefits if they got that degree earlier on because of that fact, because of that reality. Another policy though, I think on top of, or like for later on people that are being affected by the implicit biases of industry or whatnot, I would say would be UBI. Because I think at some point in life, your priorities or like your constraints aren't necessarily on education, but more so on what you have at the moment, which is capital, funding. Whether or not you're able to start a business is dependent on how much capital you have. How much you can actually invest to buy certain machinery or to buy like certain properties or to get a building for your offices depends on how much capital you have. And I think UBI is is a kind of policy that addresses the shortage of capital that people do have at that point in life.
But
I actually have a great I have a great anecdote about that. Sorry, can I?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I talked with someone. I recently met someone. She did totally that. She went on unemployment, and normally in France, when you're on unemployment, you're supposed to be looking for a job. So you have a social worker like following up. You need to show proof that you went on interviews, stuff like that. She went to see the social worker, and she was like, "I want to become a teacher. I'm gonna give me a year without unemployment payments, and I'll study hard and I'll pass the tests to become a teacher." The guy was like, "Okay, I trust you." He gave her the chance, and she did, and it totally served like what you're talking about. It served as a UBI. Gave her the chance to take a year off, do her due diligence, study, and and become what she wanted to become. Totally can work that way.
Okay. So
Nice.
it's like my question for Chow. Like UBI is a colorblind policy, isn't it?
Wait, I want to take this. Yeah. Wait, before.
Go ahead.
Because you guys have both, when it came to the education stuff, we were talking about, you guys both seem to favor taking more like multicultural or targeted policies, but like fixing schools funding by changing property taxes is colorblind. UBI is colorblind, right? Like all these, like, all those ones. I haven't heard any actual multicultural policies from either of you.
Affirmative action is that's what we talked about earlier, right? That's
Sure, but I brought that up, and you guys both were like, "Well, we needed to go down to the primary level first."
This
but
isn't a
on
competition. It's not like we disagreed.
I'm not saying
on-
competition. I'm saying on the primary level,
I mean, no,
would
you don't.
everything
you don't
be
get to own
colorblind?
policies on what you bring up on this panel.
Sure.
What?
Yeah,
That's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, it sounds like what you're saying is I mentioned it first, so that can't support your idea of multiculturalism, right? That's
No,
weird,
that's fine.
right?
So
Okay, I agree. That's not what I'm trying to say. But
it's so if somebody doesn't bring up a policy in 5 minutes, I'm gonna eliminate one of you from the podcast.
The debate royale.
Yeah,
I don't think
debate
David
royale.
has named a policy yet.
Oh, yep, name is friends. So he got an excuse. So there you go. Let's go back to Elysium.
All right, okay. I agree. It can't also apply to your thing, but when I was talking about affirmative action, I feel like both Chow and Gambit brought up that primary school was more important. That's where you guys would focus. But then, like, to address that, coming from a multicultural lens, I've only heard colorblind policies, which isn't bad. I'm just curious.
Yeah,
I found that curious.
Yeah, so because we think primary school is more of a barrier, doesn't mean that we don't accept the good fruits of affirmative action, right? Those two things aren't. That's not like a dichotomy.
I agree.
Yeah.
Here, I can clarify. In primary school targeting, do you think there are any multicultural policies you would like? I guess that's what I'm really asking. That's what I was curious about.
Yeah, specifically for me, I support reparations of some sort for historic atrocious events, whether that's the war vets not getting the GI Bill, whether that's being excluded from loans historically that allowed for lots of white people to gain access to housing, and that led to generational wealth. Whether we want to go, we can go back further all the way to like slavery, right? So there are historic barriers all along the way, and I am for having a policy that understands that and seeks to give some sort of economic benefit to Black people because of those systemic barriers that have been placed, for sure.
Okay, let's go to name and then go back to Elysium.
Because you came back to you mentioned affirmative policy and education. There's something I wanted to say earlier. I actually have kind of a stone to grind with not affirmative action in general, but when affirmative action isn't closely tied to tangible metrics. So, like, if affirmative action is tied to say the demographics of a state, that I can understand. That's gonna change as the demographics of the changed state, and it's gonna correspond to the reality. But something we've noticed in higher education in the recent years is that there's been so much of an onus on promoting identities that were usually minoritary in higher education. So women in STEM specifically, also people of color, etc. There is slowly coming about a reality where. And I'm not saying this to be like the dumb fuck reactionary, ooh, the white male is the most oppressed class of all. It's not. But in higher education, young white men are actually starting to fall behind in American universities. There are stats to support this. It's starting to be a reality. And that's one problem I have is when those policies have inertia. It's once you've passed it, it's hard to take it back. And when they're sensitive to things evolving over time, you kind of want the lawmakers to bake that into the policy, make it dynamic. You can't just code in that there will be this much money given to support this or that cause, when that cause can within 5 years suddenly completely change, and now you need to, that money would be better served supporting other people or just being maybe colorblind, but you still have that policy. You got to find the political capital to change it or add a new one, etc. That's a problem I have with that kind of lawmaking.
So yeah, this is what I was referring to when I said we're going to get back to affirmative action on gender, probably.
Yeah.
Because, yeah. So, hang on. Let me get my thought in order for a second. You had mentioned earlier that like with the French system, I forget what you had said, but something about like it gets dependent on like the social conscious, and that's like one of the notes that I made about like having our multicultural policies. They become pretty dependent on like what the social consciousness is. And I think we can look at gender affirmative action is kind of like the best example of this, because women in STEM are still at a deficit, but women in non-STEM degrees are at a huge advantage, or not like an advantage, but like a huge overrepresentation. And there is no like big social consciousness to address that with affirmative action for men in non-STEM degrees, but there is still a huge, and anytime you bring up education stuff, because women in STEM is still lacking, it just jumps to that.
Actually, sorry, the latest statistics I've seen, women in most STEM fields have surpassed men. Like stuff like biology, physics. I think the last bastions of like toxic masculinity are computer science and mathematics, maybe. But
yeah, okay.
Yeah, you're so toxic, man.
I am.
So no, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, so I mean that becomes like I don't know, a hard social factor, because if the social group behind it, if the social capital isn't behind something, then you're not going to get a multicultural policy towards it.
Yep.
Yeah, I was thinking through what. Wow, I've never had to say your name. I'm gonna just call you name.
It's fine.
Name.
I looked
Menon.
at. I was like, wait, what? Yeah, name Menon. I think there's lots of data to show that. I think men in general. I don't think there's anything that suggests that white men are being having worse economic outcomes disproportionately. But I do think there's data to show that men in general in our country are doing worse. I don't know if it's global. I don't know if it's there in France as well. But speaking in the U.S. context, I think that's absolutely true. I wouldn't lay that at the feet of affirmative action, though. I don't know if that's where you're trying to tie that, but
I wasn't trying to lay it at the feet of affirmative action as much as describe the fact that if you have well, for example, if you have a bunch of programs in high school encouraging say women to become physicists, then obviously you're going to get more and more women becoming physicists. And if you don't have those programs encouraging men to become physicists, then they're going to slowly fall behind. And that's kind of what we've been seeing. It's not necessarily that those policies are at fault. Those are obviously our policies that are trying to lift people up, not push other people down. And I think that's the right way to approach it. But the thing is, at some point, the other people need to get lifted up too, right? It makes sense to lift the people who are disadvantaged up first. That I 100% agree with that. But you need to also know when to start like lifting everyone up at the same time.
yeah. No, I agree that equality shouldn't. I mean, it's weird how this goes. I agree that equality shouldn't come at the expense of whatever the dominant in group is, for sure. But I don't know if so. It's weird, right? So imagine there's 100 jobs that are available, right? And 100 of them are taken by white men, right? And then imagine that we allow for applicants of different demographics, right? Well, if we look at a historic trend of 100% of this field used to be white men, and then we start to allow other demographics, if we then say, well, look, the rate at which white men become physicists is shrinking. I don't necessarily, we can say that that's a form of injustice, whereas it could just be a broadening of the applicants that are available. So I'd have to look specifically at what you're
Mhm.
referencing to understand it. But I just want you to understand that if there's only 100 jobs and we broaden the applicant pool, there will be less white men. And if you make a chart of white men with this job, it's going to go down because there's more equality. I don't necessarily
Yeah.
think that's an injustice, though. But I do
Absolutely.
to speak. Wait, but to
Sorry,
speak
sorry.
specifically, so I think part of what you're saying, there is this disgusting thing in America, like, oh, you're a cis heterosexual white man, your opinion doesn't matter. Those type of things are destructive, are disgusting, and we should discourage that
It's, I
greatly.
think,
I
yeah, I totally agree.
I have a response to what you're saying is very, very relevant. It's just my opinion on this is formed also by statistics, not just the statistics of enrollment in those fields, where you're absolutely correct. Like the percentage of white males getting enrolled in physics, like you're saying, it opening up. Obviously, it's gonna balance out. But it's also things like rates of stopping your education at a high school diploma or dropping out of college. Those things have been going up. And in them, I tend to see there like many different problems. There's I think we've all seen with the rise of movements like incels and how a lot of young people get roped into the alt-right, that a lot of young white men feel lost and helpless in modern society, and like being not seeing support in perhaps pursuing an education, being more integrated into society. I think those are things that are important for our societies going into the future.
So,
Yeah,
Chow, wait.
yeah.
So, Chow, you were raising your hand earlier.
Go for it. I'll go after Chow.
Oh, is Chow frozen? Oh no, he's not frozen.
Sorry, just looking for my window. So then just something to back up what GSU Gambit was saying before is that, like, if there's a percentage and we see that percentage decreasing, well, we
Yeah.
have to account for whether or not there's an increase on the other side, right? And then the overall number actually may not be decreasing. Or if it is decreasing, then we have to like look at also what Gambit was qualifying before. Well, maybe they're just making room for other jobs, and it's not like those 50 people, say like there was 100 jobs and then 100 of them were taken by white people, but then now there's a policy that only half of them could be taken by white people. Yeah, one could say that 50 people before lost an opportunity or lost their position, but it isn't to say that they can never find a job ever again. So like that's like something that we have to pay attention to when we're talking about like the job market or the job economy.
I don't think anyone disagrees with things, but I think they're missing the point. I
Awesome,
think,
awesome. Yeah, I
um,
mean, like then I
or-
just want to broadly talk about it then. Okay.
yeah, no, it makes total sense. Totally agree. I think when bringing up the gender-based affirmative action one's really easy because it should be roughly 50-50 because that's roughly what the demographics of every country roughly is. But the point there being not that like affirmative action has caused this problem or is in like it might be a contributing factor where it doesn't really matter. The point there I think is saying that like we can notice a problem here and we would expect it the way that we've built our society that now affirmative action is going to try to address this problem and start pushing for some affirmative action for males to get into fields that they're disproportionately low on, or get males back into education if they're even fall disproportionately behind in STEM degrees and stuff like that. But that requires a social consciousness that recognizes and thinks that's a problem that needs to be addressed. And I have not seen any push for affirmative action to take on a male education bend, and I don't
Well, there-
expect to see that. If
Well,
that's
yeah,
does that
that,
make
there's-
sense?
that
Wait.
wouldn't happen because like males are dominating.
Wait, no,
But
but
they're
we
not.
can say
What?
those things are happening, right? So if you look at things like education, there's a movement to get more men into education now. Things like nursing and jobs like that, I don't necessarily know if there's as big of a push, but I know specifically in education, there's a push to try and get more men to be teachers for sure. At least here in
Yeah.
the States. I'm not sure
So
where everybody's
yeah.
based.
So like the. Do you think I think it'd be really good if we got something on the lines of affirmative action for those fields to prioritize men getting in if there's the applications.
Like,
I
but then wouldn't that? Okay, so
Wouldn't
then
that what?
doesn't that imply doesn't that imply that like people then for like certain fields and like women would be losing opportunities there as well because we're putting in affirmative action for men?
Yeah.
To go back to what
Like I just don't see males in our current society as like being disadvantaged, even if it's in certain fields. I think like
Yeah,
Why
maybe if
not? Wait,
I
why
think.
not?
Wait. This is what Chow is saying, right? Historically, affirmative action has like black people were denied access to uh certain schools, right? So affirmative action was a political play in order to force these schools to allow black people to attend. What's different is you're saying that males are not choosing to go here. There's no systemic barriers, but males are choosing not to engage, and because they're choosing not to engage,
No, I disagree.
which
I don't think it's just they're not choosing it. I think there are systemic barriers for males to get entry into some of these fields.
Ooh, I would
Which are
disagree with
what?
that. I think it's a problem of engagement with education.
I mean,
for
like you
sure.
could also mention that like there's some stigma with males being teachers. I could
And
probably
No,
like
that's
nurses
fair enough. Yeah.
loosely, and I could probably
and
loosely agree
and
with you on that, but that's not systemic. And like I
I
think that's
okay.
something that we could address in like lower education, but then to give incentives or to like give benefits that would like lead people on and like we're giving them because they were disadvantaged before, but they're not disadvantaged at all.
How do
They're
you
like
think that's
no
not a
barriers.
systemic gendered social role?
Are you saying that when you say that you
Stigma.
made the statement that there are systemic barriers that keep men from being teachers,
Mhm.
is that sociological or what things would you
Yes,
point to?
social, mainly.
Okay. I don't what I mean, I'm not I
so
Okay,
don't
but then
I
affirmative action addresses economic as well as before like historical injustices of
Yeah, but
like
it can address social
pure.
too.
Okay, but then see, that's kind of what Gambit was talking about before, in that it's really difficult to legislate that. I'm not sure how
I agree.
effective that would be.
Honestly, personally, like I brought up this point, but I don't see necessarily how an affirmative action policy would address it. Like I would like to see this addressed in the more roots based problem, like as a more roots based problem, like what we were talking about earlier, addressing motivation and like helping high school students with their AP classes, stuff like that. Like opening that up to in a more like gender blind way. Because as far as I know, there will usually be support for underrepresented identities in those programs, or well, there can be. There won't necessarily be that support also for like young white men. Maybe opening that up to everyone then would be helpful in like getting those young white men more more engaged with
Oh,
their
why does
future higher education, right?
sure.
More
yeah, I
than
think the
necessarily like discriminating on entry or
yeah, I
I
think the primary reason for men not engaging as much with being teachers is the economic like the economics of it. Like you don't get paid as much to be a teacher. So it's not as competitive. If you paid teachers more, I'm sure more men would see it as a profitable field at the because I don't correct me if I'm wrong, but these problems I can't think I don't think they exist at the like college level. These are problems with elementary and middle and high school where they're paid significantly less. So if you go to a college, I had far more male teachers than female, right? So I don't know if it seems like this problem is specifically at primary school, not teaching in general, and it's specifically because those jobs make far less money. That's why I don't think there's a systemic barrier. I think
Why all right, well, we're gonna go so far on a tangent. Why do you think men are more inclined to go into more lucrative jobs? Why is that a bigger priority?
You could say gender roles. You could say, I mean, maybe gender roles is primary. Maybe
Oh
it's
boy, anybody want to
partly,
mention gender psychology?
yeah,
I
maybe it's partly biological too, right? I don't know how
honestly,
close
I
y'all
think
are to.
I think college positions also have a lot of prestige with them. Like those are positions of power and prestige. You don't even necessarily need to have the physical wealth. You have an intellectual and social wealth that comes with the position.
Okay.
Compared to like
Never mind.
an elementary
We
school
should go back
professor.
to more along the topic.
I mean, like, anyways, when it comes to affirmative action, is my priority is not for it to be an equalizer for the sake of equality, but more so to be an equalizer because before there was groups that were disadvantaged, and even though the policies that we have right now does not directly affect them in a disadvantaged way, the legacy effect that are continuously rolling into the present and then into the future, that is something that affirmative action addresses.
Yeah,
And
just off.
I don't think like males are having any disadvantage in our current society when it comes to enrollment, when it comes to barriers, when it comes to like anything. And I'm pretty sure like even though we do see a dip in male enrollment in colleges and an increase in female enrollment in colleges, I'm pretty sure I want to say this with confidence, but I don't have anything that I know of confidently to back it up. That managers in like companies are more dominated by males than females.
For sure, Dale.
I was like, the outcomes are still better
Okay.
for men who actually end up going through college and get
Yeah,
like positions of
exactly.
power in society. But it's this weird thing. Like I fucking hate Jordan Peterson, but
Why
but
wait, why does the
sorry.
number of
No,
managers that are out in companies matter to the person going to college?
Well, no, it's more that it doesn't matter to the person who like dropped out of college. Like they don't feel kinship with the like CEO or middle management well off person.
Okay, never mind. We
They're
can move
like
on.
pissed off seeing that everyone's saying that they're, oh yeah, like white men have all the power, and they're like, well no, I dropped out of college, I'm here smoking weed and like working at some fast food joint or whatever.
I'm not following.
So
well,
I'm
wait,
trying to like just say
I just
present
Okay,
the
so then
dichotomy
basically,
there.
so basically, Naaman started to say something about like college enrollment between females and males, females increasing, males decreasing, and kind of like referring to that as a sign of things either equalizing or things getting better, et cetera, et cetera. But I mentioned then is that like yes, I accept that fact, but then what are its after effects? Which is like the whole idea to going to college is to apply to a company, get a higher salary, get like a good position, increase your position. What is that called?
Yeah.
Like upgrading, yeah. And then
Get
like
promoted,
when
yeah.
we see getting promoted, right? When we
upward
see
mobility.
when we see that females are not becoming managers, despite them, more of them being college educated, then there's something up there, right? It's like that's not what we intended to happen when it comes to like increasing college educated people. But then, holy
Oh boy,
moly, there's that not not equality. There's that non equality.
we are we're like hedging at a bunch of complicated topics, right?
Yeah.
And I heard Name Manning was gonna bring up, one guy who I think
Jordan
is
Peterson.
the
Yeah.
greatest guy of this century, Jordan Peterson.
Oh
But
no.
Did you
he,
make your bets today, Gambit? Did you
yeah,
make your
so
bet?
I
Did you
did,
clean your
but
room?
Ah,
no,
there you
but
go.
but like one thing that we have to understand is that
I didn't clean my room.
managerial positions do tend to happen later in life, and we see that women become far more interested in things external to their job as they have kids and blah blah blah. So it's not necessarily true that we should expect that as female education increases, that later in life they
I
will choose those jobs that take them away from that family.
I still don't even understand why we're relating these 2 points. This is so absurd to me. Like, I understand what I still understand everything you guys are saying. There could be problems, or I always say there are problems as to why males are disproportionately more in leadership roles in companies and stuff.
I don't
But
know
why
if it's
would we care
necessarily
about that when we're looking at the base, like the person who is going through education now? Why does the outcomes in current managerial stuff and all of those, which are probably caused by a myriad of different things that are entirely unrelated, why would we say because of that we want a disproportionate educational system and we don't want to address disproportionate things?
Wait.
I agree.
I'm I'm not sure I'm following you. There's something that I'm missing. But
Okay, so
you're
if
asking why do outcomes matter? We all look at, well, at least we should, when we're engaging with our education system. Outcomes is like one of the most important things we should be looking at. So when I went
Yes,
to
but
when I,
why if an outcome has a bunch of different causes that's later on, why are we looking at that outcome when we're talking about an education system that
because
isn't
that's the
necessarily related to that outcome?
because it wait,
Oh,
you
here,
think
let me put it this way. Say we have a
you think our
hypothetical.
education system isn't related to the outcomes and like at all? Wait, what? You
Yeah,
don't
he's saying like a more.
No.
But, go ahead.
I'm
Explain
saying
yourself.
there are probably other effects that are way more important. That why are we taking that
You think our
statistic and
education
outcome and
system
relating it and like making that sound okay?
You
Say we have a
Are you
society.
basically saying that us bringing this up is like a red herring?
No,
I
no.
don't understand how they relate, or why
Yeah.
you would you
Wait,
not advocate for affirmative action
You
in this
think
situation?
you think positions of power are divorced from our education system? I don't think you
No,
actually believe
No,
that.
no. What he's saying
and
is
that's
that
not what I'm saying at
we
all.
shouldn't want an unequal education system just because to compensate for unequal outcomes afterwards.
What do you
That we should
how do-
address
what
the
do-
problems separately, right?
No, what do you think
Yeah.
unequal education what does unequal education system mean to you?
Okay, disproportionate. If we are currently seeing that our effects or our pushes to get more women involved with education have been successful, but now disproportionate to the population, we have women in
Oh,
education.
okay. You're relating things that can't be that aren't necessarily related. That's why I don't understand your point. Yeah, so you're saying specifically that you think the push to increase women in education is directly the I- is definitely the reason why men are choosing not to go to college. I would say
No,
that's I would say that's false
no, I'm not
because
saying that at all. I'm not. There's
you
nothing
literally
wrong with
just
that. That's a good.
juxtapose them. You
I
just
know.
juxtapose them
Okay,
as if they're competing
but
prior.
okay. Okay, yeah. Sorry. Let me clarify that. My own. Okay, I'm saying that's probably that's a great thing. But when we see it become disproportionate, why wouldn't we address
What
that
is the what are
disproportion the other way?
when you use the word disproportionate here, what does that actually mean to you? Because I don't think you're
A
communicating what
higher
you think you are.
percentage of women are getting university degrees than percentage of women in the population, which makes it disproportionate.
A higher percentage of women are
So
getting
if we have a population that's roughly 50-50, and of university graduates, 60% of them are women, there's a disproportionate amount of women
yeah,
getting
but this
university degrees. So nothing against that. Why wouldn't we then build up an affirmative action for the group that is not
no.
graduating?
Oh my God, this is it's so hard to unwind this in real time. Okay, so just because more women are
Or
getting
I like,
degrees, I'm trying to respond to you, right?
mhm,
Just
mhm.
because there are more women getting degrees doesn't mean that there's a systemic barrier that's causing men to not get degrees. Those
Okay,
you're skipping like a causality step and you're assuming it, and
that can
then
be true.
in
Yeah.
your message, you forget to relay that, and then that's why it's complicated to try and follow your
Well,
logic
okay,
through.
there's two different things. One, I can totally I understand what you're saying there. I probably disagree, but that could be true. But the other thing is I don't see I understand how Chow and you've described, or I guess Chow described affirmative action as addressing systemic problems. I don't necessarily see affirmative action as only addressing systemic problems. Um, I don't see that's how it's being used. And I don't think that's how it should be used. I think we can use it to address a whole bunch of different problems. And in this application, it would be promoting people who are not going to university to go to university if their group is disproportionately not attending.
You don't think we culturally influence everyone to go to college? You think that there are social barriers for men to go to college? You think that we push
Yes.
on men that they shouldn't go to college?
For certain degrees, absolutely. For certain fields, absolutely.
Wait, that's like not addressing my question, right? You could maybe say that if you're a welder, we don't need you to go to college because you don't need a college degree for certain trades. That's
No, for
distinctly
sorry.
different from the claim we are pushing men to not go to college. Do you think do you think there's a disproportionate amount of power being pushed on men to choose jobs that don't require education, post-secondary education?
No.
Okay, so you agree with me that there's no prevailing narrative that
No, I
men
don't
should
agree
go
with
to
you
college.
because you're talking about college as a whole. While I'm talking about different sections within college, different degrees. So with different fields within college, why wouldn't we be promoting men to be more involved in social degrees, in education degrees?
You're tying so many things. All right, so let me tell you what you've
Oh
done.
no! Oh no! 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 Wait, hold on!
Hold on.
Gambit.
No, no, one second,
Elysium, Elysium, you keep on.
one sec. No, no, 1 second.
Gambit.
No. He broadly used more women are graduating. When I attack that argument, he then goes to say, no, I'm not just talking about the wider graduation rate, which he was just talking about. Now he says, I'm talking about specific fields like the humanities. You're like literally morphing your argument to
Okay,
attempt to
I'm
not
sorry.
to contend with anything that I'm saying.
That's not true at all, but that's fine. Okay, so if we modify the earlier statement that disproportionate women are disproportionately graduating from certain fields, okay, from our humanities fields, from the first one,
So now you don't care that more women are graduating. Is that what you're saying?
sure, yeah, okay, we can do it field by field. We don't have to care about the total numbers. Yes, I agree. Because the point isn't to get, well, I guess I mean overall the point is to get roughly proportional
But why?
representation.
Why is this like need
Yes.
for it to be proportional?
Yes. See, like if you don't make amorphous arguments, we can engage with you. So now what you're saying is we want to override what seems to be I don't know, psychological biases from men on which fields they choose to engage with. You're saying now we should override that, which is why I would ask why, just like
Should
Charles
promote it.
asking.
Yeah.
I like
But
honestly.
is it just to promote it? That's it?
Well, I get so it gets back. It's gonna go back to some like ideal.
Elysium, if it's 51% to 49, do we have to have a affirmative action policy for the 49%?
No, probably not.
Probably not. Okay, so when does it need to happen?
I don't know. It's gonna be subjective.
What?
What if it's a field?
Can I throw in some numbers just so we know what we're talking about? 2020 to 2021, women made up 59.5% of college students, men 40.5%. According to National Student Clearinghouse, U.S. colleges and universities had 1.5 million fewer students compared with 5 years ago, and men accounted for 71% of that decline, of those 1.5 million fewer students.
Okay.
So then you, all right, Naaman, you threw me a bunch of stats.
Yeah.
Does it tell us why that's happening?
No, but we don't need to know why.
Yes, we do. We need to know why, because if it's for a reason that is not a barrier, then why the fuck do we care?
Why? Okay, if it's not a barrier, even if it's not a barrier, why don't we want to promote things? Okay, the problem we're getting at is
because you agree. Affirmative action isn't about promoting; it's about giving incentive.
Gambit, I agreed that we generally promote higher education, but we're trying to talk about like fields because we're getting back to is an idea. No, let me finish.
The stat that he read had nothing to do with certain
I know.
fields. It was the overall decline.
And I didn't reference that stat at all. It's fine.
Okay.
So
let Elysium
the problem,
talk and no interruptions, and then Gambit, you can respond.
The problem, I guess, is we get down to like what do we ideally want out of our systems? Do we want general proportional representation of things, or do we want generally people as individuals to make whatever choices they want?
I thought you know.
That's fine. Okay. Yeah. I mean, that's the basic. I mean, that's like what I see as the difference here. If we're just letting people choose whatever they want, giving them the most absolute freedom to choose, then we're okay with massive disproportionalities in degrees and fields and outcomes and graduation, all these things, because people are able to choose what they want. But if we want them to be generally an egalitarian representation of the population, then we want to promote based off of disproportionate to the population.
Yeah, so this is how I would answer that. I almost never care about inequality of representation. When I do care about it is when there seems to be a mass of people that want access to a resource that they're not being granted access to. So I think that the usage patterns, for lack of a better term, of these fields is important. So if men disproportionately choose to be college professors instead of primary school teachers, then I think it's wrong to say that there obviously is a systemic bias because 60-70% of the field is dominated by females. I think if men aren't saying that there are barriers to entry, then we should assume that it's a factor of choice, right? And we should want people to be able to choose to do
You don't
different
think men
things.
are saying there's barrier of entries into the humanity fields? Why do you think there's barrier of entries into the STEM fields for women?
I don't necessarily think there are. I think we try to
Why
push
were
it.
there?
Why were there? Because
Yeah.
historically we denied women access to everything, right? When
Well,
you say
So
were, what years are you talking? Are we talking
The
contemporary?
2000s.
Yeah, I think in the well, I don't know exactly what year. I'm not gonna Donald Trump it and try to point to a year that it was great again, right? But I would say generally speaking now, I believe, and I could be wrong, but I believe that we try to push women into STEM.
So I wanna bring it back a little bit because I have an anecdote about myself because I used to be uh, like not actual like a nurse, but like somebody that works with nurses. So I was doing nurse kind of stuff, and
Mhm.
basically what was the case is that there are so many females working as a nurse and so less males. It was basically they all thought I was gay. So because every guy that works in that nursery, if it's not like in a management position, they would say like, well, he's gay, he must be gay, stuff like that. So I like for me, like personally, I don't give a fuck if people call me gay. But there are a lot of guys that don't like to be called gay, right? So I think if there was somewhat more of equality when it comes to like nursing, that kind of stuff, that sounds like a good point. But then again, what Chow said as well, right? Like basically, when are you going to implement that? Like the 49-51 example. That that doesn't make any sense, of course. But in
Mhm.
these extreme cases, like I see some value in there. So
I
I
don't think you're gonna make a hard number. It's gonna have to
yeah.
be subjective. It's gonna have to be up to school boards to say, hey, we think this has become disproportionate to the to the effect that we want to take action on it. But
Also, it's like something that's looping, right? Because at the point, if there are no guys working as a nurse, right, and one guy joins and they all call him gay or something like that, the only people that are going into like nurse stuff are probably going to be gay dudes because, right? Because that's okay then. But
I
if you're not gay,
All
it
right.
doesn't fit you or something. But like crazy stuff like that. So it's self perpetuating.
All right,
Right?
Chinchilla, is there any benefit to the industry for more nurses to be men?
I think
yes.
what the
Wait, that's
benefit is like
absolutely yes.
Okay, and what are they?
Because I mean, okay,
Diversity is good, I guess.
yeah,
Should
we get
be
this into so
yes.
many things. How many? Okay, you're going to have a roughly proportional to your population people requiring medical care. You're going to want people that understand them, right? We do this in every single field. You want people to understand what your consumer and your patients are experiencing and going through and have understanding of their situation. So you're always going to want people that
Do
are
male patients have an issue for their nurses not being male?
Yep.
I would like to see that.
Okay.
It's not look, it's not that hard to understand that we have different bodies, and that people with male bodies will have a better understanding of like what hurts, what doesn't, sensations that go on. Like we've seen that in especially in healthcare, where like doctors being male dominated has led to women having objectively worse healthcare over the years. So obviously, good representation in healthcare is a net positive for society. I don't have a study about nurses at hand, but just
it
how
feels
it's
so
happening,
self-evident. It's kind of crazy. But you guys said something earlier, like if people aren't choosing, if there's not a barrier for people to choose something, then it's not a problem. And I don't understand how you could possibly ever identify a problem, because can't you always explain every systemic problem as people aren't choosing it? Like, can't I use that for how?
That
How?
can be social movements that show that there's barriers to access, right?
But that's true of what we're talking about right now, and you're saying they're not choosing it. You're ignoring the social barriers.
Wait, no, listen. I don't think you have anything to support your position that men
Okay.
seem to be locked out of the humanities. Can you
It's not locked out. No one's ever walked out of anything in systemic issues.
strongly discouraged? Other than like
That's
you
true.
could say I discourage people from going into the humanities, but it's because I think that it disproportionately will lead to them having a terrible life, right? So I discourage almost everyone. But what you're saying is there's a specific discouragement of men, and I want you to. There should be something we can point to, right? And the other thing,
didn't you earlier understand that gender roles probably point to this in a very heavy degree?
but no, wait. Okay, wait. People meme about gender roles. I think men and women embrace gender roles as currently constructed for the most part. I think that there's, some part of the population that's all about like gender abolishment or gender role abolishment or just abolishment of some of everything. But I think generally speaking, most people are okay with our current gender roles. Do you disagree with that?
Oh, depends what you're baking into that. I think most people are okay with the current gender roles, but I don't think that means we should have disproportionate
Well, if wait, okay.
representation of jobs in society.
Let's say there's a job that pays $10 an hour, and there's a job that pays $100 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And now let's say that it's socially acceptable for men to want to be the providers for their families, and this is embraced by men and women. So men,
I understand what you're saying. I disagree with that gender role. Yes, I don't think men should be the breadwinners of
but
relationships.
this is the problem, right? The problem is you may feel that way, but the overall prevailing narrative in our culture is that this is a good thing. So
But I don't. Okay, I disagree with that though.
Yeah, I know. I understand.
No, I disagree that most people think that is a good thing. I think it's definitely shifted that most people don't think that the breadwinner of a household should be gendered.
I completely disagree. You'd have to point to something. I think that in like online Uber left communities that may be true, but in real life IRL, I don't think that's true at all.
Yeah. So yeah, I need to see some stats on that, like based on both of you guys. So we cannot speak on that. So let's go to Nate.
Yeah, I just wanted to move it away from the question of gender roles affecting preferences in higher education, because like the reason I threw the numbers out earlier, and like you guys pointed out, those numbers are about general enrollment. They aren't specific to any fields or grouping into fields like humanities or STEM. As far as I can tell, and I don't have like a good methodological study on the subject. I've looked for it. I haven't found one. What I have are more like journalism articles, interviews with the students who've dropped out of college or chosen not to go to college, and what are their reasons. It seems from that like more anecdotal perspective, it seems that a lot of the motivations are not seeing value in a degree, it being very expensive, and just not seeing it worth to take on all this debt. especially for lower income families. Ironically, since we start off talking more about racial issues and now we're talking more about gender issues, that disproportionately affects people of color in the US. Even though we're talking about this gender split, a lot of those men that aren't going through with their college degrees will be people of color because of the socioeconomics of that. Anti-intellectualism is sadly kind of a gendered thing. I think it's like the grug emote is a man. It is something that's associated with a very masculine image that you don't necessarily need to be you don't. It's changed over the years. This is kind of more a general tendency and not anything really tangible. But I think anti-intellectualism is usually more associated with the male identity than a female identity. And also a lack of guidance. That's why earlier when we were talking, I pushed back a bit against the idea of affirmative action for this issue. I was thinking more of guidance in high school and primary education, guidance in colleges as well. There's been there are plenty of women's centers to provide psychological and extracurricular support to women in colleges. That doesn't really exist for men in most colleges. It's a very, very rare thing, and I think that's the kind of thing that would probably be fair to exist for both genders, for all groups of people.
Would you do that the same for race, like guidance for civic race?
That's actually interesting because that's a very hot topic in France. Just to go back to like colorblindness in France, when we had anti-racist groups inspire themselves by like the American BLM movement and so on and so forth to create, for example, colored people of color reunions. That's something that was extremely controversial. That was right away picked up by the French conservatives. A very hot topic. In that a lot of people are extremely offended by the idea that you would discriminate access to a meeting based on identity. Honestly, I don't mind it. Like the whole having safe places for people to express themselves. I think that's fine, and there's a fair argument in saying that white people have had such spaces all the time. They just weren't labeled as such. I also think that we all grow by exchanging with each other. When people start retracting into their own echo chambers, interacting only with like-minded people, they stop growing as people. So I think it's fair for everyone to have their safe spaces. I just wouldn't want to see people just retract into them and no longer interact outside of them. Which sometimes when you look at like internet hive mind mentalities, you sometimes see those tendencies in people. Lib podcasts where they don't invite anyone else. Holy shit.
Yeah, so this is why I like us accurately describing things, because I think usually there are plots that we can point to. So I would say that fatherlessness is a issue that is on the rise in America. And the effect of fatherlessness on boys, I'm pretty sure, I'd have to look this up. I'm finna look up some articles right now. I'm pretty sure that one of the effects is dropping out of school, drug abuse, and they're like different for girls and boys. Like the effects of fatherlessness aren't the same. And it could be that as fatherlessness is growing in America, this is one of the things that are causing boys to be more nihilistic, um, less role models, less all of these things. And these could be some of the reasons why these problems are happening. And that's why I agree with Chow. And it's important when we're throwing out affirmative actions to understand why. Because just because you put in an affirmative action doesn't necessarily mean that there's going to be a reaction from the population to take advantage of it. If there's no, that's why systemic barriers are important, because if I'm removing a barrier, obviously more people are going to flow through. But if there is no barrier and I just throw out a blanket rule, that doesn't necessarily mean more people are going to engage. So I think the fatherlessness problem is potentially what's causing those type of things that y'all are looking for, and advocating for things in that domain may be better suited than some wild affirmative action thing.
Yeah, this is like basically the deeper root issue, right? with a lot of these things like poverty and those things. But
Yeah,
Elysium,
just
you
solve
wanted to say
poverty.
something? Yeah, just solve it.
Yeah.
UBI.
Just
Forehead.
UBI.
Oh
Yeah,
my
that's what it does.
It doesn't. Oh, never mind. Okay, it's fine. You guys can be UBI yang dangers.
Okay, poverty in the United States is above like 12,000 a year, right?
Mhm.
That's ballparking. So then once you give people $1,000 a month UBI, for example, pretty
Wow.
much eliminates poverty in the sense of like.
And what
how much
happens when the
their
person who you
income.
give $1,000 enough still can't pay their rent and needs food stamps and all the same things because
I don't
it's
think
going to other things?
I don't think
Yeah, but-
all goods are elastic in that way, right? There's economic data to support that. That
Sure.
just because more
UBI will certainly help some people.
Yeah, and
I
what if
totally
somebody
agree.
just like spends all of it on alcohol and drugs every single month? Is
Wait.
poverty solved? I guess not.
Yeah, when you say UBI will help some people, you do agree that it's disproportionately gonna help the people who are lowest on the economic barrier, right? I mean,
Yep.
economic strata, right?
Yeah.
So
Which is what
yeah.
you would want to help, right? You would want don't you want policy that disproportionately helps the
Yep.
people that are poor?
And we talked
become-
about this. That's why I said it's like a long time ago. Not this conversation. That's why I
so
think
you're a
UBI is a
UBI
good policy. I'm
you're a
okay with it.
UBI
But the idea that UBI ends poverty, I think, is silly.
Well, we agree that there's going to be some level of poverty, right? Nobody thinks that we're gonna like have no poverty,
Okay.
right? But
The idea
but
that
taking-
UBI addresses poverty in a substantial way. I
In a substantial way, yes.
Wait,
Never
you
mind.
just
Okay, yeah, that's gonna
agreed
be
that it
subjective.
does.
Okay, yeah. It depends on what you subjectively take by substantial. Yeah.
Okay, so for me, I'm gonna spend it on hookers and cocaine.
Yeah.
But besides, no, just kidding. So
That's
I don't
hey,
do,
that's
I don't do any of that.
Weed and
none of
video
the-
games.
It's not even like misspending. It's just people have debts and they've got cycles
I'm
of debts
joking.
and they do dumb shit with money.
Elysium.
Yeah.
This was my way to say like move
To
on.
move on. You're right.
We
Let's
did,
move
this
on.
is not a UBI conversation.
No,
So maybe
we had
maybe we can do that next
Part
year, and then we can do part 2 and I get Gambit on as well. So
No, yep. Okay, we gotta get back to multiculturalism and colorblindness. Sorry.
yeah. So,
So-
what would no go
go ahead. No, Gambit. Go ahead.
I was gonna ask. What's the colorblind? I think we tried to go through this. I don't know where we got. I was gonna say we were talking about things like changing property tax funding schools. What do you all see as solutions to these problems that are? Because that's not necessarily a colorblind solution, right? The reason the reason our founding principle on wanting to change is because there's disproportionate access given the way the system is currently constructed. So even though the system today seems colorblind, with the property taxes for an area supports the school, that seems colorblind because of historic reasons with redlining, that's actually not colorblind. So our reason for pushing for radical reform for school funding is a colorful or multicultural reason. How would you
And
address?
it's rough because
would
that
you-
doesn't even it's really rough. Because even if you make it to like an entire state level, you're still it's definitely helping the situation and you're leveling out a little bit, but now you're still gonna have poorer states that are typically in the South in America that are gonna have less funding for their schools still. And those schools that are already underperforming in the South are still gonna underperform even if we improve our funding methods. So like I stated in the very beginning, I think the first step has to be making it more of a regional to state split of the funds for public schools. But in almost all these situations, I see taking both that would be like more of a colorblind approach, and then taking more of a multicultural approach as well of targeting specific schools in systemically or in representation of racial demographics, like so schools that are primarily have black students, and specifically putting aside some government funding to build those schools up.
You
at the
don't
same time.
advocate for a colorblind solution to these. You just advocate for a different form of colorful. I don't know what word we're gonna use, but
Multicultural. It doesn't matter either. I don't know what I can't imagine a policy.
So
Because
what you brought up earlier, Gambit, was like basically reparations, and like honestly, like for me, I'm not well versed in that topic, but basically when you talk about like more like black schools, right? Uh, Basically, that can be like one of these things that uh, you can address with reparations to to give some more funding to uh, like schools with more black people in it, right? I think you would agree with that.
yeah, I think reparations can take many forms. It can be direct cash payment. It can be investment in institutions in a certain area. Yeah, all of that is on the table when we speak reparations, for sure. So what Elysium said could be a form of reparations, or yeah.
Fair. If that's what you call it, that's fine. I guess and depending on your interpretation of it, the most colorblind policy I could think of for promoting like primary schools or just in general would be like the child tax credits, and building up and improving that system even more, and um, building like a more targeted childcare to poor. I mean, ideally you do it to poorer communities, and then you invest especially in Black communities in America.
So why would you specifically like target like uh, like poor communities? Why don't not just say like free how you call it, like uh kid daycare, stuff like that? Why make it like around race if you can just say like we're gonna make this free for everybody, like free? Uh,
Well, okay, if you're making it
I
free for
don't.
everyone, I guess you don't have to care. But like, I feel like all of these things are best addressed by making a general colorblind policy that's going to try to help the general problem, and then on top of that, making a colorful, multicultural, targeted policy that's going to hit specific things that have had disproportionate and systemic oppression in the past, that have systemic issues now that we want to specifically address as well.
Like one of these things that when I was in politics was like basically we were talking about like responsibility, like basically like somewhat of the bootstrap talking point, right? Versus like facilitating like people with like all their possibilities, because you can get like a lot of money from Dutch government, but you need to know where to be, right? So a lot of problems arise with that because poor people like generally don't know where to go in the first place. Well, like uh, yeah, somewhat less poor people do know, and therefore they have like an advantage. So when we were talking about like school stuff, we like they brought up like guidance. Um, like I wonder if there's like a great way to facilitate like people to let them know where to go and that kind of stuff, like guidance for like just basically like people that are not 12 years old but just like adults and stuff like that. Like I think that would be an interesting point, like somebody can hook in those that like
Yeah, I think that the conditions of poverty perpetuate poverty, right? And given that we understand that, I agree with Elysium that having broad policy that is implemented uh, somewhat blind of this issue will never lead to more equality. We can see this with things like opportunity zones, right? So opportunity zones was a thing that was meant to help disadvantaged communities, but the wealth generated from it was given to individuals that weren't of those communities themselves, right? And we can see this meme in culture repeatedly when we try to address things in this a way that's divorced of the demographics that are being affected, all we do is we moderately, well, not even moderately, we somewhat help, and then what we actually do is increase inequality. So I think everything that Elysium was saying on that is like 100% spot on. And I think that's a better way to advocate for these things because it gets more at the root of the inequality that exists.
So yeah, I think we
But
covered
but
most. Yeah, go ahead.
one thing I will say, I always think that the message of personal responsibility is important though. Most people know I'm like the biggest of Jordan Peterson fans. I love Jordan Peterson to death. It's important to try and address these problems culturally through like the bootstraps meme, but also politically through passage of law. So I'm a big fan of both of those for sure. And I think both are integrally important. I don't think you can have one without the other and have success.
So yeah, I think we covered most around this. One thing that I wanted to ask you guys, or Elysium, do you want to say something like we're
No,
not
never mind.
talking
We're fine.
about
We
it?
don't have to bring up anything.
What I wanted to, one thing that I wanted to ask you guys, like when you have like a job application, right? Basically, the name of a certain person, like honestly, like Destiny is like is not generally like a white male name for a person, except the one we got on the internet here. But besides that, like when it comes to like job applications, like would you guys prefer to basically have like non-name job applications or stuff like that, like because I think that it kind of ties in, like some of these policies can affect like how people get to certain positions, I would assume. Anybody, any takers?
Yeah,
I've been
I'm
talking a lot. I'll let somebody else go first.
I'm pretty sure that has been a thing in that a lot of companies have been doing, and I do know that there are biases from employers when it comes to just the names. If your name is gonna sound like Arab, and you come across an employer that really doesn't like people who are Arabs, then yeah, that's definitely going to affect their chances of them getting employed. Um, or like there could be also some implicit bias that like the employer could say, "Hey, um, I'm not racist, but like deep down, uh, subconsciously, it's not within their control. There is still some sort of an effect, and then we kind of do see that and be like, hey, what's up over here? Things like that."
Elysium? Oh, name? You wanted to say something? Yeah.
Oh yeah, talking about like recruitment memes. It reminded me of this article I'd read a while ago about interesting uses of just RNG to try to reduce implicit bias in vetting cycles and recruitment in like big recruitment processes. It sounds dumb on its like face value, but it's just one of the best ways to remove like the natural human biases without having to account for every single one of them.
What do you mean by that?
By having I don't remember these. I'm so sorry. I like brought it up without remembering the specifics. But they basically it's not that they just RNG the whole vetting process within the. But they would have like several rounds of vetting in the different job applications, and some of the rounds they would just cull the applications using RNG, and they saw positive results from like good usage of random culling in job application vetting. In like an extensive study done across several businesses and stuff like that. I would love to remember the specific methodology, but I don't. I'm sorry.
That's fine.
Elysium?
Yeah, in application, I don't think there's much need to address like the overt racism ones of like if someone, you know, um is overtly racist. I think everyone kind of agrees that's bad. But I think yeah, for addressing what seems to be much harder problems of just implicit biases that people have, if we identify factors of implicit bias, I think we should promote that don't matter to anything else, like names being the example that's cited a lot. The number of callbacks people got based off of their name, being stereotypically one race or not, does seem like something that I'd probably think we would want to account for. I don't know if you'd want to legislate that or just promote that companies do something like that. But it would probably be beneficial for the health of the company and their long-term outcomes to try to minimize biases as much as possible. And a lot of these seem to come from adopting colorblind systems.
Yeah, I would think you'd have to go a little bit further because, like, even if the applications didn't have names, right, there'd be in-person interviews or remote interviews, and then they like see the people, right? So like, I don't know, you'd have to like almost have like an anonymous interview process where.
No, I don't think that's possible. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
With voice
Gambit,
changes.
I was thinking that they need to have like a bag on top of the head or something.
Yeah.
Something like
I mean,
the study that I see referenced in this is that like people with stereotypically black names had less callbacks
for sure
from applications. And so like just like the beginning barriers of entry, if you can remove implicit bias from it, it just seems like a beneficial thing to do.
Yeah, because the real racists will still be like racist, right? You come and they see that a person is black or something like that.
Oh shit! I got a great suggestion. Just do interviews as a VTuber.
That's what. No. I was literally about to say that. I was like, unless we all like just VTube the interview and put up like race neutral. Like maybe Doobie is on to something. Maybe we should all be frogs.
I earlier on in my chat I said Elysium is gonna end racism because we're gonna become all VTubers just like Elysium, and then racist, or maybe then the color of our eyes or something. I don't know. I like when we talk.
I'm gonna do this. This is stupid. I'm gonna do an interview with a company, and when they ask me to get on Zoom, I'm gonna VTube, and I'm gonna see what happens.
That won't end well, but okay.
Yeah,
I'm definitely doing it.
You gotta record it.
I might stream this. I'm gonna
That's some big content right there,
Yeah, good content.
Be like
can you legally stream an interview? Are there any?
Does that depend on your state? Like certain states have one-party consent for recording, others don't.
I'm gonna look into this.
I can already see it, like Gambit being like a 12-year-old lolly figure in a serious interview or something along those lines.
I'm just saying, if I'm hiring someone and they showed up as a VTuber, I would not hire them.
I wouldn't either. Probably not.
I would. That's why you're here, man. So
true.
Well, better than me, buddy.
So I wanted to ask you because this is the extension. Because if you say like no names, right, on the applications, sometimes people want to do a diversity hires, right? Because the definitely when we had this issue in the Netherlands, the cops were all white, so we had to bring in some minorities because it was like pretty hard because it was always white cops, right? So when it comes to like diversity hires, what do you guys think is a good way to go about it?
I think, Yeah, why wouldn't it like legislate it? Is because there'd be more things like that, or it'd be really hard to do because you can still have that information. You can have people's names and race and gender and stuff in part of applications. And then depending on what your need for the company is, you can either utilize it or not. If that makes
Yeah,
sense.
and then in the hiring process, there are multiple stages. So then in the first stage or very early on, you could have the no names. And then, as Elysium said, at the later stages, when you have a good group of candidates, but you just have to like adjust for a little bit, then maybe names and backgrounds and all that kind of information, it'll be much more okay then for that to be more known and then have that play a larger effect into the hiring process.
Mhm. How do they do that in France? I would assume that's illegal there, or
Yeah, for the most part, if you're when you're sending your application, there's like an exception if you're applying for stuff that where your appearance matters. So like if I was applying for as a receptionist, then it's normal for me to send a picture of myself with it, stuff like that, like with public facing job.
Oh no.
For software development, I would need to look it up again, but I'm pretty sure it would. My application would get thrown in the bin if I send a photo of myself with it, because they wouldn't even want to like touch the legal ramifications of having to deal with like they'll be just like, okay, you like fucked up on the basic basic instructions. We don't want to like even see you when doing the first line of vetting.
What if you email the VTuber picture?
Oh, I think I somewhat think that would be even worse.
Yo, VTubing is the end of racism.
Yeah,
Did it? We
we
solved
solved
it.
racism.
I could be a white male. Like transracialism is just through VTubing.
There you go.
Oh god.
Jeez, okay.
No, never mind.
So, you wanted to say something, Elysium? Probably
No,
not.
nothing. It would have been real bad, okay?
Elysium is black, man. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. So, before we wrap it up, it's basically something that we didn't cover. Like, obviously, this is a massive topic, but it's something that you guys want to cover before we wrap it up.
Oh yeah, something that we haven't mentioned that I think is really important is when you start to look at who believes in or who supports colorblind policies versus who supports multicultural policies, then you start to realize that the people who want the colorblind policies are like more so doing it because of like they believe that racism doesn't exist. Therefore, we shouldn't have affirmative action. Slavery is over. We abolished that. We had a civil war. Okay, what's done is done. Blah blah blah. And then this like feeds into the narrative that we can't support colorblindness or things like the right idea around critical race theory or like even addressing race issues because it's like it's reverse racism or like, oh, you're the real racist because you see color. What a fucking meme. But yeah, that's something that boggles my mind that we didn't address.
Sure.
Yeah, I think we sort of touched on it tangentially when we talked about how laws can superficially be fine, but they actually have nefarious consequences for minorities. Like we didn't address like the kind of people who support those laws, but that's usually where you're getting into those discussions, right, with those people, where they're like, well, this law is it like makes perfect sense and. I know. Here in France, we have that pretty often when it comes to like really harsh religious identity laws, or there's a specific one that's very controversial. It's about portrayal of religious identity in public spaces. So, for example, a couple of years ago, they outlawed having ostentatious religious symbols in schools. What in practice, it's a colorblind, it's a religious blind law. It affects all religions the same way. In practice, Christians don't walk around carrying big fucking crosses. Jews, I guess, have the kippah, but it's like, well, you usually aren't allowed to wear a hat in class anyways. Who
It's
it
not
actually affects? It
multiple.
affects Muslims who want to Muslim girls whose parents tell them that you gotta wear
Hijab.
the hijab, or who want to wear the hijab. That's who it affects. It disproportionately affects one specific religious identity, and it's so fucking hard for like the people who, like you said, are really believe in colorblindness, all the way to the people who are actually just Islamophobic. They all unite together in presenting this like idea that, oh no, we're just in it for this ideal of colorblindness.
Yeah, that's so scary to me, man. Like, I don't know if you like the system in France around
Nah,
colorblindness, but
I'm not a fan of it.
yeah, the idea that you could remove the ability for someone to argue something is a societal problem is mind blowing to me. Right? Oh no, this isn't actually a problem, and then there's no way to gather evidence that it is a problem. Like that's man,
Yeah.
that's harsh.
The only argument in favor of it I would see, and I don't know like how to get around that, is the idea that if like the classic thing is the U.S. FBI crime statistic that racists love to quote, the 1350 thing. It's you could make an argument that having those kind of statistics out will allow like racist people or malintentioned people to turn them around and basically pervert them into supporting heinous ideas. Maybe that's just some consequence you have to accept. Maybe I don't see how to get around that without like censoring the statistics, making them accessible only to academicians. But they would obviously leak at some point. I don't see how to get around that. Like either you have them publicly available or you don't.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. Elysium, you wanted to bring up something?
Yeah, so I touched on before color blindness before the law as being like something that's probably really good. I was curious if you guys had any thoughts about it, because like that's something that I'd gone back on forth with. It seems like it seems to be really hard. Um, something that like hopefully should be, like as you talked about, like um, if you have disproportionate poverty and you have disproportionate crime, you're gonna end up with like disproportionate legal effects too. And so like I feel like it's been really hard to make color blindness before the law like actually turn out in actuality to the degree that we want it to. So like things like mandatory minimums that seem to have been created with the intention of normalizing judges' sentences who were letting white people off easier and stuff have now kind of become problematic to the point where like we kind of want to get rid of them because now they're disproportionately affecting black people and things like that. Does that make sense? Does anyone have any thoughts about that?
Yeah. Um, yeah, I think what what we fail to realize is some of the sociological things in our legal system, right? So I was in college and I was riding with a friend and he was drunk driving and he got pulled over. And when he got pulled over, I can't remember the relationship exactly, but something like his dad was friends with the sheriff or like his uncle was friends with the sheriff.
Mhm.
So he got to drive home that night because he had a connection to the officer that stopped him. Well,
Mhm.
if I would have been driving instead of him, I didn't have that relationship. So I would have most likely went to jail, right? So the mandatory minimum thing gets a little weird because if people don't have to engage with the legal system in the same way, then it could be a harsher punishment than if those things didn't exist. But it's all like ridiculously hard calculus to do. But those are things that people don't understand that happen. And when people look at the crime statistics, you're not gonna see that my friend that was a drunk driver in those statistics, right? Because he
Yeah.
had a connection. And how many other people have those connections, right? So it's terribly hard. Like, yeah, legislation and is a difficult process, and I think we trivialize it sometimes. But yeah, for sure, I agree.
Elysium?
Or I mean I don't know. I th- leaving it to be subjective to judges seems to come with a lot of problems, and
Oh,
trying to
for
make
sure.
it colorblind seems to come with a lot of problems. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely think we have an ideal of colorblindness before the law, but I don't know. I don't know if we could ever reach it. I think we could probably reach it, but yeah, I just don't know the policies or pathway to get there.
Okay. Well, it's a
Okay, cool.
optimistic uh, note, right? To end it off with. So
Okay.
to say that we can make it happen, right? So that being said, I don't see color. I just see potential VTubers, guys. So so thank you guys for all joining. Before we go off, we generally do two things. We discuss the next topic for next week, and also
We were discussing
thank our
colorblindness
guest
and
Gambit
intention.
for
And
joining.
outcome.
I appreciate it.
But
I
mostly
had a
intention.
lot of fun. Think you were a good addition. So thank you for coming. Um, yeah, tell me what you are about and where people can find you.
Yeah, so no, I appreciate the invite. This was pretty good. It was like not like debate bro yelling and all of that. So no, it's like constructive conversation. I
Oh,
really
that's gonna happen in the next topic. When picking a topic, that's what. No, just kidding. Sorry.
But no problem. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I think everybody had good points and we all engaged in good faith. So yeah, no, I like it. But you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/GSU Gambit. I stream every now and then. But I'm gonna try to start streaming more, and I'm gonna be doing more software engineering content for people that are interested. So yeah, check me out. And yeah, give Chinchilla a follow and a sub.
Yeah, thank you very much. So the last thing we do is for next week we pick a new topic. I don't know, or we have some sort of a rotation. But honestly,
Mhm.
like let's hear the topics before, because I don't want to talk about like a shit topic. So who has like a D for next week's topic? And sorry, Gambit, since you're not going to be there, you're not allowed to pick a topic. So, but who has like an idea for next week's topic?
I know a really cool topic that we should do.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We should compare Haiti and the Dominican Republic and why they have such drastic different outcomes.
Okay. What do you guys feel about that topic?
Entire top.
I'm okay with it.
Ciao. Ciao, push the talk.
Fuck, is there two sides to that?
Two sides?
Yeah. Are there like competing
It
opinions?
is more of an exploratory question. Seeing as I do not know the answer, I can't really give a side.
Interesting. Okay.
But
I'm pretty sure like we've done
we can
topics
make
like that before, like Cuba. So I'll be fine with that.
Or I guess we could also phrase it as the historical and then current geopolitical situation of Haiti and Dominican Republic.
Well, obviously
Okay.
we'll need to explore the history, yeah.
Okay, so you will type that out in the chat. So can you, was Haiti versus the Dominican Republic, like, which one is doing better and why? And
So-
that's the topic, right?
Yes.
So okay, so we can do that. Like, I don't know enough about those two countries at all. But thank you guys for all joining. I appreciate it. So also check out our panelists.
Yeah, France
Santa
fucked up
Chao,
Haiti so bad.
Neyman
I sadly
and
know quite a
Elysium.
bit about
They all
the
stream
history.
on Twitch as well.
Well, it's not sad that I know it, but
I think Chao is going to continue on streaming, but I'm not sure if Name is going to continue on streaming as well.
I really shouldn't because I got to work tomorrow, but I actually will a little bit.
Okay, I will
For like
pass it off
36 minutes.
this time to you. And
Always.
then I want to say goodbye to everybody that joined today. I saw a lot of interesting chatters.
I saw your chat a couple times. It's
Yeah, interesting. Okay.
interesting. Yeah.
That's a good
Yeah, I would
interpretation,
say,
right? They
I
were
would
talking
say,
about like the 1930s at some point. I don't know, but whatever, you know.
yeah, I would say to Chip, if you ever want to have a one-on-one conversation about some of your opinions versus mine, I'm definitely open to that. But yeah,
Yeah, Chip. Appreciate you for chatting. So I'll see you guys later, and thank you very much for being here. So I'm gonna write name. Oh, and then okay, it doesn't work.
Rip.
Rip.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. So see you guys
naming it.
Namaman.
later.
All right. Thanks, Alexa, for the podcast.
Okay, see you guys later, and bye bye.
Bye bye.
How long you been in software engineering?
Oh, I worked for, I guess, 5 years at this point. I've worked. I started off with learning by myself, then doing a bit of like unpaid internship memes to learn more from people with actual experience, and then I worked at a company for 4 years. This year I've been mostly. I had a bit of money saved up. I decided to take a bit of a break. And right now, one of my ex-coworkers who's one of the founders in a new company. She's like really ambitious and stuff. Actually, she's pretty amazing. She needed help to do some like front end stuff. I'm like full stack, so I don't mind doing front end. And so right now I'm working on a website freelance for her.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm full stacks too, but I do mind doing front end.
No, front end is gross.
It is gross, but look, honestly, I think the UI UX problematics are really interesting, and a lot of devs get really snobbish about it. But it's really fascinating when you think about the behavior of the people, how to make things streamlined and nice to interact with. Those are interesting problems, I think. Obviously, CSS is a fucking shithole, but
I hate CSS, and that's why I don't like front end. But it's funny because a lot of there's no differences between men and women is completely torn apart if you get into UX research and how the different people interact differently with websites based off like design. So yeah, it's interesting. But no, that's cool. It's also interesting you brought up unpaid internships. I was in a really big argument. I don't know if you know Prime. But I was in a really big on a Prime panel, and they were talking about unpaid internships are like theft almost. And I was arguing that in the software engineering space, unpaid internships are amazing because the company doesn't have to give a lot of like resources, but you gain from that learning that you otherwise may not have had because they wouldn't have necessarily paid you for it, but they gave you the opportunity to learn. And if you take advantage of it, either you can move further with that company or a different company. So you gain experience. And like the idea that experience isn't valuable and only money is, it was weird, but we went on a long tangent about unpaid internships.
And if I were to criticize it, sorry. Oh, I got by. If I were to criticize it, I would criticize it more from the perspective where if you look at rather than obviously I got a lot of value out of it, like you're saying, I got my foot in the door basically through that unpaid internship. Where I would criticize it is that I was able to take on an unpaid internship because I was in a privileged position. Like my family was well off enough to support me. I could stay at my mom's while I was doing it. I didn't need an income to support me for those. It was the 3 months. It wasn't a big deal. There are so many people who could have the opportunity to take one, but who won't be able to take one, but who would thrive within it, and it's not very fair to them. That's where I would see a problem with them. More in like that there are people who could thrive with those kinds of opportunities, but they would need them to be fairly compensated to be able to thrive within them.
So
Yeah.
I just looked up because this was something we talked about earlier about Andrew Yang. So basically, it's not really coherent why he's leaving, but he's saying like I'm a very ideological driven and not and practical, and I don't like the voting system in the US, and that's why I'm becoming independent. But honestly,
It was due to voting. Wow, that's crazy. I guess that's crazy. I figured that though. It's not someone with his ideas. Some of the barriers in the Democratic Party probably wouldn't see a benefit to it.
yeah, but honestly, like I don't get why he's leaving because this is making the voice stronger that UBI is like a centrist or whatever policy, and he's not gonna be like influential, being like a
When I
third party
what
third party person, right?
when I've talked about UBI in spaces, I can usually peel conservatives easier than people on the far left or moderate left, and I don't understand why. I
Yeah,
literally don't. I
that's
don't
because
get
they
it.
want to have means testing, right? They wanna do everything through means testing, and
It's
that's
bad that we're giving money to rich people as well if it's universal, blah blah blah. Yeah, I get it too, Gambit. I was a Andrew Yang fan as well, and I advocate
Yeah,
for UBI a lot. Yeah, I get that same experience too. It's
it's
messed up. I don't
it's
get it.
it's mind-boggling, right? It's like, all right, you can give every poor person in the country $1,000, but you also got to give Jeff Bezos $1,000. How does somebody look at that and say, I hate Jeff Bezos so much that I'm willing to withhold from all the poor people? Like, I can't believe it's a real thing. Like, it's actually real though, and I don't get it at all.
Economists study this. Spite is such a motivating thing for human beings. There's studies where those kinds of questions get asked, and people are like, "I'm not gonna get those $20 because I don't want that other person to get $50."
For
It's
sure,
so fucking dumb.
for sure. Yeah, it's
And
crazy.
it's also like if you are being good faith with like a UBI, you're not saying like I'm gonna give the poor $1,000 and then I'm gonna raise that money by disproportionately like taxating like poor people. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like why, right? So
Or they will say, "Oh, rent is just going to increase by $1,000."
Yeah,
And
and it's
UBI
like,
is over.
yeah, it's like, stop it. If you gave more people more money, there'd be more competition for things like property. So like, I don't know, man. It's crazy, but yeah, I do got to go though. But no, I
mm,
All right.
appreciate this conversation, man. I
yeah,
really do
Yeah,
appreciate
same.
y'all.
Appreciate you
it
having
was
me
it
here.
was really fun. It was a good talk. So thank you. And also, I this Sunday name is actually going to talk with Prime. So because
Oh, awesome.
we're gonna have an anime debate. So
Yeah,
that's
the
something.
actual important political
Wait,
subject,
so
isekai.
it's me, Naaman, Prime, Kino, Chin. Is there anybody else?
Elysium.
This is just, oh my fucking god, Chinchilla. You just okay, all right. No,
And Tiberius.
I have no words.
Tiberius is coming as well.
Oh yeah,
Cool.
okay.
I need to
So
get
yeah.
more into
Yeah, he
anime. I
said
don't know
Kino,
a
but
lot
it's not
about anime.
Kino. It's
Oh,
Kino
you
Elise,
want to join the
a
anime
streamer,
debate?
Chinchilla
No,
knows.
just kidding.
No, I'll listen. I don't know enough to engage, but I might listen.
Oh, these two, like I have made a meme, Senpai Chow talking about politics, and then it's like just a normal dog that's smiling, and next to it, it's like Senpai Chow talking about anime, and it's like basically a dog shouting. So it's pretty much it. But yeah, so yeah, see you guys later. So
Cool.
Yeah.
was good talking to you guys. So
Yep.
bye bye.
Have a good night, everyone.
Bye-bye. Good night. All right. It's just me now. It's just me. How are you doing? I could masturbate, and I could be in pain and like breathing, like spitting my lungs out. Fuck, I forgot I changed the notification sound. Hi, Nep, did you catch the picture too? Theo, what? It's an inside joke on this channel, okay? It's a meme. Oh, I put your Photoshop where I'm like holding up the cleaver to Umaru's face. Nice notification, thank you. Yeah, I figured it was time to change it up. It's because Trump voters will never vote Democratic, and we need a party that captures both Trump voters and Dems. That seems to be what Yang is trying to do. I agree with you, Magic Turtle. We'll see how effective it is. I don't feel. I don't live in the U.S., so I don't necessarily have a good feel for that, but I don't feel like the U.S. Political landscape is ready for a third party. It might be at some point, but I don't think it is yet. Can't they just gradually trail UBI off, so like someone who makes 100K a year gets 900 a month instead of 1K people who make 110K, so 1K, and then people who make 110K get 800, etc. So people who are already well off don't get the UBI. So in that case, it's not UBI. UBI literally has universal in the name. But what you're describing, Skits, it's usually what people will call negative income tax. So at low income tax brackets, instead of getting paying a small tax or not paying tax, you actually get negative tax. So the government pays you. It's one way of getting money back to everyone who's under within a lower tax bracket in a means-tested way, in a universally means-tested way. I guess that's how we could throw that universal word back in there. And that's kind of what you're describing there, Skits. And it is an idea. It is an idea that's discussed in the circles of discussing UBI and like how to reduce income inequality in general and create more ways for people to live to have livable wages and in more precarious living situations and such and such. But yeah, the way I've seen it put is as a negative income tax, and that would achieve exactly what you're describing, Skits. Third party, it's not going to happen. Let's be honest. I don't know. Like at some point, it could happen. At some point, the political landscape might be ready for it. Honestly, I think if it's going to happen, it's going to happen, I would say, a time span of, like, not the next election, maybe the one after that, or maybe in 2 elections. The way I would see it happening is that I think that the way the Republican Party has lined up and put all its eggs in the Trump basket is going to be its downfall. It's at the same time it's its success right now. It's one of the most important like partisan things for the Republican Party right now. But I don't see it working like year after year after year into with the demographic changes that the U.S. is gonna end up with, et cetera, et cetera. I just don't see Trump-style politics being a long-term solution. And since the party is basically all in on that, I could see the party basically crashing and burning at some point because of that. And that will leave a vacuum that a third party will rise up to. That's my prediction. Or perhaps the Democratic Party splits up. Like the center and right of the Democratic Party split off from the like progressive left, and then those will be the 2 parties. Would mean a complete shift of the Overton window in the U.S. political discourse as well, to a certain extent, probably. Yeah, not sure if I like negative income tax. How would you convince people to work low-paying jobs? You still make more money, yeah. Like you can calculate it out, so you still make more money. At the end of the day, like you might have people who don't want to work because they can get like unemployment. I've seen that here in France. Like there was this guy who was a friend of the family, who at some point he told my mom, oh, I don't want to go work for like 1,300 euro when I could get 900 euro in unemployment while not doing anything. But that guy was like privileged as fuck. Like, people who actually need money, they'll want the extra 400 euro. They're not going to be like, oh, I don't want to work. Especially since you get better unemployment benefits from working, etc. Like long term that shit pays off. You have to either be oblivious to how that stuff helps you out long term, which happens to a lot of people, to be fair, or just be hella privileged and you just don't care. Yeah, sure, it's possible with some sort of bracketed negative income tax. Sounds like a hassle compared to UBI. Yeah, absolutely. Well, one of the big arguments in favor of UBI compared to that is it's simple. It's the simplicity. Absolutely. And that is a good argument. Simplicity is a positive upside to within a policy. How hard is it to live off of 900 euro in a rural area of France? Okay, first off, 900 euro, you're underneath minimum wage in France. So you're probably not living off of 900 euro unless you're on an internship or a part-time job. So something where you're not working full-time or like, yeah. That being said, 900 euro in rural France is should be easy to live off of. You're not going to be comfy. You're not going to be, well, like, you're not going to have excess, like saving money, but you can live off of it. It's not going to be great, but you can live off of it. You would be a lot better at minimum wage though, honestly. Those extra 200 euro, 250, 300 euro rather, they're going to make a huge difference at that point. How do we convince anyone to work a job if they have to pay taxes on their income? Yeah, like people actually use that argument sometimes to argue against progressive income tax, where like, well, why would I work harder to make that much more money and pay that much more in taxes? And it's like, come on, dude, you're still making more money. It's just you're making less of the more money that you're making. Fuck, don't be dumb about it. UBI is better to me because it's divorced from job availability or bad hiring practices. That's fair, I guess. Sure. What I like concerning jobs is, and I think UBI addresses it, but I like in general the idea of unconditional unemployment benefits. If there is no UBI, I want unconditional unemployment benefits. Like if you can't find a job, if you don't want to find a job, like you should be able to live, if possible. If you're in a wealthy country where there's enough taxable income, etc., to make that work economically, then yeah. Because I like, this is one of those things that I kind of like take away from like Marxist thought about economy and the workforce. I believe there's no such thing as an unproductive human. I believe that human beings do what they need to do for the most part, and that if you give them the opportunities to be able to do what they want to accomplish, they'll accomplish pretty fucking cool things for the most part. So why not give people the opportunities? I'm for it, if possible. You liked my I don't see color, I just see potential VTubers. Yeah, I felt like we needed a reminder at the end of the, because we were a bit doomer at the end of the podcast. We needed a reminder that we literally solved racism. Like, come on. We couldn't solve everything, but we fucking solved racism with anime VTubers. That's a pretty high bar to follow up on. I remember my dad working at McDonald's when he was like 19 or so, and they offered him a manager position for less money per hour. Oh, fucking... Dude, manager positions in fast food restaurants are the biggest scam in the fucking world. Honestly. Literally, they think you want more responsibilities for barely better pay, or like in your situation it's even more ridiculous, like actually worse pay, but that's fucking insane. But even when it's better pay, it's like, oh, 50 cents more per hour, and in exchange you're gonna have to work like long hours, unpaid overtime, you're gonna get chewed out for the mistakes of your underlings. Fuck that shit, dude. No, don't do it. Boycott that bullshit. The reason I'm more supportive of a negative income tax in comparison to UBI is that you get both sides of the spectrum on your side. The people who want to give direct payments to the poor and you don't give money to rich people. Or just have a less universal UBI that tapers off towards the higher income end, like I said before. That's a fair argument. You might get more political capital for a negative income tax than you would get for a UBI, possibly. That would be a very practical, pragmatic argument that if the polls were supportive of it, I would be 100% behind it. I don't mind one or the other that much that I would care for arguing one over the other in the face of political praxis. So yeah, I think that's absolutely a fair approach. That being said, there is something interesting when you go into means testing and complicated policies. I've seen this in France, where you have very, very complicated and highly means tested social support at multi-tiered social support at different levels. But France is like a classic European social welfare state, and what you get with that is there was this study that, interestingly enough, showed that means testing in France costs more than the money it protects the state from misspending. That literally we could means test less and save money, even though more people would have access to the social aid. And as a side effect, you have less people falling through the cracks, because I don't remember who it was who said it during our podcast, but it's very relevant with what I'm talking about right now. I think it was Chinchilla who said it. When people who have a less strong understanding of the language, of society, of administrative processes, they're the people who need the support more than anyone else, but they're the people who are the least likely to go after it. So the less you means test it, the less bureaucracy and like paperwork checks you put behind it, the less of those people fall through the cracks. And that's one of the strongest fucking arguments for UBI, because it's unconditional. You don't have any problems. Everyone shows up, and there's a check in their mailbox or in their bank account. No questions asked, and that's amazing. And honestly, negative income tax. I mean, everyone's got to file taxes, so that's pretty much the same as far as that argument goes. And at least in countries not like the US, where once you file your taxes, the government calculates them for you, then that's like that. There's literally no barrier to entry there, honestly. My brother denied a manager upgrade for 6 years because of that. Yeah. Once again, fuck manager positions in fast food joints. I've never worked one, but everything I've heard about them is absolute bullshit. Same here, I'm fine with either. Hells yeah. I would 100% discriminate based off if your VTuber avatar is weeb shit or not. Based. I would also only hire weebs. 100%. Weebs are the future. I would like everyone to acknowledge that. Talking about UBI, you can support Name by downloading Raid Shadow Legends, and he might be able to... Oh, shit, yeah. Oh, no. Okay, you might notice this little progress bar in the bottom left. I'm until Saturday, you forgot to show. Yeah, Chinchilla reminded me. Until Saturday, my stream is sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. What this means is that if you use my referral link that Chinchilla just posted in the Twitch chat, you can complete the tutorial, and then that will, once we hit 30 tutorial completions here, the maximum, I'll get another extra $200 in the sponsorship. So if you haven't done it yet, if you want to support the stream with 10 minutes of your time, you can absolutely do so by completing a Raid Shadow Legends tutorial. There you go. We shilled. Join me in doing remote VTube interviews. Dude, that's such a cool idea. I want to watch that. I follow your channel, Gambit. I want to be there when you do the remote VTube interview. I actually sent a link to Elysium. Let me scroll up in my Elysium DMs real quick. Oh yeah, there it is. I got a good meme on the subject. Let me pull it up here, right here. Got a little Reddit video for you guys.
It's only my second day of online class, and this man is making me want to drop out already.
I thought there would be a personal introduction section for this course if we're working as teams. Like.
Oh, well, that we kind of work in small groups and get to know each other as we go. And I have done personal introductions, and I actually did them in my in-person class, but it's so slow. It takes so much time. So I decided to pass on that this semester. We did that in my in-person class, and we still got further in the slides than we did online. So
Okay, well,
I'm
I
hoping
guess,
that
I guess I'm
we'll
just
get.
gonna throw this surprise at the wall right now then.
What's
Hello. Hello.
Oh. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna do this whole bit. It's not worth it anymore.
Oh, introduce yourself. We'll take a minute. Everybody, I'm sure, wants to hear you introduce
Nah.
yourself with this. Go
Once
ahead.
you see
Nah,
this.
I don't.
He goes, nah, I don't. You can't do that. Oh my god. Cringe. This is the purest cringe, dude. This is 99.999% proof cringe. That's the good stuff, dude. That's the stuff you can snort it and you're cringing right up to the deepest neurons. The guy she told you not to worry about. Uh-oh. Okay. I'm playing risky here. I'm copy pasting links directly into my browser. I need to figure out what software they use. I'll definitely do this. Okay, what I can recommend to you, because I played a bit around with it. There's this free thing you can grab off of Steam, Gambit. It's VTube Studio. Where is it? It should still. Oh no, it's no longer in my games. Anyways, go here. Go here. VTube Studio. There you go. It's free, and you got a couple free models here. Which is the really nice part. So like you got this girl. You can be a big booba anime girl. That's a nice part in there. Oh, I already had it installed. Perfect. Hell yeah, shilling like a true capitalist. I knew you could make me proud as the most liberal person, left-wing person on Lib Praxis. Hells yeah. Okay, you gotta agree to a license agreement, and then you go Akari. Yeah. And there you go. And then you gotta like link a camera. So no, not fuck the background. Oh yeah, settings. Gotta I don't remember. Oh yeah, there you go. Camera, choose camera. It's a droid cam source for me. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, whatever. I think that's the one. Okay. Hell yeah. Okay, yeah, it's tracking. So I gotta calibrate from this position. There you go. Actually, no, I'll calibrate from this position when I'm facing this. And then I can close this. And okay, fuck, my eyes are like, yeah, the eyes are fucky. But hey, there you go. Now I'm a big booba anime girl. The dream of my entire life is coming true right now. Is there a boob slider on this one? No. Like this is like a free one basically. Remember the university professor that turned on his cam and he was a sad cat? Oh yeah, that one was so fucking good. That one wasn't cringe. That was based, dude. Now unbutton. No. To be fair, those buttons here, holy shit. Those buttons are literally holding back. You know that meme where Spider-Man is holding back the whole fucking train? That's what's going on here. Those buttons are doing the work of like a thousand men. Honestly. Shit software, no boob slider. It's not customizable before. There you go. So really easy, Gambit. If you want to fuck around with it, go into VTube Studio. Obviously, there's only a couple free models. If you want some more like extensive shit, you're gonna need to. You can get some cheapo models. They won't be very well animated. The other thing you can do if you have a VR headset, VR chat works really well. Just get a good VR chat model, and that'll work for you. All right, React, Baby Rage. All right. Also, thank you. No worries. I love my VTubers. Okay. Oh yeah, this one. It's so fucking good.
Mr. Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the
Fucking
video
eyes of the cat.
settings. You might want to take
We're
a look.
trying to, can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a
So fucking
filter.
good.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but I'm prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
I'm not a cat.
I can see that. I think if you click the up arrow next to this.
Yeah, oh my god, this is so cute. This has got to be a prank. It's maybe a prank from someone else at his office, but he sounds so fucking genuine. I have no doubt he's perfect. He's genuinely confused there. Yeah, it's so fucking good. This was the absolute worst time for me to tune in to Nameman and stream. Nah, you look, Soap. I'm finally living my dream of being a big booba anime girl. Please support me in this. I'm not a cat, the feels. Yeah. Some girl has this picture as her Microsoft Teams avatar at work. Nice. The way he said it, I'm prepared to go forward with it. Just makes you feel like it's a bit. Maybe I believe him. 100%. He sounds distraught. Exactly. He sounds genuinely distraught. I'm 100% buying into it. Maybe I'm just naive, but I buy into it. I'm gonna buy an Oculus eventually. Yeah, like there's a Twitch streamer that I enjoy, Sean VR, who's basically a VR tuber. And yeah, that's like what he does. He runs around as a big booba VR model. And wait, no, he finally got himself like an actual VTuber model with big boobas too. But let me show you the VR stuff actually, because that was just normal VTuber. Ah, fuck. Wait, that's more. No, that's more. Fuck, I want to click. No. Wait, is he only doing? Where's the? I want the VR shit. Oh, there you go. Now that's the VR shit. So he like runs around in VR worlds with
Oh, crap! This war looks really cool, by the way.
He's a pretty entertaining streamer. Like I enjoy watching him.
It's funky.
I don't like the boob physics on this model, but it is what it is.
You ever wanted to go to like
I love his accent.
I don't know
too.
if this is just me, right? But like, see, when I was younger, I always wanted to
I haven't played with Sign in forever, and watching Sean VR makes me feel like I'm hanging out with Sign again.
Like that was a thing. That was a thing I wanted to do, and then now I would be like, yeah, no, I need technology.
Anyways, also Melon Art podcast is going to happen. Awesome, poggers. I need to tune in for that. The VTuber models are garbage. Full body tracking VR models are where the boobas are at. Well, yeah, ideally you get full body tracking, and you need a rig for that. Obviously, that like starts getting into high budget. But you know, it's stuff you can play around with if you got the equipment for it. Well, I plan to get the VR for games, but understood. Yeah. Is this allowed? While girls won't get ads when they do this stuff, those double standards, quad W. Just be anime. What rank is Sean VR? I don't know. It's a better world to live in if you believe it's real, yeah. Boobist. Why aren't you watching top 100 streamers instead? I don't. Well, sometimes I do. Is that Elysium? Yes. Did y'all talk about the leaks on the podcast? Not really. Well, we memed about it before the podcast for like 30 seconds. Sign's voice is much more pleasant, though. That's a compliment for Sign. React to Havana Syndrome Greenwald meme? All right. It's true, we talked about it earlier. Gotta check that one out. Fuck, this fucking thumbnail! What the fuck? This smug-ass face.
Hey everyone, it's Glenn Greenwald, and I'm back with a new episode of System Update exclusively on Rumble, and I want to examine what is just the latest, but perhaps most deranged and humiliating fraud yet that the CIA, in conjunction with their standard partners in the corporate media,
Central Committee makes 14K a month. I saw, pretty hilarious.
The American public. There are
I don't mind.
number of stories just that I've covered in the last
Real quick, I have no problem with people being communists and leftists and making money. Like that, there's nothing wrong with it. We live in a society. Nothing against that guy's voice, but Sign has a very pleasant way of speaking. Absolutely, Sign is really cool. He has a radio. Honestly, he has basically like a radio voice. I'm not trying to be rude, but his voice is fucking awful. Wait, whose? We're talking about skits. Those are fighting words, depending on who you're talking about.
On Rumble, where the intelligence community worked with the same set of so-called journalists at NBC and the New York Times and in the Russiagate sector of the digital media to perpetrate one fraud after the next that is now being proven to be false. I've covered the indictment of Hillary Clinton's lawyer that demonstrated that the story about Trump and his organization having a secret server with a
Glenn
Russian
motherfucking Greenwood. Oh yeah,
was a complete
no, yeah,
fraud.
his voice
We
isn't
have
that
covered the fact that the story
fascinating.
last year from the New York Times that came from the CIA that Russia had placed bounties on the heads of American
Fuck Glenn
soldiers, which was
Greenwald,
laundered by the New
literal
York Times and
troglodyte.
used by pro-war Democrats and Liz Cheney to block President
Yeah, I'm
Trump's
not a fan of
withdrawal
him
from
either.
Afghanistan was also a fraud. And of course, we've also recently discovered yet again from a new
I don't
book by
mind either.
Politico Reporter
I just think it's
that
funny
the
because he
emails
probably
in the
doesn't give a
Hunter Biden
penny
archive
back
are
to his
completely
cause,
authentic
or
and
maybe a
genuine and
penny.
not
Also,
Russian
I want to say something. This is hard to quantify, so it's like not something it's not a hill I'm gonna die on. But you can make an argument that when you're contributing to a cause through your influence and through the content you create, that can be enough as well. Like I'm not going to look at someone who's extremely influential and makes extremely well-produced and high-quality video essays like ContraPoints and be like, oh, she's making leftist arguments. Does she actually contribute some of her YouTube money to like her local lefty party and stuff? I don't give a shit. Like the stuff she makes is on point and influences people and pushes her ideas forward into the world. So I would never dare say that she isn't doing a lot of work to make those ideas real in the world. So that's 100% fair argument to make in those things too. Where I feel like I don't know much about Central Committee. I've never actually watched him much. All I know is he got into some like dumb arguments with Destiny, and the clips I've seen make him like look like really stupid. But like I can't judge him based on that. All I know is that like with Hassan, it's a bit harder to make that argument because so much of his content is just like React content and virtue signaling lefty talking points, where at least for a lot of what I've seen is that. But sometimes he does actually argue his points. I don't watch him enough to really judge him on that or not, but it's entirely possible that he doesn't really like push his ideas forward into the minds of people, that he's just like circle jerking them, in which case it's a lot less effective probably. Well, if you advocate for communism, it kind of is weird if you're going to be a super capitalist yourself. It depends. Like, look, first off, once again we live in a society, right? You got to survive, and the society we live in is capitalist. Secondly, sure, you're communist, but if you're communist and you believe in incremental progress, then you need to acquire power in the society as it exists right now in order to change it. If you're communist and you believe in a revolution, then you still need to acquire power in order to implement your, violent revolution that's going to fuck everything up. So yeah, you're going to have to accumulate power. And power in a capitalist society, in a capitalist world, is correlated with capital. So it's not really even hypocritical, because you're still, at least you yourself are like rationalizing it by either your basic survival, which is perfectly fair, or once you go past that, you're like furthering the means that the means of producing the outcomes you actually want. That seems a bit overly charitable to think that's what he's doing, Imo. No, Hassan isn't doing that. Like, he's obviously not putting his capital at work and to further like communist agenda. At least not from to my knowledge. I've never heard of him doing that. Hassan pretty much dropped the political content. Yeah, that's mostly what I've seen. I think it's better for him. He only does political pandering to his echo chamber. Yeah, that's everything I've seen of him in recent years, really. Ever since the election, basically. Tell Magic Turtle to come play a game with me. Odin wants to play a game with you, Magic Turtle. I think if you get mad about what people spend money on, it's very easy to be a hypocrite when most people don't want to spend money, even if they could. Yeah. That Mike from PA guy is a habitual pathological liar who has been caught. A fucking liar! I'm sorry. Who has been caught so many times in his lies that he seems to have lost all credibility, but I don't watch any of these people anymore past like 2019. Yeah, I've seen some like clips or takedowns of him, but I don't follow enough to have make my own opinion. Well, if people care a lot and spend the other way, it's really weird. Yeah, but like if people care a lot and spend the other way, then it becomes weird. But we're not talking about. I was specifically reacting to someone talking about like at least my understanding was making money. Is like making money is just how you live in this world, right? Hassan isn't a communist either. He's probably like a dem sock. Yeah. What a liar. Weasley little liar. Absolutely. That's why criticizing spending usually is not productive, TBH. No one is perfect when it comes to... Yeah, that's also the thing. Like, people are so quick to like demonize other people on stuff that they're never gonna be good at anyways. It's like, come on. Gotta get... Once you gotta be realistic, gotta not lie to yourself about what you're capable of doing or not.
For the last year, in order to censor that story and discredit it, so it's just one lie after the next by the same set of power factions and the intelligence community and the media.
I'm gonna skip ahead a bit.
Blatantly, they lied, but it's the most absurd story yet. You may remember that in 2017, 2018, 2019, the corporate media, in conjunction with the CIA, began claiming that Russia had invented some completely new, futuristic, highly sophisticated sonic weapon that no one in the West had ever heard of or invented or even knew anything about, and they were using this dastardly weapon to emit sonic...
So we're watching this, just to give some context, we're watching this because a couple of weeks ago, we had a discussion when I was preparing for the Cuba discussion on Lib Praxis with Chinchilla. We quickly went down a rabbit hole of the what he's talking about, the like sonic microwave attack. I forgot the name there was for that, but basically this like sort of conspiracy theory that Russia or Cuba or like other governments around the world have developed some kind of indirect weapon that Havana syndrome. Yeah, that was the term, because it happened to people in the Havana embassy as well, where they felt sick basically. With some like vague generic it's not a conspiracy theory. No, it's not a conspiracy theory. Like, the people actually felt sick. What I'm talking about is the fact that the people the conspiracy part is the fucking is whether or not this tech was actually used. It's a conspiracy. Like, conspiracy theories don't have to be false. That there are real conspiracies as well in the world. I'm using conspiracy in the literal sense of the word. This was tested for crowd control. Yeah. Those kinds of weapons exist. That is absolutely true. Bro, these people are still physically disabled and unable to work. They didn't get a little sick. Look, the articles I read a couple weeks ago, they weren't. There were actually so okay, if I recall correctly, I might have to dive back into it. Well, yeah, the conspiracy part is linking it to Russia. Yeah. Hey, sad I missed the Praxis. We'll go back and listen. Was trying to tune in for a minute, but I was in Union Square and it was too hectic. All right, no worries. It was a good convo. I liked it. Anyways. Watergate was a conspiracy. Oh yeah, sure, you're making the distinction between conspiracy and conspiracy theory. He does politics every day. He just does other shit too. Well, yeah, but the politics he does, Milton Kitano, at least what I've seen. I don't watch Hassan much, so I absolutely, like I admitted it earlier, I absolutely could be wrong. But the politics I've seen him do are very, like, not very in-depth. That's kind of more what I was getting at, Milton Kitano. Anyways, back to the Havana syndrome stuff. I know what I remember reading Soap was that The Havana syndrome stuff, there were like brain lesions detected in people, but there weren't I didn't see anything that where people were like physically significantly physically disabled for a long extent. What I have seen concerning that is that the people have gone on medical leave, but not that they're like disabled in the way in common parlance you would understand disabled. I might be wrong on that, absolutely. But once again, what I remember reading about it is that it didn't seem that that extensive in its health consequences. Hassan's latest take being discussed. Poor people should be allowed to steal from shops. Who cares? Because the insurance company is going to pay for it anyways. Ooh. Like, I don't disagree about justice being means tested. Like, it's the classic thing of like a poor person stealing an apple to feed their family versus someone stealing a cart of apples to like sell on the black market, whatever. Those are obviously not the same things. But that's fucking misunderstanding what insurance companies do. Yeah. Watch the yeah. In this case, it was some dude stealing perfume to resell it, of course. Yeah, and you could still make an argument that's to support their family, whatever. I don't know. I'm not gonna delve into that. It's not. To be fair, justice will always disproportionately affect marginalized and lower income people, and it would be fair to try to see ways to address it. But obviously, just being like forehead, who cares, is not a proper way to address it. But I never listened to Hassan expecting nuance, honestly. But yeah, Soap is right. There was the most recent case of Havana syndrome was during Kamala Harris' Southeast Asia diplomatic trip. She and her team were affected by it. She had to cancel it. She actually had to cancel a talk because of being affected by Havana syndrome. It's unclear whether it was like an actual attack or whether it was just people getting sick, etc. That's my understanding of the events, but it was put in the same category as Havana syndrome. She wasn't affected directly. It was a diplomat who was there prior to her traveling. Okay, I misunderstood the article I read back then, though. Then I thought she was affected directly, not her team. But regardless, yeah, there was an event canceled because of it. Absolutely. That I do remember.
Sounds that were causing brain damage in American diplomats and other American government agents first in Havana, which was why it was called the Havana syndrome. Also in China, in Iran, in places in Western Europe, including Austria.
I'm
and
gonna
the fact that this was Russia that was behind this plot, and that President Trump therefore was too afraid to do anything about it because he didn't want to offend Putin, became one of the science fictions, the fairy tales that the media fed us over and over and over. Let's just remind ourselves about how preposterous was their behavior as they peddled this complete lie. Here is a segment from MSNBC, from NBC News on September 11th of 2018. You'll just listen to what it is that they say.
Exclusive new reporting this morning from NBC News. Intelligence agencies investigating attacks on U.S. diplomats in Cuba and China now strongly suspect that Russia is to blame. 26 government workers in Havana had mysterious brain injuries starting in late 2016. And then this year, one U.S. worker in China was diagnosed with similar symptoms. Joining me now with more on this is NBC News intelligence and national security reporter Ken Delaney. And so this has been a mystery. The CIA, the FBI, other intelligence agencies have all been working to try to figure out what exactly happened here. Why do they suspect Russia now? And what's the evidence that they have?
Well, it's still partially a mystery, Chris, but they have more and more evidence, they say. 3 U.S. officials tell us, pointing to Russia, including communications intercepts that suggest that the Russian intelligence agency was involved. Now,
breaking news, Russia is to blame. And you see what they do. They just launder.
The U.S. intelligence believes that it's Russian counterintel agents with microwave devices. Yeah, I've seen those that hypothesis when I looked into it. I'm not going to play this bullshit game where people say that we can't trust the CIA, blah, blah, parroting Trump's dog shit. I'm not going to buy into that either. But what I've read when I was researching it is that it's still a hypothesis, right? Even like U.S. intelligence has, it's not that U.S. intelligence believes that with confidence. It's that U.S. intelligence has suspicions that that's something of that sort is happening. We aren't sure about how it's been done. We aren't. Just to clarify, I wasn't saying you were saying that. All right, yeah, it's all clear. But I'm just saying, like, my understanding of it from when I read about it like a month ago, I think, quite exactly, versus revisiting it now. My understanding of the Russian part of it was that, yeah, like the sicknesses, what does a sonic... Okay, so once again, we don't know whether it's a sonic attack or a microwave attack. The reason people suspect the microwave attack is because biologists and doctors studied the brain lesions that people who suffered when they showed the symptoms of the Havana syndrome. And some of the lesions, according to them, were corresponded to the kinds of lesions you would see in a microwave attack. That was why it was a Sonichu attack. Yeah, so that is why the microwave attack is one of the leading theories on what kind of attack it might have been. Honestly, it could be something entirely else. It could just not be an attack. It could be something biological, attack or not. There is no hard evidence here. It's all it's mostly I forgot the word for it. But yeah, the wiki article is pretty extensive, like Sotso was saying. You can click the wiki article and have a good read about it. Absolutely. I went through it like a month ago. Yeah, speculation. That's what I was looking for. It's mostly speculation. This is the first time, this MSNBC part is the first time I hear about the intercepts of Russian communiques. If that is true, then that is a big argument in favor of it being an attack. Whether or not we know through what means is another question, but would have to see those intercepts. We're never going to see them, but hey, that's the nature of intelligence and counterintelligence. 5G exposure is real, absolutely. Greenwald cites researchers who claim it's psychogenic. I've seen those researchers too, yeah, when we looked it up a month ago, yeah. Is there a way to have a chat that shows both Streams GG and Twitch chat in one chat? For new people watching you talking to ghost chatters is weird. Yeah, I'll put up Streams chat again, especially since people are talking to me. There we go. Streams chat is back on screen. I was thinking of making it, honestly, of making a separate website that combined the Streamlabs multi-chat and the Streams chat. I could do it, honestly. It wouldn't be even that hard to do. But yeah, it's called They Click the Twitch chat tab. Yeah, they could just come into Twitch chat, absolutely. Yeah, like an extension. Yeah, I'm on the monitor twice. Poggers. Only those who tag you would be nice. Yeah, I was thinking of honestly doing that, like a Streams chat tab, like a website that would fetch the Streams chat and inject some JavaScript to only have the messages that tag me. That would be really, really nice. Absolutely. CIA investigation and Russian microwave attacks, an article from GQ. The CIA was able to track Russian counterintelligence agents being in close proximity to their own people at the exact moment. Every single one of them was attacked in like 5 different countries. Oh, I hadn't seen that article. Okay, that's like very, 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 that's like very conclusive, I would say, as far as Russian implication. Using this sort of data, CIA investigators were able to deduce the whereabouts of Russian agents and place them in close... okay, so it's from this article that Sotso was quoting here at me. In close proximity to the CIA officers at the time they had been attacked when they were in Poland, Georgia, Australia, and Taiwan. In each case, individuals believed to be FSB agents were within range of the CIA officers who had been hit in 2019. In 2 of the incidents, location data apparently showed FSB agents in the same hotel at the same time their targets experienced the onset of symptoms. Is there a way to make something like Chatterino grab chats from other sites? Well, yeah, it's called programming stuff in JavaScript. But Twitch chat has people like Magic Turtle. Hey, I like Magic Turtle, okay? Don't bully him. He's a cool dude and he doesn't afraid of crypto, okay? I translated a tweet he made, but it's pretty lengthy, so here's a paste bin. Basically a Brazilian YouTuber comparing Bolsonaro with Trump with the Hunter Biden meme. Greenwald meme. Honest question. If you had in your hands... Okay, this has nothing to do with Havana syndrome. If you had in your hands information that would for absolute certainty made Bolsonaro win the election because it would ruin the opposition to the eyes of the voters for something not that serious, would you publish it? And Greenwald responds, with no doubt. We can't pretend to support democracy and then demand journalists hide information the public has the right to know about powerful politics. You want journalists to manipulate the public instead of informing them. I don't believe that. Okay. Good one, dude. He is not a cool dude, yeah. Programming forehead, yeah. I believe that when I see him fist fighting Bigfoot. Twitch chat also has me. Maybe get rid of the Twitch chat. Yeah, maybe I should just get rid of the Twitch chat. Alright, let's move on with the video.
What intelligence officials feed to them uncritically over and over and over again without an ounce of skepticism. And it's always...
Honestly, you could talk about him for an entire day since he did takes for a lot of shit, so you'd have to sit between the shitstorms, yeah.
The same people. There you have Ken Delanian, who I did reporting with colleagues at The Intercept back in 2014, where we FOIA'd the CIA and the State Department for communications with reporters and found that he would actually submit his drafts, his stories, to the CIA for review prior to publishing them. That's how loyal of a servant he is to the CIA. He was one of the leading fabricators behind numerous Russiagate stories, and there he is, right at the center of this fake...
Oh yeah, speaking of get rid of all chats except YouTube and Facebook. Speaking of that, Frank motherfucking Baker, I'm so sorry. I didn't respond to when you said hi during the podcast. I try not to, like, you know, talk over people, even though I can mute myself in Discord, etc. And like you said yourself, no need to respond. But hey, thanks for the like as usual. Thanks for tuning in. I don't know if you're still there, but love you, Frank Baker. Speaking of Facebook chat.
Story as well. Here was what NBC News and Andrea Mitchell did that night on their network broadcast.
Frank Baker.
The mystery, who or what caused American officials living in these Havana homes and several hotels to suffer headaches, dizziness, and some serious brain injuries similar to a concussion. Last year, Cuban investigators told us they would never allow their territory to be used that way. But now Russia is the leading suspect, NBC News has learned, according to 3 U.S. officials and 2 others briefed on the investigation. Evidence, they say, backed up by highly secret communications intercepts collected during a lengthy and ongoing investigation involving the FBI, CIA, and other agencies. U.S. officials also tell NBC News investigators now believe the Americans were deliberately targeted.
You cannot take anything Greenwald says seriously, TBH. He's so dishonest and motivated to distort and mislead. He's literally equally as lacking in credibility as alt-right journalists on Twitter like Cernovich. Classic Frank Baker, what a lad, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that he's that bad, but I take everything he says with a grain of salt because of because of a lot of the bad shit I've seen him do. I don't know if he's that disingenuous, but I've seen him do some really bad stuff. I don't remember what specifically. There's like a lot of weird shit, but I don't know if he's as bad as Cernovich though. That's like that's a really fucking low bar to squeeze under. What bad reporting has he done? Fuck. We went down the Glenn Greenwald rabbit hole a while ago. I remember agreeing with you guys when you presented the stuff with me, but I don't remember what that stuff was. Like stuff that's not just him giving bad opinions, but like actual bad reporting. Maybe he doesn't have I'm being manipulated by chat. I actually am. I know it's so hard for me to have like strong opinions about this kind of stuff. Like I'll watch a Glenn Greenwald video. I don't care. I'll take the video at face value for what it is, and at the end of the day. Because people not being people having bad precedents or not is doesn't matter to me. Like someone can be very wrong and still be right. Like a broken clock is right twice a day, basically. So I'll take this video at its own value. They drank too much and are hungover and didn't want to tell their boss they were raging on the job. People unironically said that was the cause for Havana syndrome, that the symptoms were similar to hangovers. I don't know, mate. He for sure is. I'm being manipulated by chat. For once manipulated by chat and not Elysium. No, Elysium is my puppet master. Gaslighting complete. Yeah. That's why we got to do research. I don't want to go that rabbit hole again, kind of. But yeah, guys, if you gotta throw Magic Turtle needs to know like what bad reporting has he done, and I need to know too. Like I'm just parroting you guys without like even remembering why it is that we don't like him. So you know what? Put your proof where your mouth is. You want to throw down fighting words? Give some articles with him.
And this is just pure propaganda by NBC News. They just put graphics on the screen. They're told what to say. By the CIA, they say they're deliberately targeted. Russia is the leading suspect over and over and over. Now, again, I said earlier that it's always the same people. Here is one of the leading Russiagate fabulous, Natasha Bertrand, who began at Business Insider, where she pushed that fake Trump Alpha Bank story, got promoted to Politico, then to The Atlantic, then now to CNN, where she was one of the leading proponents of the fraudulent Steele dossier. She's virtually at the center of every fake Russiagate lie and Russiagate story that we've been subjected to for the last 5 years. Here she is on Twitter, as late as October 2020, promoting the story. Must read from GQ's Julia Yaffe, another Russiagate fanatic, that also confirms what we reported last month, that CIA Director Gina Haspel completely dismissed analysts who brought her intel showing Russia might be behind the microwave attacks known as Havana syndrome. And what she's really saying there is that Gina Haspel did something wrong by discounting the fairy tale that they had all created, namely that Russia was behind this dastardly attack. Let's take a look at what Julia Yaffe wrote in the GQ article that Natasha Bertrand told everyone was a must read. Here you see the headline, "The Mystery of the Immaculate Concussion." And you see an American.
Yeah, that's the article that you linked me.
Lightning bolts going into his brain and it's falling on the ground and very dramatic. And the story is very familiar to anyone who followed the Russiagate fraud. She begins by referencing the CIA official who's at the center of the story, Polymeropoulos, who is in every one of these articles. She says, as he grasped for an explanation, he was paying careful attention to what was being discovered about the incidents in Cuba and China. By the summer of 2018, scientists, intelligence officials, and journalists were zeroing in on a potential culprit, microwave weapons. Sitting in his office in Langley, Polymeropoulos was convinced he knew who was behind these attacks, these apparent attacks, Moscow. He had been charged with pushing back against the Russians, and now he figured the Russians were retaliating, including against him personally. He created this paranoid delusion in his brain, laundered by these Russiagate journalists, that Russia was so angry that he had come too close to the truth that they invented this secret weapon that no one in the West heard of to injure his brain using microwave sonic attacks on his neurons. She goes on December 23rd, 2019, the CIA team investigating the attacks brought its findings to CIA Director Gina Haspel, according to two sources. After listening to the investigators lay out their evidence that suggested the Russian security services were behind the hits on agency personnel, Haspel challenged them. They say she accused
Put some Jason Bourne undercover and give it to some diplomats so he can observe far away.
She was skeptical of their attempt to frame Russia. The story goes
on.
The sources say that the director questioned the motives of those looking into the mysterious attacks. Quote, "This is why we need to clean out Russia," how she said, referring to the CIA's operation unit focused on Russia, according to two sources. "You're just trying to stir up trouble on Russia." A third source confirmed that, quote, "the meeting did not go well." Now,
okay, what was the key point according to your Magic Turtle? Because I talked over the last part, but I'm gonna go back a bit. My favorite gate is the Obama gate because nobody knows what it is, but it was a thing. No, it was his birth certificate. That was Obama gate. No.
After listening to the investigators lay out their evidence that suggested the Russian security services were behind the hits on agency personnel, Haspel challenged them. They say she accused the investigators of both hiding information from her and lying to her about what their inquiry uncovered. She was skeptical of their attempt to frame Russia. The story goes on. The sources say that the director questioned the motives of those looking into the mysterious attacks. Quote, "This is why we need to clean out Russia," how she said, referring to the CIA's operation unit focused on Russia, according to two sources. "You're just trying to stir up trouble on Russia." A third source confirmed that, quote, "the meeting did not go well." Now, in case you're wondering which side Julia Yaffe and Natasha Bertrand decided to take, it was the same side as NBC News in favor of the idea that Russia had developed this dastardly weapon that Gina Haspel was trying to cover up.
Okay, so this is a fair point. Wasn't Obamagate something about his microwave or this emotion? I don't know. Okay, this is a fair point. Until now, Glenn Greenwald has mostly been talking about, well, honestly, irrelevant stuff, like what graphics are used in articles or whatever. Oh, yeah, Obamagate was the alleged spying into Trump's campaign. Yeah, that was Obamagate. Absolutely. Anyways, to the video. This is a fair point from Glenn Greenwald. If you don't have a consensus within the intelligence agency concerning the idea of the attacks, then that is definitely something to bring up. I think that is an entirely fair point that Glenn Greenwald is making. There was not a consensus. The director did not find the proof in the proofs brought to her conclusive.
The article
we haven't
says,
even gotten
but
to the
the other
crickets yet.
explanation for
No, we
dismissing
have
the
not.
conclusions of the investigating team is more troubling. According to reporting in Politico, Haspel has seemed to be reluctant with what information on Russia she brings to the White House, given President Trump's obstinate lack of willingness to condemn Vladimir Putin or Russian attacks in any way. No one's going to brief anything on Russia to the president, Pauline Maripopoulos told me. They're terrified of doing that. I know from the briefers, because he'll explode and the whole thing will get derailed because he has this weird affinity for Putin. The article concludes, asked why Putin remains such an untouchable subject for the American president, the former national security official said, quote, he doesn't want to be embarrassed in front of Putin. That's part of the dilemma. He wants Putin to like him. Just look at how he behaves with the Queen. That's how he behaves with everyone who has any glamour and cachet. Moreover, the former official added, Putin has everything he doesn't have. So do you see what they did there? They concocted this wild, deranged, demented conspiracy theory that the Russians had invented this new secret weapon and was attacking American CIA officials and diplomats through some method that scientists in the CIA and the surveillance agencies with their tentacles in every country had no idea what they had done. But the only reason they were covering it up was because Trump doesn't want any negative information about Vladimir Putin, and therefore the director of the CIA, Gina Haspel, was pretending to be skeptical about these claims, not because there was no evidence for it, not because she could see that it was just their hysteria and their manipulation of the public causing it, but instead because she didn't want to bring negative information to Donald Trump because she knew that Trump never wanted to hear anything negative about Russia. Now, as I said, we've got new evidence that this whole story is a fraud. But just as was true in the Hunter Biden case, where we got new evidence that those emails were authentic, but in reality, we knew all along from the very start that they were authentic, even when the media was saying this was Russian disinformation. We've known for years that this story was a joke, was a complete fraud. Here is an article I wrote in the beginning of 2019, in which I wrote under the headline, NBC and MSNBC blamed Russia for using, quote, sophisticated microwaves to cause brain injuries in U.S. diplomats in Cuba. The culprits were likely crickets. Crickets were actually the origin of the sonic weapons that people in the CIA were telling NBC and Julia Yaffe and Natasha Bertrand to blame on the Russians. Now, what happened was really interesting. AP announced in 2017...
He's quoting his own article. Okay, never mind.
It had gotten a hold of audio tape of what these bizarre sounds were that American diplomats and CIA operatives in Havana were claiming were causing their brain injury, this mysterious sound that no one could recognize and therefore must be some dastardly new weapon. The article was headlined, Dangerous Sound, What Americans Heard in Cuba Attacks. And the article says the Associated Press has obtained a recording of what some U.S. embassy workers heard in Havana in a series of unnerving incidents, later deemed to be deliberate attacks. The recording, released Thursday by the AP, is the first disseminated publicly of the many taken in Cuba of mysterious sounds that led investigators initially to suspect a sonic weapon. And AP published audio, a short audio, of the sound that all of these people in the CIA and the State Department who were convinced they had been attacked by a secret weapon were hearing. And this is what the sound sounds like. Now, that sound doesn't actually sound that bizarre to me, or that exotic, or that otherworldly. It sounds like a cricket or an insect or some other exotic bug that emits sounds. And in fact, that's exactly when scientists went and analyzed this audio file, they concluded definitively, adamantly, that it was not some secret microwave weapon invented by the Russians, but just a cricket that is common in Cuba. So here you see the New York Times article.
Are you going to give us all the Havana disease? Yes.
The sounds that haunted U.S. diplomats in Cuba, lovelorn crickets, scientists say. Diplomatic officials may have been targeted with an unknown weapon in Havana, but according to a recording of one, quote, sonic attack actually is the singing of a very loud cricket.
Okay, the problem with this kind of stuff too. Yep, just had debilitating physical injuries by that sound. Thanks, Glenn. No problem. The problem in general here is that you're dealing with something very nebulous. Like going back to the back and forth I had with Soap. We don't know. No one knows definitively what's going on here with the Havana syndrome. Like, first, Glenn Greenwald was talking about the microwave hypothesis. Now he's basically debunking or trying to debunk the sonic attack hypothesis. To be honest, the sonic attack hypothesis is is probably the least probable one of all of them. Even without the cricket thing, like that doesn't sound like crickets to me. It's way too high pitched, but whatever. Like, sure, it could be crickets, it could be anything else. I don't care. Like sonic weapons do exist, but this is not how they work. They aren't gonna affect you in like a weird way without being like very, very, very audible. Basically, it's for aliens, yeah. So, yeah. I don't know. Fucking crickets, dude. Crickets actually are aliens. What about the brown notes? Yeah.
Analysis conclude it's the sound that crickets make when they're trying to attract mates to have mating season. So the New York Times article quotes this. Scientists Alexander Stubbs of the University of California, Berkeley, and Fernando Montalegrezi of the University of Lincoln in England.
It could genuinely be several different causes. Oh yeah, that's sorry. That's actually exactly what I want to get at, Magic Turtle. Like honestly, it could totally be like a couple people got hit by microwaves, a couple people got sick, a couple people saw other people getting sick and got like a psychosomatic thing. It could be a combination of different people in different situations. Psychogenic, yeah, that's the term. Like it could be it most likely is a combination of several of those things. In what proportions is like we are definitely not equipped to tell. Yeah, I agree with you, Magic Turtle, on that take.
They studied a recording of the sounds made by diplomats and published by the AP. Quote, there's plenty of debate in the medical community over what, if any, physical damage there is to these individuals, said Mr. Stubbs in a phone interview. All I can say definitively, fairly definitively, is that the AP released recording is of a cricket. And we think we know what species.
Okay, as far as the medical damage goes, I mean, we delved into it. There is definitive medical damage to the people who are considered to suffer from it, like the brain lesions and traces and lesions that are actually measurable after in the aftermath. So yeah, the incident reported on in the AP could be 100% crickets, while there's still being a microwave weapon floating around. Yeah, absolutely, that's entirely possible.
It is. So all of this hullabaloo about a secret weapon unleashed by the Russians using microwave waves to attack Americans was all along just the sound that crickets in Cuba make, and these scientists can actually identify it. Here's the paper they published, the New York Times and I reported on, from the Cold Spring Harbor Laboratory report, January 4th, 2019. The headline is, recording of, quote, sonic attacks on U.S. diplomats in Cuba spectrally matches the echoing call of a Caribbean cricket. And here is the dastardly villain that was emitting these sounds. There it is. It's an Indies short-tailed cricket. There's the photo that is
okay. Not gonna lie,
all kinds of encyclopedias used by scientists. To
I would feel nauseous listening to this.
According to this report, that the AP reporting
entirely
nothing
possible.
But this thing.
What happened to bedtime? I took it out back and shot it
in the recording of the cricket
in the video game.
Is unlike any natural insect source. When the cricket call is played on a loudspeaker and recorded indoors,
20 out of 30.
The interaction of reflected sound pulses yields a sound virtually indistinguishable from the AP sample. This provides.
Hey. Considering the sponsorship ends tomorrow, and I don't know if I'll be able to stream tomorrow, we're probably gonna have to call it at 20 out of 30. But who knows? If we have 23 viewers right now, 22. If 10 of you haven't yet done the Raid Shadow Legends tutorial and you do it now, and we reach 30 tutorial completions, that's the bar in the bottom left. Not only will I get to not only will I get to the $600 reward threshold, but also I'll do a special workout IRL stream to celebrate it this weekend. Okay. Honestly, I'll probably do the workout IRL stream anyways because it sounds fun. But I need to dangle it as a goal for you. Send link. All right. Here, I'll PM you the link. The link. Keep in mind you have to like make an account, download the game, and do the full on like tutorial. Once you complete the tutorial, then you're done. But you got to do the tutorial. There you go. All right, that was the chill moment. Let's move on.
Strong evidence that
do I think it's IP based? Yeah, please don't like bot it, okay? Don't bot it. Like yeah, just don't. I would feel really dumb if they look at the IPs and everything, and they because like we reached 20 out of 30, and it's like legit tutorial completions. Imagine if they refused to pay me out $400 because people made like 5 bot accounts on it. You know, that would be really dumb.
an echoing cricket call rather than a sonic attack or other technological device is responsible for the sound in the released recording. It goes on, although the causes of the health problems reported by the embassy personnel are beyond the scope of this paper, so they're not saying whether or not people really got sick, our findings highlight the need for more rigorous research into the source of these
Also,
ailments,
it's
including the
unethical.
potential
True.
psychogenic effects, as well as possible physiological explanations unrelated to sonic attacks. So they're essentially saying that one serious possibility is that the reason these people were getting sick was because they were all hearing about the potential for this secret, highly menacing sonic weapon and were creating psychosomatic symptoms, psychogenic effects. They were imagining that they were sick when, in fact, they really weren't. Now, in September, just about a month ago or so, we got still more evidence that this whole thing was a fraud. BuzzFeed reported that a declassified State Department report says
I think I read this
microwaves did
article
not
back then.
cause the Havana syndrome. This is what the declassified report from the State Department in November 2018 said. Quote, no plausible single source of energy, neither radio, microwaves, nor sonic, can produce both the recorded audio video signals and the recorded medical effects. We believe
There's no consensus in the scientific community about whether the brain lesions are definitively microwave or not. Like there's a group of scientists who did the analysis on the Havana, on the people from Havana who suffered from Havana syndrome, who suspect it is microwave type lesions, but other scientists contest that. It's iffy, but it's an entirely plausible theory. As far as I can tell. I have no expertise on the matter.
recorded sounds are mechanical or biological in origin rather than electronic. The most likely source, this is the State Department, is the Indian short-tailed cricket. There's the Latin term for it. The call of this animal matches in nuanced detail the spectral properties of the recordings from Cuba once room echoes are taken into account. BuzzFeed then says the scientists also noted that while the suffering reported by the affected individuals is real, mass psychology can also trigger neurological injuries in people. The JASON, which is the committee of scientists convened by the State Department, believes such psychogenic effects may serve to explain important components of the reported injuries. In other words, they just were the victims of mass hysteria created by these lies invented by their own agency. And
that's something that can happen.
Whenever they would hear
it's a tough pill to swallow, but it is something that can happen.
Julia Ioffe and the entire crew of liars and propagandists were claiming was some new secret clandestine sonic microwave weapon invented by the Russians. Now, just to give you further indication for how deranged and unhinged the media discourse was, look at what happened on Morning Joe in May of this year, just 3 or 4 months ago.
God, I fucking hate the characterization, but
one of the reasons we asked you on today is because I've got a good friend, lifelong friend who's in the agency, who has a friend who went to an official trip to Moscow, who had to retire because he got attacked as well. But you say here in this one incident, later geolocation data indicated that vehicles affiliated with Russia's military intelligence service had been in the vicinity of both people at the time of their separate incidences. Is that perhaps one of the only pieces of evidence that they have that Russia may be directly connected with this?
Now, again, I said it's always the same people. Here you have Joe Scarborough, who, of course, was one of the leading Russiagate fanatics. One time I criticized him and he responded by saying, I'm sure your criticism sounded better in the original Russian, comrade. That's just the mentality of these people. They see Russia lurking everywhere. Another person who inserted himself, unsurprisingly, into all of this fraud was one of the worst liars in all of Congress, if not the single worst one, Congressman Adam Schiff, the Democrat from California, who spent 4 years claiming that he has seen
God, I'm
definitive
playing
proofs
trivia
of
in streams chat.
collusion between the Trump campaign and the Russians, only for the Mueller investigation to conclude by saying there was no evidence to establish it. He was at the center of this as well. Here's an article from September 21st of this year, so 2 weeks ago, from the New York Times. The House passes a bill to provide care for U.S. officials suffering from Havana syndrome. The article says U.S. diplomats and CIA officers.
I think we've seen enough of this video. It's good. It's going to be more of the same, right? We got to the crickets. That was the important part. Gotta get those crickets. I don't think we're okay. I don't think there's much to in Disney's Toontown Online. Which of these species wasn't available as a toon? I have no fucking clue. Toontown Online. I'm gonna bet the cow wasn't in it. The golden kappa shit was all a lie. Yeah, that was the big reveal from the Twitch leaks. The golden kappa was a lie. Absolutely. Anyways, yeah, I don't think there's much more we can learn from the Facebook whistleblower stuff. It's gonna be more, but the kids, think about the kids. So I think I'm gonna chill on that. What's this? It's a dead picture. Cool. What character in Winnie the Pooh films was added by Disney and does not appear in the original books? Gopher, Rabbit, Tigger, Heffalumps. Oh, fuck. I don't know. Gonna go with fucking rabbit. Ah, fuck, it's not that. Anyways. Yeah. Let's go with a meme. Memes are nice.
Do not come. Do not come.
I'm gonna come.
Fuck, it was Gopher. What about the kids? Oh. Alright. Guys, it's 2 a.m. here. I gotta work tomorrow, so this meme never gets stale. It never does. I'm gonna pass you on to someone else. Let's see who do I send you on to? Twitch.tv. Gotta go, gotta get my raid on. Who's streaming? Senpai Chow is streaming. Alright. Reading political psychology paper. Alright, you're gonna get that nice paper reading experience. I know guys love it when I do it. Now you're gonna get to see Senpai Chow do it. Amazing. Later, Skater. Yeah, thanks for dropping in. There we go. Gotta spread the love around. Cool. Thanks for watching, everyone. Read Common Sense. Oh yeah, I'll try to remember that. Maybe you'll have to remind me like next stream and the stream after that, but I'll try to remember to go check it out. All right, 8 viewers are ready to raid. Perfect. Thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out. Love you all, and yeah, have fun. Have a good whatever time it is over there. Bye-bye, see ya. I'll try to stream tomorrow, but I probably won't be able to. Definitely will stream on Saturday, okay? That's gonna be that's a guaranteed stream. Gonna celebrate the end of the sponsorship and stuff. All right, bye-bye. Love you all. And Sunday. Oh yeah, I'm gonna be on Chinchilla's anime podcast on Sunday. All right, bye-bye.